Ah, well, good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be in your location. It is now 3:35 in the evening, in the PM local time here in the Panhandle of Florida. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television, and I'm gonna plug my phone in. Hopefully, this won't make it too much of a noise. It's plugged in. But X Spook Liquor, what is up? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. See, I've got a lot of personal crap that I'm not really wanting to get into, but I've been wandering around boob tube over here and just kind of observing, popping around and seeing who's live and all that stuff, and I don't know. I was looking for uh, Lurky. Um, well, I mean, this could be it right here. I mean, honestly, man, I've been trying to gather a bunch of people specifically for that panel, actually, and it's just trying to get like everybody all at the same time, kind of thing. So I don't know. Um, but yeah, that is kind of one of the subjects that I want to touch on is homelessness and bugging out. Simply because, I mean, the kind of like the similarities and the differences. You know, when people when they talk about bugging out, for instance, all right, now it's one thing if you guys got somewhere to bug out to, like a actual location that's already stocked up and that kind of thing. That's one kind of bugging out. But on a general consensus, a lot of people don't have that. So when it comes down to the bugging out scenario, um, you basically you really don't have a destination you're going to. You just are forced to leave where you are, and all you've got is what you can carry, kind of thing. Uh, and that well, that is the similarity toward homelessness or homeless people and stuff like that. And there's a lot of tricks of the trade that the homeless people can teach people when it comes down to survival and living off of barely anything that most people don't really think about because they don't really have to live off of barely nothing. Um, and until people actually either put themselves in a situation where they're living out of what you have in your backpack. And now, see, this is one of the differences between just plain homelessness and bugging out. Like, for instance, now bugging out, I'm really thinking of like like because you're forced out because of some kind of, like, I don't know, the country goes to shit, or or like a major, natural disaster, like, in large areas and stuff of the U.S. or whatever, something that's like huge where a lot of people are affected. All right. So when you're bugging out, you're probably not the only one doing that. You're not the only one in that situation. Now, on a lot of levels, homelessness, I'm equating to where everything is still everything's still the same. Everybody's still doing the same old thing. Everybody's living their lives and all that stuff. And then you just happen to be in a situation where you're basically bugging out, but it's all in your own little bubble. in a sense. It's like it's your own little shit hit the fan, and everybody else is still living their lives and stuff like that. But you're in that situation where you've got to live out of your backpack and stuff like that. In an EMP, yeah, that's something that would be massive, like where it affect a lot of different people at the same time. So, in a way, me personally, because I mean, I've been in the situation where I've been homeless. I was homeless for 10 years, technically, I guess. I mean, I was all over the country and stuff, but, uh, you know, the um, thing is like, everybody's lives were still going on, and, mine was kind of, you know, halted in that scenario. But if it was like a massive thing, everybody's life would be halted in that scenario. And a lot of people really don't have the they don't have the know-how on how to survive off of barely nothing. Snooks, what's up, girl? Um, Deb, it's good to see you guys, man. You know, I've been kind of putting off. Been dealing with a lot of other crap. I've been doing a live, so I'm really glad to see you guys popping in. It's pretty awesome. I wasn't sure if anybody'd show up, but I don't know. And that's another thing too. Even if everything's still going on around you, I mean, there's situations that could pop up in your life where um, you know you could be very easily made homeless. Let's say you had a house fire or something like that, an accident happened or something that burned everything. Then all you've got is what you can carry, and that's all. It's like, well, if you can't afford to get a place or another place to go after that, then you're like living out of your backpack or whatever, or your car or whatever. And that's one scenario. There's all kinds of other different scenarios where life can get in the way, um, but that's another thing too. Is like I'm trying not to be just that leaf on the river being pushed by the current wherever it goes, and I am forced to just go wherever the current takes me. I don't really want to be that leaf on the river being forced by the current. I actually kind of want to have some way to steering my way around and not be dictated by the current. And that's the mass. If you put this in visualization, this is the mass of the people, the mass collective mentality that's being manipulated by a few. And I don't want to be pushed in that current, you know, downstream, and allow the current to dictate my direction. You know, the only problem is, it's so much easier to just lie there and let the current take me wherever it wants me to go. So much easier. I don't really have to do much. But that's not what I want. I mean, that's not. I don't even think that's what I need in my life. I don't think that's why I'm here. Actually, I feel like I need to put a rudder, where I can steer my way around on this river that's around us all. Um, Maybe even get on to shore one day. Hopefully. I don't know. I'm kind of just talking. And I was sitting there. You talk about Survivor or Snooks. I was sitting there thinking about it. I was sitting there talking to somebody else about it too. Um, you see all these like dystopian type movies and dystopian type future type movies and stuff like that. It seems like every other movie is like some kind of dystopian type thing. It's pretty crazy. You don't see any movies of some kind of a disaster happening and people actually, um, that their lifestyle, um, made it able for them to just, you know, to survive through that and do through, and they already had a plan for everything on all the way because it was just like it was second nature and something you should do anyway and blah blah blah, and then having like the community coming together because hell this is what's going on, so we're going to work together and all blah blah blah. You don't see things like that. Well, if you do, you see it as like fucking superheroes, like people with fucking superpowers and shit. They all come together. Yeah, we're all gonna fight and unite together. We're gonna get the Marvel and DC comics together, and we're gonna like, you know, you know, it's uh, um, it almost makes some people think that um, there are for real some like mutant like X-Men out there, and they're just out there fighting the good fight. You know? So they don't have to do anything about it. You know. And then there's also the mentality um, that I hear a lot. It's just like, well, we can't do anything about it. That's just the way it is. That's the way it's been. That's the way it is. I'm just one person. I can't do nothing about it. You know. It's never going to change. Nobody's going to change. Nobody's going to, you know, work together. I hear this a lot. I hear this kind of defeatist um, type attitude, type talk a lot from a lot of different people. But that's what um, the other side, the ones that want to destroy us all, basically that's what they want us to think. They want us to think that uh, we're alone. You can't do nothing about it. You're going up against some like monumental Goliath. You have no chance. Don't even try. You know. And Murky, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, fairy tales do exist in people's imaginations, but a lot of people, they want to bring that fairy tale into reality. Me personally, I'm of the philosophy. I kind of like look at things of how they are, not necessarily how I want it to be. You know, if I was to visualize, if I was just like trying to actually explain a visualization so you can visualize it in your own head, what I mean by that is it kind of reminds me of, like, for instance, you see this mountain top, this really beautiful mountain top. It's got all these beautiful trees on it and all. It's like, it's just gorgeous. All right. It's not, I mean, it's just like so many parts of the day and night and all that stuff, all the different light and all that stuff flickering through the trees. It's just beautiful there. All right. Well, then somebody buys that piece of property and then shaves the top of that damn mountain right off, and puts a damn green grass lawn out there and a house right there in the middle of it. Right? To the way that's how I visualize it, in a sense, that person could not be content with the way things are, you know what I mean, and see it for what it is. Instead, they wanted to, they saw it for what they wanted it to be, and then their imagination, hell, I'm gonna put a house right there and shave it off. Um, it's I'm not saying like I'm content the way things are. I see it for the way it is. I do want things different, you know what I mean? But um, I know I don't have all the answers and all the solutions for the problems that affect all of us. I mean, we all are affected by a lot of different things, you know, equally, you know, that kind of thing. But you know, there's a lot of us that are also dealing with a lot of other different stuff. Each of us has got our own problems. I've got my own problems. You know, I mean, I know everybody in chat has got their own damn problem, once one way or another. Something that's always bugging them. That's something they're always dealing with. Whatever. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their own problems. You know, but you know, the ones that affect all of us. Um, it feels like it's we're the only ones being affected. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. You know, the old saying is like that, and this is bullshit too because this was invented by some assholes that believe in government. The only thing constant in life is death, and taxes. You know what I mean? And taxes is something that affects all of us, and yet it could feel like it's an individual thing because certain things are happening to you because of certain things or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be taxes or whatever, but that could be a contributing factor in the whole situation altogether or whatever, or just something like that, but I don't know. If there was something that we can figure out how to communicate with each other and actually remember the common ground and actually the common quote unquote enemy, um, that are really stifling all of us. Um, and it does have a lot to do with our individual willpower and our own ability to, you know, I guess manifest that. I don't know. Hell, I kind of talking on a lot of different levels, also, at the same time. So hopefully people. Uh, is that Polarin? Yeah, Polarin. Okay, man, you changed your name. What's up? Well, see, I'm very frustrated on a lot of levels when it comes down to some things because I mean, there's a lot of things that it feels like it's out of my control. I have no really. It feels like that, you know. Um, there's parts of my life and I guess, I don't know, my future, my destiny, or I don't know if it's not necessarily my destiny. I guess it's like parts of my future are being controlled where I have no control over that future or that scenario in my life, and I don't like that where I don't feel like I have control over my own life and my own well being. I don't know. Uh, I don't know. That's the thing. It's like when you start building a rudder for that leaf on the river, and then you actually install the rudder and you are able to move around. You got to understand there's a lot of obstacles that make it a lot harder for that leaf that wants to steer on that river instead of just letting the current take you. You know, there's trees and rocks and all this whatever else in the damn thing. You got to maneuver around. Um, this path is more difficult. It seems like it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people tend to just do as they're told, do as comply, and just be that leaf and let the current take you. Um, because stamina or whatever, they give up. And actually, the system that's in place, the river, in a sense, is set up to break you down to the point where you just give up and give in. Um, and that's not how it's supposed to be. It's been inverted and perverted over time, over the past couple hundred years. And that's the thing too. Is like the system that was supposed to be in place was to empower and lift people up, not drag them down and basically enslave them. But that's Joe. What's up, Joe? I was kind of hoping you pop in, Joe. Dude, I'll put the link in if you want to pop up, dude. I was kind of hoping you wanted, because I mean, shoot, I was just looking for a conversation, man. Hold on, put the link. I don't know if you want to come up or not, or anybody else want to come up and stuff and get into this scratch your head type of stuff. But and plus, I got me about a 3/4 of a blunt left that I need to smoke while I'm sitting here anyway. But um, kind of the reason why I was going off on some of this stuff, it kind of relates to the homeless and bugging out scenario. All right, anybody that has a plan for the bugging out, I sincerely hope that you get at least that 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 location you're going to that's already kind of stocked up and ready to go. That would be the ultimate best bugging out plan. But if you don't have that location to go to, bugging out is more like being homeless. And there's a lot you can learn from the homeless. Joe. What's up, Joe?
It's good, baby.
Yeah, when we got kicked off over Nikita's, I was like, man, okay, there's got to be something. There ain't nobody alive. So I was like, I was like, dude, I'm going to have to put up one.
Hey, I'm
I was,
looking at your icon. I
yeah.
just noticed it about 2 days ago. That there's a dude. I blew it up and I showed my girl. Yes, there's a dude with a hood entering a cave with a light, a staff with a light on it. If
Hmm.
y'all can't see that, who's ever looking? I didn't
Right.
notice that till like literally like a couple days ago.
Well, see, okay, check this out. The way I see that, all right, I kind of imagine myself that person with the staff with the light on it. All right,
Hey, Johnny. Hey, baby. Johnny is okay.
Joni, what's up? What's up? And I kind of imagine like myself as that person sitting there. And the way I see the eye is the window to the soul, right?
Yes.
So what that figure is doing is peering into the soul with the light. You know what I'm
And the
saying?
soul, you could keep it up. The soul in this instance is dark, right?
Well,
It
yeah, that's what I'm
tells you,
saying. And I'm acting as the lighthouse in the darkness, in a sense.
yeah, it's dope.
Um, but that's kind of like the idea, the what do you call it? The
You
whole
got the lighter, baby.
philosophy behind the picture that I see. I found it somewhere on the internet, so it's not mine, but I that's how I view it when I look at it.
No, it's dope. I didn't contemplate it that heavy. In fact, like I say, I just zoomed in a couple days ago. I thought it was simply amazing.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from a distance, it almost kind of looks like it's just like a wavy line through the eyeball from a distance. But if you zoom in, you can actually tell it's a figure standing there.
Not only that, the figure is he's crouching, and it tells you something about him, right? The clothes he's wearing, he's really heavily geared. I don't know. Let me zoom in. I don't know if people can see that, but he's
Yeah.
heavily geared, like I don't know, like kind of like a monk in the wintertime or something, with a kind of cloak slash robe, and he's crouched with his arms apart, which tells everything about what he's going
What?
into. He's not walking upright. He's crouched like there's something to be apprehensive about. It's cool.
Well, are you looking into someone's soul? Wouldn't you be a bit apprehensive?
Yes, and I wouldn't be that guy who just knew all the answers and just walking there like it's Tuesday. I'd be like my man with
Right.
a flashlight, maybe even a pistol.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, what's in there? You know what I mean? Because I mean, you know, you peer a little bit too much into my mind. I can you get probably get caught by a spider web or two. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
There was a saying, and this is why I stopped hanging in drama rooms. At least it played a role, and it was always in the back of my mind. Uh, the mirror doesn't reflect evil; it creates it. You probably heard me say that before. And you know, you got to look in on everything and look on the mirror yourself, like me and you talking here. You know, I'm looking at myself and shit. But if you get too much of a thing, it will too much into the mirror. It will create evil. Now, hey, Lion, baby, I ain't seen you forever. I don't know if that shit's true or not, but I can see at least in some fashion, like when it comes to whatever, how much of a distance can you keep? If you're there every day, how much of a distance can you keep? You know, I don't know.
Hmm.
Whatever it is, politics. If all I did was watch CNN,
Well, see,
I'd
that's
get
the thing
involved.
too. Well, see, that thing too. I was sitting there. I was wanting to join a live on this. Who was it? Oh, it's Real News with Fake Mike. I was sitting there. I was wanting to jump on a live, but he was like, "There is no talk of politics or religion the
I
whole night."
saw it.
I,
I was finna
I was sitting
jump
there. I'm sitting
on,
there. I'm
and I
sitting there thinking.
almost
I was
typed
like,
in the chat.
okay. I want to jump up and talk, but damn it, man, it's like, you know, there's so much that's connected to those two topics. I'm just like, oh my god,
I
you
saw
know.
it. I saw when he said it. I had typed in chat. I'm pretty sure I started typing and I erased it. But I was going to type in something like, no talk of religion, devil, you know, blah, blah. But I didn't want to look like I was trolling him. The victory for the devil, but I didn't want to troll him. But I heard him say it and I responded too. But I'm like,
Dude,
I'm
I
not
said
going to
that,
beat up
but
on
that's
him.
the thing. It's like, you know, I can talk about a lot of different subjects because I mean I'm a jack of all trades. I mean, there's a lot of different things that I know a little bit about. I don't know a lot about one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a little bit about a lot of different things. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, so I can, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I can probably hold a conversation on. But there's a, it seems like religion and politics has always got it's got a side road into almost anything because there's always, you know, everything's
Agreed.
infused with
Everything's
that.
political and everything's religious. Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, because I mean, you know, like I was saying earlier, it's like there's certain things that yeah, there are personally that affect you, you know, only and all that stuff because it's a very personal thing or whatever. But then there's things that affect all of us, you know, in small, minute, you know, death by a thousand cuts type of thing. Um, but eh, but the ones that are doing this that are this huge cabal scenario, they want us to feel like that we're alone, feels like that we can't
Yes.
do anything about it.
They
You
not
know,
only want us, it would be a necessity, right? They couldn't, it's
yeah,
not, yeah, you're right. It ain't
yeah.
just what they
It's a
want.
belief system, though.
They'd
That belief
actively
system.
have to pursue it. They actively have to make you feel that way. It ain't just that they
Mm.
want it. They are actively have to bring it about in order for,
That's
you
what
know,
kind of gets me about some of those, like those guys that call themselves the frauditors or
yeah,
whatever. You know, those guys that are like always sitting there picking
yeah,
everything about auditors or whatever. And
yeah,
well, I mean, it's like, okay, what are you really advocating for? You're advocating for more authoritative type of force and violence because you
they
think
are.
about it. I mean, you think about it, man. You know, let's say you got pulled over by a cop. and for a blinker, or you didn't make a turn signal or something like that or whatever,
Okay.
and they writes you a ticket, and if you refuse to sign the ticket, well, they'll try and take you to jail. And if you refuse to be taken to jail, well, they'll use any force up to
Up
violence,
to
up to
deadly.
killing people, up to
Yes.
killing you. For
Yes.
what? For not using your blinker, at the right moment. You know what I mean?
Yes. I guess I'm going to try and think of the sheep's argument mentality here. You must be willing to enforce every rule, or they are all worthless.
Okay. Put it this way. Put it this way. And the way I see things, like any rule, any statute, law, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Any of it. If the everybody was in for it, everybody was okay with it, there wouldn't have to be a penalty because everybody be okay with it. Everybody
All
would
right.
want it. All right.
Right.
But you got to understand there is what out there when it comes down to these statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, whatever, that doesn't come with a penalty. You know what I mean?
Right. I think they all come with a penalty.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so I'm guessing, I don't know if I'm sure or not, but their angle would be that it'd be from an angle of benevolence. People are bad, they make mistakes, and someone has to look out for the weak. So therefore, these rules are
Well, see that
necessary.
that kind of drives me nuts too. It's like when I talk about like like the shit hit the fan, the end of the world, whatever you want to call it, everybody assumes right off the bat everybody's just going to start murdering everybody. You know,
This is true.
I mean for real. I mean right off the bat everybody's like, okay,
Uh,
well if that happens, well everybody's just going to die because everybody's going to kill everybody.
uh,
It's like
uh,
nobody everybody thinks that every bit of our morals and values is just going to go out the window.
yes.
You know,
Same thing in Chicago. They think if they give us guns as if it's
right,
theirs, um,
right,
then we're going to kill everybody. When they
right,
got rid of small bonds, I'm sorry, small bails, hundreds of dollars, because some of us are so poor that you could be in there for years over $400 bail, where the other guy is out if it's 4 grand, and it was unjust to the poor, so they got rid of them. I was on the road somewhere, but I remember everybody I talked to was saying that they were calling them the purge laws. When you don't lock a
right.
motherfucker up for trespass, and if
Hmm.
you don't hurt them, uh, they're gonna go wild and kill everybody. And that never came to fruition, obviously.
Well, I mean, I had a conversation. It's like that too. It's like, do you actually think that, for instance, that the question was posed, like, do you think that that movie, that for instance, that Purge, and can actually be a reality? Um, and my opinion is, I mean, honestly, if you look at what the crap in the arm did, the
Yeah.
past 3 or 4 years, you know what I'm saying? You think about it, they if because I've asked cops this, like, where do you draw the line? All right, and I think I've asked you this, Joe, before. It's like, for instance, all right, if your commander or the governor made a damn law saying that
Yes.
now it's legal for all cops to pull over any F-150 driven by a guy wearing a MAGA hat, and you should
Yes.
shoot him on sight. You know what
Yes.
I mean? Now it's now legal to
Let's
do that.
keep it. Let's keep it to not shooting, because
Well, I
these
mean, I just
sheep.
said
Wait,
that's
wait,
the
wait,
that's
wait.
the
Listen,
that's the
this would be
extreme.
better. It'll be better
Yeah.
without going to the stream, because I
Okay,
totally
go
believe
ahead.
these sheep. If the law is, let's say, Democrats are in control, and they made some dumbass law like anyone with a MAGA hat can get pulled over and pay a fine,
Right,
sheep would go for it. I think so.
right. Okay,
So
now,
that's sufficient.
but where do the cops draw the line?
There
That's
is
not
none.
right. Yeah, that was where I was trying to go. Why I went to the extreme right off the
Right.
bat. And it's
Right.
like, okay, that's where you draw the line. So you would draw the line up to that point. That's what I'm saying. It's like if the cops say, well, no, I wouldn't do that. If you were told to do that, well, I'm like, okay, well, that's where you draw the line. So you would do everything up to that. You see what I'm saying?
You would, all they got to do is change the legislation. It's not like you're moral. If you're saying you wouldn't do that, uh let's say, I don't know, like now weed's legal or it's considered low. Oh, I wouldn't lock a motherfucker up if they're giving them 50 years over weed. If they change the legislation, suddenly the cop has an out, and his morals will be flexible. He'll change. There is no line.
No, I mean because dude, you know, it's like that one character. I can't remember who we were talking to over on Flo's stream, where it was like, or you were, or whatever. When he comes in, that cop guy, or he wasn't a cop. He was, it's like some government agent, whatever. But he was talking about how his morals and his values are like absent because of his job. And
Yes,
I was
I
sitting there,
can't
and
think his name, but I
I
know you're
can't
talking
remember
about.
right offhand either. But
Yeah,
I was sitting there, I was like, I was listening to him, and I was like, oh my gosh, man, because he mentioned that he had a kid, and I was like, oh man, I'm very concerned on what you would be teaching your children with this type of mentality, because you would be passing that on to your children, that same mentality, that in essence, that boot liquor mentality, you know what I mean,
when
and
you think
continue it
his
on.
dad gave it to him, I would have assumed
Exactly,
that there too.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. That well, you think about it, we're all taught what our parents taught us, and their
yes,
parents taught them, and their parents
yes.
taught them. You know what I'm saying? So
And you
it is.
spend your adult life trying to shake it, trying to shake whatever instinctive or whatever you were taught and programmed that doesn't have logic behind it. You spend your adult life trying to undo these things, and
You
so and so you know, at least I believe you'll never be successful.
well,
No
Joe,
way that.
I was gonna sit there and say, me personally. All right, check this out. Now I don't know about you. Now all I know about my dad is from when I was born up until now. That's all I know about my dad. I don't know
Mhm.
anything before that. I only hear stories from my grandmother when she was alive, and some of my uncles would tell me stories about when he was in high school, whatever, whatever, whatever. But other than that, I don't know nothing about that man. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
And I
Um,
know my dad liked, he just recently died, but he liked to fabricate shit. You know,
yeah.
he was always the hero in every story of his past, so they weren't reliable. So I know nothing too, is all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, but that's the thing. It's like that person that he was before I was born. I don't know anything about, but yet that is influencing me because that is my dad. You see what I'm saying? It's
Agreed.
like, but even then, it's like that. You know, we're all basically, all right. As we live through this life, we learn a lot of different things. All right, we continue to learn. I'm in that school of life until I die, basically. All right, but we're always learning stuff. All right, and in that moment, that actually is what builds us into who we are. All right. I mean, honestly, man, people I talk, you know, I don't really think I have regrets. There are some things I'm like, damn, that would have probably turned out a lot different if I did it this way. But I don't regret anything because that's who I am. It made me who I am. You know.
No, I
So
totally understand.
I don't know.
No, I get it. Like for instance, I did violence to a friend, and I regret the fuck out of it. I wish I hadn't done it. Blah blah. But all things considered, it made me who I am. It formed me to be the guy. So how much can I really regret it? You know,
Well, I mean, did you learn anything from that experience in your older age? I mean, would you have done something different if you were in that same situation today?
well,
Uh,
as an older guy today, I would. Back then,
yeah,
maybe it was necessary because I carried that lesson with me. A guy
yeah,
I loved because the gang told me. You can think of it like politics or a cop
yeah,
following
yeah,
orders. I
yep,
heard him, and I
yep.
saw him years later. And first, we smiled at each other, and then we remembered that horrible thing I did, and
Mm,
both our faces dropped.
mm,
Uh,
yeah, I've had moments like that. Um, yeah,
I would not want to hurt him, but I can't ignore that it was such a valuable lesson to me, man.
dude. Well, all right. Yeah, well, no, I hear you. I mean, um, at the time for me on my situation at the time, it was something I had to do. All right, and um, I don't know. I'd probably be a little bit smarter about it if I was to do it again today. uh, but uh, but um,
I was reading my man in the chat. He said my old man was a truck driver, and I swear he had a lot lizard in every fucking state or something.
It's possible. I mean, you never know, man. There's lot lizards in every damn truck
and,
stop around here.
by our analogy, your dad's dad was probably creeping somewhere, and you probably slept with somebody, all because some fucking dude in your fucking history developed some habits from somewhere he don't know, and we just monkey and follow these fucking things, man.
See, that's the thing too. It's like on my dad's side, like my granddad, a bunch of my uncles, and I can't remember if his dad, but they were all military. You know what I mean? They were all like spent
I'm
most of their life in
shocked.
the military.
I'm shocked that you got your mindset with all those military motherfuckers.
Well, see,
Cause
to be even on top of that, when I was a kid, my dad was actually a cop in Orlando. You know what I mean? So that
so
that
how do
all
you
that
shake off?
military and well, it's just like it was been drilled. It's been trying to been drilled in my head all my life. It's like I
How'd
don't
you
know.
shake it? Did you have a negative? Were you the rebel?
I would, yeah, I guess you would call that.
Yeah,
I guess the black sheep,
yeah, the black sheep. That's
the black
better.
wolf. I guess
Yeah.
more
Like
like.
what?
I don't know.
It's logical. Like you get an overload of that shit and you rebel, which is a testament to you as a kid, because you're not like your brother saying, "Yes, I'm going to serve my country" and blah blah. It shows that you
Well,
have
that's what
some.
happened actually. I'm the oldest, and my brother actually joined the military. I like the military's clothes and toys. That's about as
Same,
far as it goes. That's
same. I
about it.
watch that shit all day. I think it looks sharp. I like a lot of shit that goes along with it. Uh, but I can't get past that. I think they're all low IQ.
Well,
Uh,
okay. Well, Joe, all right. Like I had some talk about some military guys that are still enlisted, and then there's some that are out of the military now. And I've asked the question. It's like, okay, if the government today, you talk about the cop scenario too, but if the government today or the president or whatever declared whatever, and told our soldiers to go to, let's say, some random town in fucking Virginia or something, and
okay.
and classified all those people in that town
As
terrorists, or the
enemy
bad guy,
combatants
the
or
bad
something.
guys. You know what I
Uh,
mean?
yeah,
Would those guys go into that damn town and follow orders and do as they're told? All right,
enough
now,
would.
well, yeah, well, all right, well, the guys that are in the military and ex-military, they said majority of almost all of the grunts, the guys that just enlisted, they would do it in a
Yeah.
heartbeat. They were gun
Okay.
ho. They'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the higher ups, they're giving the
Are you?
commands and stuff. Those are the minds that we've got to reach. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Uh,
But our task there is, in order to reach them, we got to give them something of equal value that's oppositional, and because this world is based in capitalism and money, and
mm,
that's what determines things, your access to this and that, who's in the no bullshit. What we
well,
offer, which would be truth
you're
and
right. Well, I
uh,
mean, that's what I'm saying. Okay, all right. Where's the incentive for freedom and peace? All right, because you got the military and pharmaceutical industrial complex making all that money off of war and and sickness and stuff, and then you got governments making money off of our fear. So where's the monetary incentive if we need monetary incentive
yes,
for
right,
freedom and peace? Like for instance, let's say if you could make a comfortable living, or if not become rich doing what you're doing, fighting corruption, all right,
right, right.
fighting all that kind of stuff, would you think we'd have peace? Because there would be a lot more people out there doing it because they want to get
I
rich,
dig it.
right?
I dig it.
Think about it. If there was more people out, if it was actually lucrative for freedom and peace to exist,
Yes.
dude, there would a lot be people wanting it because they get money, they get rich.
I
You know what
think
I
of
mean?
that. One of the things I always think is if someone really had a big heart and a limitless bank account, the things that he would do would be one, he'd give I mean, Americans, an endless supply of bread for litigation so that you can fight everything, and that would level the field. I'd pay cops 5 and 10 grand to start for turning in their friends, for doing shitty things, there is a financial incentive,
Mm,
and I know they would chase it because I know the nature of people. But I
right,
wanted to say that you said, where is the incentive for peace
right.
and
Yeah.
freedoms uh, inherent, whatever it is powerful enough on its own without the financial incentive. And I know that because the enemy has based everything on that because he knows the human wants to chase those things. So everything that we see is we're told that we're free and it's in the interest of peace and all of that. They use that as a guise for the nonsense that they're going to do. But the fact that this is what they choose as a foundation, I know I'm on the right path. It's
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I mean, it's kind of like the carrot and the stick. They offer all this fucking beautiful shit, and all this convenience and all this other stuff, and then money and all this other stuff to kind of get you in. And then, but the only problem is, it's like if the carrot doesn't work, they use the stick. You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
yes,
And that's the problem right now that we've got right now, because like even if they say they declare any of the thing like I don't know, a spending thing or whatever, they say they classify it temporary at beginning, but nothing is ever
right.
temporary. It always
Now with the
becomes permanent.
government, because power is never relinquished.
Right.
Every guy that swore to be president was going to kill, close, get more, or end this military act that allows them too much, is too intrusive. When they get there, they get the power. They don't give it up. No one ever
Right.
signs that shit.
Right. Well, I mean, it's kind of like even like when the shot in the arm crap came in, when Trump declared that national emergency when he kicked in, that was never rescinded, and then there was a lot of policies and acts that were actually enacted and put in play when that was actually uttered into the public realm. You know what I mean? There's certain aspects. It's like that's the reason why they want to keep us in a perpetual declaration of war of some kind, because they
It's
can
power.
keep, it's basically keeping us under a state of martial law
Yes, I dig
always.
it. I agree,
You know what I
right?
mean?
I remember when I was younger, this would be like in the 90s. I used to talk about all the things and they declared martial law. Your rights are suspended for 5 years. The people you voted for are gone and they determine who the leadership is, blah, blah. But they did it slicker than I would have seen it coming. The same way they did everything. They don't just pour it in, they do it drop by drop, so it's unnoticeable. They slipped it in under the guise of security with the bombing and dropping the towers and the virus. They slipped in martial law that way,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
they could create new rules
Patriot
and the
Act.
Patriot Act and
Yeah.
right all of this nonsense. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And that's still in play too. You know what I mean? They never
No
they never
president
stopped it. You know what I mean?
that said the who was that, the NSA, how they got caught by Snowden recording every phone call, every text, every message. No president stopped it. Well,
Right.
in fact, he's still on the run. He can't even come back home.
I
And
know
no
it's kind of
president stopped it.
he's on the run, hiding out in Russia from telling the all these corrupt secrets of the
Yeah.
U.S., which is kind of telling. You know what I mean?
It
I
is
mean,
because you tell us that Russia is the most horrible fucking place in the
yeah,
world.
and
It's
he's hiding
telling
out
that this
there.
is
You know
where
what I
he's.
mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the last place I would think about hiding out. You know what I
But yeah,
mean?
what's that tell you, right?
Oh shit! I mean that.
And to them, the most important, that embarrassing part of that was our allies finding out that we weren't just doing our people; we were
Right.
collecting every message and
Everybody.
text and phone call of
Yep.
theirs as well.
Yep.
And that was the only part that was ever talked about. It never got into these guys need to go to prison for what they're doing. That never fucking developed.
Oh, I know. See, that's the problem, though. Okay, that, where is our enforcement? Like for instance, all right, where is we the people's enforcement to
Yes,
force the government to comply, basically?
yes.
You know what I
Uh,
mean? All
I,
right, because
I think it's in
okay,
the Second Amendment. It was
well, okay, okay,
our
all right. If
enforcement
we get,
must
if
be
we,
ourselves. We delegated that to someone else, and that's where we fucked up. Our true
that's
enforcement
I
was,
agree, I
yeah,
agree, because honestly, because I mean, honestly, acquiescing and complying with this stuff, and then they actually get that coercive, they want to force you into complying. It's kind of like the ID crack. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
They're always trying to coerce you into giving up your Fourth Amendment. You know what I mean? It's like
yes.
your Fourth Amendment doesn't exist on a traffic stop in court. In their eyes. You know what I mean? It doesn't really exist.
And
You know.
this is changing the subject a little bit, but we were talking about. I know I was talking about how the devil himself needs your compliance. It
Right.
sounds the same way on these traffic stops that you're talking about.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
if you know the right language or spells, he really needs your compliance. And a lot of times you can deflect that bullshit. He's trying to convince you
Hmm.
that you are wrong about a thing. And most people just acquiesce and go with what he's saying.
Right.
But if you stand firm and do not give your consent, it changes shit. Not only that, even in the nuance, when I see people who don't stand strong and they give him strength and believe that his magic will work,
Right.
like they take a step back or do something that shows that they're afraid. I see the momentum change, and suddenly, uh, that guy becomes he gets trampled over, or he gets locked up, or he has to back up, and all of that shit. However, if you do not comply, if you do that shit that I do, if I know I'm on legal footing, fuck you. I ain't going no fucking where. It changes every fucking thing. It's
Well, that's the thing too. It's like I know we got a lawful right to defend ourselves with any
yes,
means necessary. If that cop, for instance, is doing something unlawful up to like a felony type scenario, if this
yeah,
cop is, I mean, really for real, is doing this. But the thing is like, if you were to fight back and defend yourself from
yes,
this cop would
yes.
sit there and use whatever he could, unless you can like, and then they would try and drag you down to where like,
Let's
you
take
just give up and don't take it all the way through, because honestly, that's what they're counting on, is you just not
let's take
pursuing it.
George Floyd. The
Right.
cops aren't
Okay.
killing you, but they're killing another person in front of you.
Right.
And let's take all the political shit out. He is choking the shit out of him or whatever. It's
Hmm.
clear, not just did he technically, he's choking the shit out of him.
Right.
And those people who are 6, 7, 8 feet away, they run in there to stop that. The same thing would occur that you're talking about. The law of the hammer would come down, and and they'd be punished,
Oh
and
yeah.
it would be taught that no one interferes when I'm killing a nigga.
Right.
That those things would
Right.
occur.
It doesn't matter if that cop is totally in the wrong from the fucking get go.
Yes, doesn't
And
matter. The system
that's the
is worked
problem.
out to
That's exactly.
survive. Yeah,
Well, see,
it's
that's the thing. It's like I've been trying to. I've told other people this too, because, the corporation government of the government, the thing called the government, whatever. This thing right here, it doesn't really give a shit about you or me or any of us. The only thing it cares about is continuity of government, is
agreed, right?
keeping that continuity, and that's it. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what your feelings are and what you believe and blah blah blah, or who
In
I
fact,
am.
your feelings and shit could only get in the way.
Yeah.
They don't really matter. But if you get too loud about your feelings, they'll get you hurt.
Well, see,
Like
that's the thing too. I see they talk about like protests and stuff. It's like, really, what does it do? I mean, the only time they really pay attention is when it becomes violent.
yes, yeah,
It's the only time they really pay attention. But
yes.
even then,
It's
it's like, who do you think? Do you think they really care when they sit there
it's
up in that
just
ivory
temporary
tower,
shit
walking,
for
looking
their
at
existence, for their
D
sustainability.
Dog? What's up?
They just make temporary acquiesces, and it's just small enough and long enough. What up, whoever that was. Uh, yes, that acquiescence is just a token acquiescence, and it only lasts a short amount of time. Like, say, one of these cops, in order to keep their existence, they throw him under the bus and say we're gonna give him 15 years, and it's just because your goofy ass has a short attention span. And they let him out in 19 months or something. It was
Yeah.
just token. It was all about the continuity of itself.
Right. Yeah. So, all right, I mean, and then the $10,000 question is like, what do we do about it? That kind of shit. When
Yes,
it comes down to a lot of it, you know what I mean. All
yes.
this overall problem that affects all of us. You know what I mean.
Here we
I've got
go.
like I said, I
The-
got all those little personal problems that go along with it that kind of compounds all this other shit
yes.
that's being put on top of it.
Yes. So here, this is where we begin. St. Augustine, Martin Luther King, an unjust law is no law at all. And but because, as we just stated, one nigga get his ass whooped and discouraged, somehow we have to create it where people all understand that and en masse do a thing. That there becomes a difficulty. I don't know if my mouthpiece is that
Well, you
cold.
remember that monkey test that I showed you, where you know they taught the monkeys not to climb up that
Yeah,
ladder,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember.
and it's just like it became inherent. They ended up doing it unconsciously, not even knowing
Yes,
why.
sheep.
And I
It's
mean,
like when I go out
yeah,
and I film, like the video I put out yesterday, day before. You have sheep in there. Leave those people alone. Those are monkeys trying to pull you off of that fucking ladder.
right,
They
right.
don't even know
So
why.
right, exactly. That's where I was going with the frauditor thing.
Granddaddy, the
I
father.
think the frauditor guys, they're trying to pull you off that ladder. They don't even know why they're doing it, but they're trying to pull
Yes,
you off.
yes.
You know what I mean? And that's the same mentality that I see. You know what I'm
I
saying?
become softer in my comment section on them. I really used to humiliate
Well,
them
well,
back
I
in the
mean,
day.
there's a few guys like fucking what's his name, the donut guy or whatever. There's a few guys out there that really, I'm like, okay, listen. I mean, and it kind of reminds me of that one guy. But the only thing I appreciate about that guy that we were talking to on Flows,
Yeah.
he was very candid.
Yes,
He was
yes.
very,
Brave. It takes
yeah. I
courage to
mean,
do that.
well, see, that was the thing. I actually admired that part.
Yes,
That was the reason why I I tried not to. I was trying not to blow up on the guy, but it was just
yes,
really. I was like, okay, oh my gosh, that's the mentality that we're trying to eradicate from this nation. That shouldn't have been here in the first fucking place. You
yes.
know what I
And
mean?
here is that must be the difference between us and them. They like
Right.
to eradicate that mentality, and a lot of my friends think the way to eradicate that mentality is to eradicate the person. You know, some people
No,
think
I
that
think
they
okay. It's an idea. That's the thing, though. It's like it's how do you defeat an idea? You know
right,
what I mean? Because an idea doesn't have a physical body or anything
right.
like that. You know
It
what
can
I mean?
inherit like the Matrix. It can, and the girl in the red dress. It can
Right,
inhabit anybody.
right. And
Uh,
that's the problem too, because that was why I went. I was very concerned when he mentioned he had a child. I was
yes,
like, oh crap, man. I was
it's
like,
gonna
okay, well,
continue.
it's a continuing cycle. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the next generation coming up. You know what I mean?
Well,
Uh,
this is again with the what do we do? Someone just left a comment, and I flipped it up.
what are you talking
And
about?
it so someone left a comment, and it made my mind jump. And I could only read the
Okay,
first couple of letters of it, but it made me think about a new law in California where a cop must tell you why he's pulling you over. And then, as far
right,
as I know, that's the first time that that's happened anywhere.
right.
So if they didn't come up with that on their own, somebody pushed that somehow. Someone made that occur, which means we can make other things like that occur.
Well, okay. All right.
Wait. Let me say
Yeah,
this. I wonder
go
if
ahead.
we didn't make it occur. I wonder if is it because we made all these cops look stupid and put their lawsuits out there that maybe we did change that fucking shit.
That okay. I'm saying it's very possible. I mean, you would not, Joe, you would not believe how many people out there that are influenced by people like you out
I
there doing what
if
you're doing.
I would
I mean,
not.
seriously,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people out there that learn a lot, especially by people like you that know. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people out there. There's a few of them that are assholes that are totally putting a bad light on the whole the
Yes.
cop watcher auditor type scenario.
Yes.
Is
But even
but
those clowns usually will state some laws. Some are really horrible
right,
at it,
but
but
I'm just
they
saying,
will
but
say that
it's knowledge
I don't
out there.
have to ID unless I'm suspected of a
Right,
crime. Even those people are teaching,
right, right.
influencing people. Yeah.
Well, but even then, it's like okay, all right. I personally, I don't always believe what I hear. It's like
Same.
I'm not one of those type
Same.
of people that think, oh, I was on
Good.
YouTube. It's got to be the fucking truth. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Right.
so
Right.
even if I hear somebody saying a particular statute or whatever, I'm gonna look it up anyway on my own
I
just to find
can't
out what he's
repeat
talking
it
about.
as a rule of mine. I can't repeat it unless I look it up. And several sources,
Right.
normally at least three or four.
Well,
Uh,
but in
If I
turn, that also educates other people that are watching this that they have never had an encounter with a cop. You know, there
right,
are people out there that actually exist that's never had an encounter with
I
a
know,
cop.
I
You
know.
know what I mean? I don't know where they are, but there are people out there that
I get it all the time in my comment section.
it's crazy
Joe,
though.
I'm 59 years old, and I've never had a negative interaction with a cop. In fact, yeah, my brother-in-law is a cop. He's very nice. Over on Thanksgiving, that's all they know about policing, which
Right.
amazes me because I used to get searched 3 times a day in my neighborhood just standing outside. It's amazing.
I'm
And
glad I don't live in that kind of a neighborhood
This
anymore. But
this sums it up. I tell the same story. Me and a friend I hadn't seen for a while. I don't know whether winter or whatever the fuck, and we hadn't seen each other. And she's walking her kid home from a grammar school. Kids young, and hey, we stop on the corner. I had on our mic corners. Both of us live on the same block, and I'm like, oh wow, the baby's getting older, and blah blah blah. Yeah, I just brought her home from school. Cop rides by and say, hey, get the fuck off my corner. And I try to be nice. I say, officer, we live here. This is my neighbor. You live on the corner? Like, no, we live here on the block. Well, get where you live. I'm like, listen, she just walked her kid home from school. If I come back, I'm locking both of your asses up. And you still out here, I'm locking your asses up. And this is how they speak to me. I'm a leader of the community. And to me, she's a cherished mom and all of these things. And this is how they spoke to me my entire life. When they
right.
needed a rest in Chicago, they don't do the shit you see on YouTube. They just come by in a big enough truck that can pick up 10 or 15 people, and they take you in, and they tell
Yep.
you when you get there, you charge with gambling, loitering,
Right.
all of that nonsense. I got enough.
The paddy wagon is what we called it.
The paddy wagon. I didn't know a cop told me that was racist, and he had a good heart about it. He was like,
Well, I mean, that's what it was.
I
That's what
didn't
I grew
know.
up
He
down here in the
told me
South. That's what we call it down here, paddy
they
wagon back
call
in
it in
the day.
Chicago. I was like, he told me why it's got something to do with the Irish or something. I never knew that. I called it a paddy wagon too. He was
Well,
just
see,
teaching
yeah,
me.
I'm gonna tell you, the Irish were there was a lot of them back in the day that were actually slaves or indentured servants, I guess you would call them or whatever. It
Yeah,
was the
yeah,
same kind of scenario. They were still slaves,
yeah.
but there was a lot of the Irish that were brought over here for that reason.
I
Uh,
use that story too when all of these white folks are so hard. And it's usually white folks that are so hard on immigrants. That's the
yeah,
story I use. I'm sure someone in your families is Irish. Do you know what they
yeah,
went through? No dogs in Irish,
yeah, yeah,
menial jobs.
right.
They went. You're gonna give that same shit to the immigrant coming over here? And
Well,
their
see that
argument,
well,
here's their counter argument. I'm sorry because this is distracting, but their counter argument is, well, they can't just come over here unvetted. But it's a false argument. You are thinking that we don't want them over here the same way they thought about the fucking Irish.
well, all right. Uh, Now I think a lot of that stuff that's coming in is on the same level of slavers, just bringing more slaves in. I mean, they're pushing them in. What's driving them from their countries? That's what I've wondered. Is like exactly what exactly conditions are so bad where they're coming from. They have to leave, and they're
I'm
all getting
not
on a train
sure.
to come up here.
I'm not
You know what I
sure
mean?
that their conditions
Or
is
it's not
this. That is,
necessarily all South American and Mexican, but there's people from all over the world. Dude, there was people there was like, I mean, now I saw images of these they were Chinese immigrants that were coming through across the border. All right, they got caught by immigration or whatever. And now you can think of it whatever you want. Now there was a bunch of them that were just standing there waiting in line at with the immigration or whatever, but they were all standing at like at ease or at a parade rest, like a military, like,
yes,
standing with their, what I'm talking about?
I do.
Well, all right, now, like I said, you can look at it whatever you want, but I mean, when I see that kind of like that body language, that tells me that there was a lot of military training. These are guys that are of
Yeah,
that so-called quote unquote age, you know what I mean? And they're trying to get across
yes,
the border. And this is what's been caught. All right.
yes.
What, you think about what hasn't been caught and what reasoning that the military is coming in. and that's just one aspect. And you
I'm
got people trying to,
assuming though that would have happened with the Irish. There would have been a bunch of them that came from a certain part of Ireland.
what, trying to defect or something, or being
No, no,
shipped
no.
in.
They came over here on their own, or whatever leader told them to come over here for whatever reason, and they would have presented that same image when they got off the boat. And we are proud of ourselves. You know, we've all been in the military, and they would have stood like that. And someone sat up and said, "Someone with agenda sent him here to kill us. They're gonna blow up or something, or burn down a city." You know,
Yeah.
just and undoubtedly these things are going on, but all of the reason that it's really talked about, it's the us versus them. That's what it boils down to. No one really cares, or he would start at how can we help them, uh, and not, you're not helping them by bringing some guy from a hot climate into Chicago in the wintertime and putting them on the floor of a police station. No, you're not helping them. That's political. If you're a homeless motherfucker, the whatever solution y'all come up for them, no, you're trying to look good. You can tell where motherfuckers hard at because their actions would show that shit. And no one I talk to about the immigrants coming over, or who have a problem with them coming over, it's never they approaching it from the part of sincerely, from the part of they must be vetted and we should take care of them and this and that. No, it's always from a place of enmity.
All right, check this out, Joe. Now, I'm kind of this thought. All right, now when you're at home, all right, do you leave your door open for anybody to just kind of wander in and just kind of feel at home and sit there in your living room and all that stuff?
God, no.
Okay, I'm kind of looking at the borders as kind of like the door to my house.
And you
I
shouldn't.
well,
And you shouldn't. The
the reason why
U.S.
I get that. I mean, I get that on certain aspects where you're coming from. I totally get where you're coming from, Joe. Don't get me wrong, but I'm sitting here and thinking, I'm like, okay, well, this is the land that I'm living on. All
Yes,
right, all right, and if I'm supposed to be part of this big system that I have no choice to live in, all
yes.
right, well, then that's my property line out there, right? That border is basically my property line.
I
All right.
understand that, but I would know immediately that that's in my head and proper propaganda programming. All I'd have to do is say, I'm gonna move that imaginary line 1,000 yards south.
Yeah.
Now, do all these horrible things really occur? Did that line really exist, or did man
Yeah.
put that in
That's a
my
good
head?
point.
That'll
A
give
good
me a
point.
direction to start.
Yeah. That's a good
Uh,
point because I mean, me personally, I think the wall should just continue up and take California out with it. Uh,
I
so
don't think we need a wall. If we That's a good one, right? I
I'm
think we
serious.
if we teach people, if we had good hearts and all of these things, no one is gonna allow you to come over here doing criminal shit. Uh and people would help you. And you come over here, if people are good, they don't come over here. He don't even speak our language. You should at least take time to speak. Whether you're right or wrong, your spirit is wrong. The person who has a good spirit is going to be like, oh, this guy's coming over here, he's going to have a difficult time. I've got a niece who speaks Spanish. Maybe she could help you learn some English. That's from a good place, a good heart. So you don't need a wall if people have good hearts. They're going to help and stop crime when necessary.
Well, that maybe
Not to,
well, okay, see, okay, but put it this way. I mean, I was sitting there talking to this one guy, and he left. I think it was Guatemala or something like that. But anyway, he left there and came over here, and and because something or whatever was so bad where he was living. I don't remember exactly what it was.
uh,
But anyway, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, okay, my mentality, this is my logic, was going this direction. I was like, okay, well, I don't really want cowards that couldn't deal with whatever was going on in your own country and you came here,
I
because
dig it.
honestly, because I don't want cowards that, next thing you know,
Wait,
our country goes to shit, they're just going to take turn and run somewhere else anyway. They're not going to even try and do anything.
Yes, I
I'm
dig
not
it,
going
but
anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. You know what I mean? I'm
I
not going to
dig
go to
it,
another
but
damn country and flee. I'm going
yeah,
to, you know what I'm saying?
I dig it, and I'm with you. I had that same thought about the neighborhood. Everybody wants to
Right.
get money and lead a neighborhood. I was like, no, I'm gonna
Well,
stay
no,
here and blah
exactly.
blah
It's
blah.
fight for it. Make it better. You know what I mean? It's like, don't just
However,
leave it behind for the shit. You know what I mean?
yes, however, that same mentality, if I'm an adult, must apply to everywhere. The only
Right.
stake I have is that land that I literally sit on, and I don't know how much of that is really mine. But this is the world. I need to be able to go to Egypt or wherever in God's world. I don't need some man coming up telling me all these different things. I know I'm a good man, good heart. I'm not going to come over to your country and fuck shit up. Your
Right.
rules need to allow for that in order for you to be, if you're really down with this freedom shit and rights and shit, I got the right to go where the fuck I want.
Yeah.
Uh, and
Well, I mean,
because,
we're the oddball.
I
We're the
mean, you
oddball around the whole world. Basically, we're the only ones that we're supposed to be. Well, actually, our system is turned more like everything else around the world. But that's
but
how
it's
we're supposed.
based in,
Yeah,
yes,
it's we're supposed to be in a
yes,
sense different. We're not supposed to be like everybody else because that's
yes.
what everybody else decided to get away from and come here for to
That's
get
why I
do
get
something
that
different.
arrogance about my
Yeah.
country, and I hate to
I
do
do
that,
too. I'm like, I know.
but
I mean,
I
I'm like,
do.
dude, that's what. Okay, that's what I sit there and talk to those guys over in the UK. All right, I talk to those guys over in Ireland, Scotland, all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too.
I'm worldwide when it comes down to when I talk to people. All right, the thing
Uh,
is, it's like, dude, I was like, okay, that's why my ancestors left those damn countries because of the way that fucking shit is, and they came here. I think those were the smart ones, that left that shit to come here. All right,
yes.
but the thing is there's a lot of that crap mentality that came from over there that imported over here and got in positions of power. That's the
I
problem,
agree. We got the same issue though. Like in Africa, I remember some preachers went over there, and there are anything Americans do, especially white Americans, they think it's right, sophisticated, advanced. Some preachers went over there and told them how shitty it was to be gay and how much of a sin it was. And that shit blew up. And the gay people who lived there, some of them were flamboyant and all of that shit. They came up with a law where you couldn't be gay anymore. And I remember before the law passed, and it made me think of the horrible, because I knew where it came from because I had been watching that shit, and it made me think that the influence that us as Americans, we're about to get motherfuckers killed, and the law was approaching at this particular point when I whatever I'm thinking that I saw, and they were afraid. They were like, I'm not even going, because this guy in particular who I'm thinking of was flamboyant. He's like, I'm not going to be able to walk down the street. I got to get on a bus and go somewhere. We did that as Americans. The same way they come over with bad shit here, we, if there is a we, go over there with bad shit. And I don't
yeah.
believe, or unless I don't believe that there's a we. Certainly not.
So,
Babe, you going
well,
somewhere?
see,
Hold on, my girlfriend. Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. No, I was sitting there. I'm just sitting there thinking about it too. I was like, um, all these wars that were like supposed to be importing democracy or spreading democracy. I mean, technically, the United States of America is a constitutional republic. Why are we trying to spread democracy? You know what I mean? We're not a democracy, and we're not trying to spread what we are. You know what I mean? So why are we trying to spread democracy around the damn world? It's something that I've thought about. It's one of them things. I don't know. Ulick, what's up, man?
All right, I'm back.
I don't know.
What? What's good? Yeah.
Hey, now think about it. I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and join the conversation.
Oh.
Um,
Oh my God, that was my man. And I don't want to tell his business, but I just saying like our relationship was, I think he's wise and talented. Me trying to get him to speak more. That's my entire relationship with him.
with Ulick?
Yes. Uh,
Yeah.
yes, it was me. Oh, I'm good. He'll speak very rarely and shit like that. And then
Joni,
eventually.
on the other hand, she'll talk your ear off. You know what I mean? But I like listening to her. She's got a lot to say.
I
So
do. And actually, I hate to admit this because I like back and forth dialogue.
right,
But Joni's strong part is her ability to dialogue alone. There's been times
yeah.
like in the morning, I wake up and I can listen to her and shit. I'd be screen recording shit. And, it's just really interesting shit. A good interesting angle.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, Joe, there are times, man, there are certain things that I can get a little long-winded on, and I'm a Southern boy, so I think slow and I talk a little slower. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's one
You
of them
had it.
things.
No, you'd had the same issue. People don't see you get off. Yeah, right. Because in our environment, you got to get in and get out quick and all of that shit.
Yeah,
And your strong point is a slowed down conversation. Who was that philosopher? Socrates. They were big fans of philosophy and philosophers, and he said you can tell because they talk slow and something. They don't do that fast talking
well,
shit.
I don't really trust these people that talk really fast, like a mile a minute. Shit, I don't really trust them because I don't
I
know.
immediately think
They,
slick, right? I
well,
immediately
yeah,
think
I think
slick.
of like oil salesmen. I'm
Oh,
thinking
slick.
like, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking in my head. It's like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people out there that, I mean, all right, there I just thought like, okay, if I just use YouTube for instance, there's a couple of guys that I talk to here and there that, yeah, I mean, if you get them to like slow down and talk a little bit more, civil, whatever, they're actually smart about some of the stuff they talk about,
Tommy,
but
Tommy Illuminati.
okay,
I
well, I'm
think
just, yeah,
Tommy's a fucking genius, but
but
you,
dude, when they
God,
start talking like a mile a minute and shit, I'm like, golly, man,
yes,
I don't really, I'm like, okay, I think, like I said, I think a little slower, I talk a little slower,
salesman.
so
I think
yeah,
salesman when a motherfucker start talking too quick, or a
yeah,
motherfucker start cutting you off. I think insecurity. He's got to
mm,
sell his point, so his argument's weak. I think shit like
right.
that, bro.
Well, see, okay, all right, and that's another thing too. Like I said, I talk worldwide, and I actually had a guy over in I think he was in Scotland or whatever that was asking me this. I think it was Scotland, but anyway, he was asking me. It's like, what are the no, no, the main attributes that I noticed that are difference between like Europeans and or
Right,
British or whatever and
American.
Americans. Well, the two things that I notice, like, don't get me wrong, I notice it still happens here in America, but I notice more prevalent over in the UK or in Europe, whatever, is
Uh,
they really like to pay attention to drama. They really like drama. They thrive
really?
on that. Yeah, I mean, it's like they want to live in a soap opera. It's really like entertainment for a lot of people over there. And then on top of that, they always like to talk
Hmm.
over each other.
I
And that
didn't
was one of
notice that.
well,
The
that's the thing. It's like it's they're always yelling over each other, and whoever's the loudest gets the attention.
Yes,
That kind of thing.
and the other thing, the drama thing. I remember when I started meeting people over there on this internet, thinking and other places that it will be different. And I
Mm.
remember seeing that they had an appetite for drama, and some of the people I met, I couldn't hang out, but I didn't make that jump to they're as
Well,
bad or worse than we
well,
are.
no, I'm not saying either way. I just did there's just observations that I
Okay,
noticed the
okay,
difference between
yeah,
the two. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of people in America that really love the drama too. Don't get me wrong about
yes,
that.
yeah,
But it's just like if I was to stack the two of them to, side by side, I
yeah,
just see it's more of a like a it's more of an attraction there, because it's like soap operas and stuff like that has always been a big deal in people's lives over there because it's like a small.
yeah.
You think about it, the damn state of Florida is bigger than that whole damn out of the
All right,
UK almost. You know what I mean?
right, right.
I mean,
If
it's like
if if you think about it, back in the day, I know I grew up, my mom and sister, and every chick was invested in their soap opera. Maybe it's
right.
just they're doing the same shit that we did years ago or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Uh,
know, but like I said, it's
and
just like
now hip house housewives ain't done the new. I don't watch that shit, but those type of shit is probably the new soap opera that I'm sure Americans are eating up.
and
You
that
know,
drives me nuts too because even back in the days of like My Three Sons and all that crap
I
back in the
remember
day,
that.
the Leave It the Beaver and all that stuff.
I
All right,
remember.
people actually believe that's how life was. All
Right,
right. All
right,
right. But that's the thing. It's like now the modern day version of that is what you just said, for instance. And that's
right.
how people think people actually live.
And
You
that
know?
sucks, man. That's also on my end. The black folks, culture, hip hop.
Mm.
People really think that there are some black folks that we run around with the watch and the so and so and all of that. And even us, even we believe in it and try to emulate that shit. But your normal people are like my family. They squares with jobs and shit,
Right.
bro. I'm the only what you call it black sheep. You know?
Right. Well, I mean, every family's got them. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, I mean, yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's like I don't necessarily want to be that leaf just being, floated down the river and having the current take me wherever it goes. I actually
Yeah.
want to be able to steer wherever I want to
Yes,
go.
yes. But you know
And
what though? I can't lie. I'm a fan of the current and shit because I think it's smarter than me. And I'm okay with steering. I probably must steer. I get such a kick out of steering. But I find that when I go with the current, my life goes better and I'm happier, right? I don't want the current to leave. It's brought me here.
well,
If I had
that's a
my
good,
own
good.
current, I might be
Well,
fucking
no,
with the
no. I mean, yeah.
Illuminati somewhere if I was
Well, no,
following
I
my own
get
current.
that. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like okay. Well, then I'm at the current mercy the whole time. I get it. It's easier because it's just you don't really have to do anything. You know what I mean? You just let it
Yes.
take you wherever it goes. Doesn't matter if there's a rock up there or a big tree branch you're in the way. It
Uh,
doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
yes.
So I would like to be able to avoid obstacles if I can, and
Listen,
maybe even
you
make
get
it out of
good.
the damn.
I was about to
Yeah.
say you get good in that current. Sun Tzu talked about something that this reminds me of Sun Tzu too, where when you're really good, you see the current way ahead. He was talking about in war, you know people and personalities, and just by them getting together, and you can read the climate. And he's like someone really talented will avoid that war altogether. He'll slip in there where those guys too. Normally, those two guys are going to fight or be abrasive. That person slips in there, cracks a few jokes, and that person leaves town, and a war was averted, and no one even knows because they're not smart enough. A really tight guy sees the current and reads the winds and shit, and he's been steering. He's nowhere near that rock when he gets there,
Right.
man. That's the fun part of life.
Well, that's the thing too. Is I'm trying to basically I've been Joe. Oh man. Um, uh, you know, with stuff that's going on in my own personal crap. There's a lot of stuff that's out of my control, really.
I can
Um,
understand that. Yes, I can totally understand that. Even
and
uh, that would be the current that we're talking about. But
right.
what's working with what's in your control, getting really good at it, is
Yeah. So it's like
what we're
okay,
talking about.
I got to put some kind of a rudder on this sucker, or I've got to get put some sails on it somewhere somehow. I mean,
Yes.
that kind of shit. Because
Yes.
honestly, man, I've got to fare this way. I got to get. All right. Um, I don't
Listen,
want I don't
I
want
don't need your
things.
personal shit. I don't. If
I
you
get it.
have,
I get it. No,
uh,
I mean, this is like there's certain things that I just don't want it to get to the worst case scenario,
here,
which leads to
here
a
is my
homeless
advice.
scenario.
Here's my advice. If it can stop you from where you're going, my advice, and if it's insufficient, then continue. My advice is that when you do want to change a thing, when it's that intent, serious or whatever, it comes down to time and time management.
Right.
It sucks, but you would have to put in hours a day, every day to change anything. That's the truth. All right. I don't give a fuck if it's your appearance, workout, diet, art, whatever it is. If you really want to change, that's the commitment it takes. Hours a day. So whatever it is, when you get to the point where you're doing hours a day to change it, over time, it will get better and it'll get where the fuck you want it. Uh, but whatever it is, that situation that you're in, and I know it ain't easy. Like, let's say it's purely financial. What do I do hours a day to gain finance? It's not easy solutions, but
Yeah.
it
Well,
will be hours. It won't
I'm
be.
still working on different ways. I'm trying to figure out ways of making that passive income. Dude, I would love to get
Yes,
some passive income. I'm trying to
yes.
work on ways of doing that. If I could figure out ways of doing that.
I
But the
suck
thing,
at that. I couldn't tell
I
you.
know it's
Actually,
like
depending
I
on
know it
what
can
you
be
do.
done. I know
Yes.
it can be
All
done.
these young motherfuckers doing it on YouTube, right?
Well, I mean, so that's the thing too. I was like, all right, even this, for instance. All right, I love having a conversation with you, Joe. I love talking
Yeah.
to you, man. All right, and
Yeah.
I love talking to interesting people.
Yes.
And I started looking at things like Joe Rogan, for instance. You
Yeah.
see what he's doing, and he's making shitloads of money doing what he's doing. You look
But
at like,
look, but you
but
Joe
they do
Rogan
it
would
like
have
every
never got
day.
he'd have
It's like a
never
job. You
he'd have
know,
never gotten that position had he not
that's
put
true,
himself in that
but
position doing
still,
other
but
things.
that's true.
Meaning that if you want to be in a position where you do the Joe Rogan thing here, it's gonna require so much shit outside of it, right?
No, no,
Like
I get it. No, I get it.
yeah,
No, but I mean, it's like, okay, you think about like even people trying to make money off of YouTube with monetization and all that stuff. It's like
right,
they're cranking out a video or two or three a day. You know
yes,
what I mean? And
yeah,
then if you get into the editing part of it, which I do
yes,
everything on a damn cell phone, dude. You
me
know what I mean?
too.
So I mean, if you get into that, it's like a whole 8 hour more, 10 hour, 15
Every
hour
day, and
day.
I don't make enough money on here to do anything.
Exactly, dude. It's like that's the
But
thing.
listen,
And plus, I don't want to be
every day
dependent on it either. You know what I
I
mean?
put in 8 hours a day to get the little money I get. Every day. If I take a day off, like I took yesterday or the day before off, you notice it. That's how often you fucking work.
Right, right.
Uh, uh, uh,
Well,
this is the same shit you're gonna have to put in, and not only that, do you got to put in 8 hours a day? It takes a year or years before you
yeah.
start getting the payback that you think
Right.
you want. You don't,
Exactly.
that's how it
Yeah,
works
because I mean,
too.
honestly, you got to be fucking feeding that business that you started for that first year or two, and then you're actually making something out of it.
Exactly. It's the
You know what I
same
mean?
way if you're doing it on here. You got to
Well,
really be
because
professional
yeah,
feeding them. Like if the guy who comes on here and just hops on unprepared, he's only going to get so far and do so much. He's probably at the tip of his subs already. But the guy who spends hours in preparation and gets
right.
on here, he's the guy that has 100,000 subs in 3 months.
Right. Well, see, I
Uh,
thought about that. It's like, for instance, if I just wanted to have like a talk, and talk to people and stuff like that, and actually make money doing that. But it
yes,
was just like, I would actually, you talk about prepared. It's like I've got to have some kind of topics, some kind of points or something like that, and this and that,
yes.
and you know what I mean.
Yes.
It
Here, I
was
can give
like,
you advice to that too. I can give you
go ahead.
advice to that too. Buy a bunch of notebooks, about 4 or 5,
Right.
and start filling them up until you write it down. I don't want to sound weird here,
Like
but
all the
I'll say
ideas.
this.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, it ain't having them here is not enough. Writing it down is 60% of the battle. And then when you
Yeah.
get used to it, it becomes 70, 80% of the battle. Uh, if you're
Yeah.
not
Because then
writing
you
it
start
down, you're
checking them on,
not
and then you start
serious.
crossing them off and shit like that. You know
Yes,
what I
and
mean?
refine them and fine tuning
Yeah.
them.
Well, I
Yes.
mean, for instance, okay, all right, it's like who was it earlier? Somebody in the chat was actually reminding me because I mean, I've been wanting to do a panel talk on homelessness and bugging out, kind of like those
Okay,
concepts
I
or
love
whatever.
them both. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and that's another thing too. I want to get I want to get certain people on the panel. I just kind of want to get
Yeah.
like a good conversation on those subjects because I have a lot of experience on the homelessness part of it and bugging
Same.
out, and it's kind of like if it's like happening to everybody at the same time, not just me by myself.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know what
I
I mean?
think both of them. That I
And
work
and
with the
and what
homeless, and
and what and is anybody really prepared for that? Because it's
well, it
never a good
depends.
time.
It
It's never a good
depends.
time.
I had a conversation with the cats who I thought were most ready. I mean,
Right.
in all ways, all of them, in fact, got like vehicles prepared. Even if they got cribs, they got
Right.
vehicles. This is how serious they are. All right. And when I asked them what they're going to put in their go bag, you got to grab it and go. What do you put in there? The first cat, he thought like most people thought. He was like, man, you're going to need a good knife. You're going to need a good saw. You're going to need boots that last, raincoat. He's thinking straight to nature. The
Right.
other cat says, you're going to want passport. You're going to want money. He thought like that.
Mhm.
So you're bugging out means different things to different people.
Well, that's the thing. It's like there's okay now they're like for instance, if like the crap hit the fan, for instance, all right, there and you were forced to leave, and people actually had a location to go to, they can bug
Yes,
out to, that's a different
yes,
story. I can
yes,
see where like a passport and money would come involved right there, because
yes.
then you're trying to get to a place that you already got set up. That's probably,
Yeah.
got
These clowns
supplies.
all got land. The cats who I'm with now, we got like, I don't know, 38 chickens or something in the backyard. All got land. We're on the big land. I'm from the ghetto. This is like stupid land to me. I watch Pikes Peak every morning and shit, but they all
Right.
got land elsewhere, right?
Right.
In case, just in
I
case.
wish I had that, but that's the thing. It's like if I got into that situation where I had to leave and I had no choice but to just take what I can carry on my back or in my car, and I don't have a location to go to. All
I
right.
dig it. Interesting. Yeah.
And all right. Now let's just say like that's everybody out there was in that situation. Like an EMP happened and we're already 2 weeks into it. All right. And you can't stay in your apartment complex no more. All right. What are you going to do? All right. All right. What's your plan? See, that's the thing. It's like it's more the extreme thinking, but if you think about the worst case scenario and you kind of actually get a plan for if that happens, because it's like, for instance, okay, when you get that knock at your door, do you have a plan on what you're going to do when that knock comes to your door? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
are you going to just open the door and think about it after the fact? You know what
Right.
I mean?
It depends. If I'm in a city, I got a plan, and my
Right.
city plan is pretty good too. But these cats are so prepared. My man has a big ass. It would be like what is it called? Like a UPS truck or something. He's converted it. It's done on the inside. All of that shit. And when I say converted it, he's got solar panels. He's got
Right.
that work. The heating, the cooling,
Yeah.
all of that shit you need. It's a diesel truck, but the model he got has an engine that's simple enough where if you take old oil, you can burn it. You got to pass it through.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
All right,
Yeah.
it's black diesel they call it.
Yeah,
He's
yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's I'm trying to think of the damn name of the
well,
burner, but anyway, go
yeah,
ahead.
yes, but he's got another tank just as big on the other side of the fucking truck where you could burn that. So, you can go across the United States. And he's got containers. My point is, these cats my plan is probably different from other niggas. Not only that, we got places to go. My
Right,
plan is, is probably different from another motherfucker's plan.
that's true. But that's
You
another
know,
thing too. So I mean, I don't want you to sit there and tell your whole plan, but I mean, you got a plan, right? You got do
yeah.
you have a place to go, or do you have a
Yes,
plan if
yes.
you don't? I
Yeah,
mean,
we do.
what if, okay, this is another thing I thought about too, me personally.
Yeah.
Now, if I got a place that I really would like to go to, but
Yeah.
it's like 3 states away. There's a lot of territory to get across to get to that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I didn't
All
think of
right.
that.
Now,
Yes.
but the thing is like I can't rely on that being my place to be because I don't know how I'm going to get there exactly. If everything was,
And they might even by then they might have did the drop by drop shit on you, and now they're keeping tabs when you go state to
right.
state. They're talking
Well,
about doing that shit.
that's another thing too. I thought about this too. It's like, what if somebody's already at my spot? Somebody's
Yeah.
already there because I know I'm not
Yes.
the only one that knows about it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what do I do now? You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yes.
fuck, but, 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 it's just a crazy scenario. It's like,
If you remember when the bug came along,
yeah,
uh, they were saying 1 in 10 people would die, and
right,
tightly congested areas would die more. And not only that, they pushed that myth. They had calculators and shit with all the people dying just spinning like the fucking revenue so and so.
right.
The debt clock. It was
Yeah, yeah,
death.
yeah,
It was
yeah. The
death.
death clock. Yeah,
It was death clock.
yeah,
Uh, uh, and people in the inner cities, everybody who had open land were saying, and I don't know if this ever came to fruition, but people from the inner city were coming and just moving under their land, kind of like you're talking about, where wherever you thought you were going to go, someone has went there and usurped it, whether it's theirs or not, type shit. There was a big so and so about that. One girl came onto the internet and she was saying like it's happening. She's in Utah, and we know she's had a lot of space. And there's some people, and I went out there with my shotgun, and I don't know if they're gonna move. And it turned out that they was like, oh shit, we didn't know this was your shit. Just sitting in the car, and they left. It was none of that trying to inhabit and take over her shit that we thought was gonna occur. But the thought was out there that,
Hmm.
oh man, they're gonna come over here, and someone's gonna come to my farm and kill me, and because I have supplies, that
Right.
thought was out there.
Well, there is that. Well, you got to understand. Okay, that's one of the things that one of the things that I learned from a person
What's
I
up,
know
Guru?
that could not make it out of Venezuela and is still there. And one of the main things that they say is don't ever tell anybody about what you have in your prep. All right, because okay, yeah, I might know my neighbors. All right, I might know I've probably met them once or twice, maybe, or not at all, but I just know of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but the thing is like, all right, let's say we're 2 or 3 weeks into a power outage, like
Yes.
nationwide or
Yes.
whatever. All right, and
Yes.
he's got a couple of kids, and they're getting hungry because they ran out of food. All right, and he
And you
knows that
spent the last 2 months telling
yeah.
him like, yeah, man,
Well,
I
I mean,
got
no, I didn't tell
shit
him
in my
anything. He just knows
shelter
that
over
I'm kind of
here.
like in that
Prep
mentality of
mode.
kind of like a
Okay.
survivalist type of whatever,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay.
All right, so he might think that I might have some food over here that he can get.
Of
Now,
course.
all right, now he's got his kids that are like, Daddy, Daddy, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. All right, so you think about, all right, how desperate is he to get my food? All right, is he
Yeah.
desperate enough to take my life to get it?
Or just
You know,
steal it when you're gone,
all right,
right?
right, exactly. Or I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, there is that too. But I'm just
Uh,
saying, how desperate is he? You know what I'm saying?
that's a good thing. I don't remember. Maybe it was the Rat Park shit, where they gave, and they've done this with a bunch of animals. And I think about it, there's other shit. There's a good one in wherever Alaska with bears or wherever the fuck it is, but where they give them so much food and every toy to play with and all of that shit, and all the violence dies when they strip it away. The rats become cannibals and would kill and eat each other.
Right, right.
But when they give them everything that they could want, including like toys to play on
Mhm.
and food, enough
Yeah,
food and shit, there's total peace.
right. Well,
So
okay.
the,
It
go
kind of
ahead.
reminds me of that bread and circuses thing.
Yeah,
Give the
yes,
people bread and
I was about
circuses,
to
and
go
they'll
there.
never revolt. All right. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, but it's also on that aspect is trying to control the chaos that ensued because you think about it, you're a caged animal. You think about it, if you were a caged animal and you knew you were caged,
yes,
all right, and you're caged in this thing with a whole bunch of other motherfuckers, kind of like you're in a main population in prison.
yeah.
All right, you think about it. That thing, the lights stay on all the time. Everything echoes like a motherfucker, and everybody's loud as shit all the
I hate that.
goddamn
I
time.
hate it. If you
You know
ain't
what I
been
mean?
there, guys, they don't know what the
You
fuck
know what
you
I'm
talking
saying?
about.
All right,
Yeah,
you can't get away from it. It's all there all the time,
even
every
at
day.
night, echoing
Exactly.
off the walls. Yeah.
Right. All right. And all right, you think about it. If they didn't have that TV or something like that, like some game.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. I was thinking the same shit. What if? Ain't no what if. I'll say it as a what if, but it's not a what if. What if the oligarchy is aware of all these things? If this oligarchy exists, wink, wink, uh, and they would keep us in a state where on our own, let's say we could get to that place where we had all our little toys and shit and we'd be happy. So in order for the control factor, they would have to keep us in a state where we have the amount that works. We'd have to have enough where we're not totally killing each other, eating each other like the rats. But we can't have enough where we happy. They keep us with just enough where there's enmity. As proof that there's such a thing exists, you'd see the wealthy class and the poor class become bigger and more separate. I
Mm.
think. Anyway.
Well, what popped in my head when you were sitting there talking about it was the with oh shit, it's going away. Where'd it go? Oh fuck. Um um Oh
It's
shit,
funny.
Joe,
Look, yeah, no,
dude,
no, you can just
I had it
don't
there
worry
for a
about it.
second. I
Anymore, if
had
a
it, I had
motherfucker
it.
talks, it comes back, right? That's how I get it back. Just let a motherfucker talk, and it usually
No,
pops
I was
back.
sitting there. I was kind of thinking about what you were talking about.
The
Something popped in my
oligarchy
mind,
has
and
a
I was
plan
sitting.
and has proof that
Right. Well,
they have a
well,
plan. Yeah, you would see the classes become more separate.
yeah,
That would not happen on its own. I'm just talking here, trying to see if your thought would pop back in the head. Usually, when
yeah,
people start talking, my thought
yeah.
pops back. Yeah, uh, uh,
Well, I
uh,
don't know. It might. I don't know. Maybe it's just a passing
yeah,
thought. It was just probably a passing thought. Probably didn't need to be
fan of
put out.
God, fan of God.
But that's the thing. It's like, okay, even where those thoughts come from, it's like, where do they come from? All right, it's like that just popped out of there from nowhere.
I
It's like,
love that. Where do they come from? Where do they? Where the fuck? Who's in the chat? This is time we get somebody up here.
well, hey, dude, if somebody wanted to pop up, dude, I mean, I don't want no damn porn
I'm
bottle
just
crap.
checking.
I mean,
Guru.
yeah, Guru's in there.
No, Guru's
Uh,
not gonna pop up, but he'd be perfect for it. I was looking for some conspirator lists or something in there, or some notch.
well, that's
There's
another
like
thing too.
notches
It's
up.
like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like
Where
I
does
haven't
it
had a
come from?
live
Me
in a
and you'll do
while.
it. Me and you'll do it. Where does it come from? Where does and Guru will watch the chat. I'm lying. I don't really watch chat. Wingnut, watch the chat and see what Guru
I'm
types.
looking at it. I mean,
The
uh,
Guru and Wingnut first. Where does thoughts come from?
that brand new light bulb on the top of the head type thought.
I guess more than that. I guess. Yes. Where does that come from? I guess. All right. We'll start there. Is it something that? Where does it come from? Is it like chemicals in the head? Where does it originate?
Well,
Is it
I mean, I've thought about this because I mean, I was asking you, actually, I've actually had this happen to me a couple of times in the recent history, and I've actually asked myself why, because there'll be moments that I'll be just doing some random, I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean? And then I'll have a memory of something that happened in my childhood,
right?
something I did in my childhood, of a specific moment in my childhood,
Right.
and it will pop up in that random moment of me just doing whatever, and I'm like, well, where the hell did that come from? I wasn't
Right.
even thinking anything about that kind of shit. What the fuck did
Right.
that? I mean, that just pops out of nowhere. It's like, where did that come from? It's like, or even that thought. You know what I
Or
mean?
where
Of
are
like,
they stored? It can't just be a bunch of letters and shit in some
well, that's a good question. It's like, it's
sloppy part
okay.
of my mind.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, okay, all right. I don't want to say that we are in a simulation or any shit like that, but it's almost like a huge computer that we've got up in our head. This huge organic shit. Well, all these synapses firing, all this electrical, sparks, all this other shit going on up there, and that's basically the big, huge, circuit board in a way. All right, that's what's going on. So there's definitely some, random access memory in there, and some,
Here. Check this out. This is what I think. I don't want to start on a
no, go ahead.
fallacy, on a logical fallacy here. So I think I would be thinking in terms of when we're talking about computer and data storage in the terms that you're thinking of,
Mm-hmm.
that's not necessarily logical to me. I'm going to go into some quantum physics nonsense here, but
Well, it was more like a visualization, but go ahead. Yeah,
yeah, yes,
go
yes,
ahead.
but I want you to get a better or have my
Okay,
visualization here.
all right, go
Uh,
ahead.
uh, Remember, picture a cell and what we can see of the cell. If you picture the Sistine Chapel, if you throw a grain of sand in there, that's what's visible to our eyes. So me and you are talking about the brain and it's storing shit. We're talking about on that little grain of sand, what we can do with that shit. But the arena is the Sistine Chapel. I would assume the thoughts reside there.
Hmm.
The shit that you don't see is, there's still it's still there. Our eyes only the visible light spectrum is,
Well, I
it's
mean,
tiny.
when you said quantum, I was sitting there thinking about it on that level, on that quantum level. For instance, that thought does exist, but it's like somewhere in another dimension or another
It's
space
more
time somewhere
logical,
else.
but then stored
And
on
then
our
and then and
brain.
then and yeah, and then pops back in every once in a while
Yes, it
because that.
pops in and out. That's the way the line I would think. Yeah. And these things, if you think about it, these are just as real as the sheets here I'm touching, or your face, just as real. So is the things you can't see, like wind, oxygen, alpha waves, gamma waves, radio waves, internet, satellite. These things are real. We know because we see the results of them. That's how me and you are able to communicate right
Right.
now.
Right.
So if you have all of that, and you, this is where I'm finna go on a little tangent here, but you think of the way that little grain of sand, the way we arrange shit on that grain of sand, because we have knowledge over it, because we've studied what we can see endlessly. But what about what we can't see? What if we get adept into studying that and manipulating that the way we manipulate things on the sand? With the sand, we can make all sorts of machines, radios, devices, computers.
Right.
What do
Right.
we do when we get good with the other waves that we can't see? And let me say one more thing. I think this is correct. The visible light spectrum, what you can see, and we touch, and what we familiarize ourselves with. If you take the entire, I don't know, a plane flying, um, the stack, you stack two dimes up. That's how much that you can see, and the rest still exists, but you can't see it. And we
Mm.
spend no time investigating where everything exists. It's weird.
Well, that's what's interesting about the perspective. All right, it's like you were talking. Like for instance, I'm sitting here looking at a can. If you were sitting across the table from me looking at that same can, I can't see what you see on your side. All
Yes.
right, I
I'll
can
spend
only.
no time arguing with you at either, right? I know some
Right.
people will argue infinitum. It says Coke, and I'm not going to argue with you. No, it
Right.
says phosphorus and red dye. No,
Right.
we're
Well,
not gonna.
that's the
I'm
thing.
gonna
It's like, but
accept
there's
that you
also
see
there's
it your
also
way and I see it mine.
but there's also parts of this can that neither one of us can see. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
and I will admit that we neither one of us really know what the can looks like. And if the
Right.
more sure
Exactly.
that guy is, the more dumb
Right.
I think he is.
That's why I'm like so weird about this whole that flat Earth scenario and all this other shit when it comes down to those type subjects we've got into
I love
before. You
it.
know what I'm
I
saying?
love this
All
shit.
right. I
You
mean,
know,
but
I
that's
love this.
that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, okay, all right, I think the damn Earth is a pretzel. So fuck it.
Right,
You know
right.
what I mean? So, but the thing is like, all right, all right, all right, all right.
The
What?
observable. What's
Right.
observable? That's where this conversation is going to go. Which
Well,
is where it started. What you see from your side of the can and what I see from mine.
right.
But I'm gonna. I
That
guess I will
perspective.
argue the perspective of the can. Yes, I will argue, and to a place where, and I'm probably wrong for this, and I always leave room. The flat earthers are right. I just admit that through the gate. Uh, but I would argue that the aspects of my can leave your can looking the way you say it does impossible. That's how
Mm,
arrogant I am. Just
mm,
from what I see on my half, I'm going to
right.
say you're lying or you're wrong. You're not smart enough. I could
Exactly.
I could get on your side of the can, and that motherfucker could not even be cylindrical like my side. It could have all of this shit. I was totally wrong. I gotta kiss your ass and apologize. It's a real thing, right? The
Well, I
more
mean,
arrogant I am.
it's interesting though because you talk about like the mass hypnosis on a lot of levels. It's like,
Yes.
okay, did we or did we not go to the moon? Blah blah blah, whatever.
Uh, uh,
This mass hypnosis on a lot of levels when it comes to even history. You talk about just the sand, how we've manipulated even just sand into all this different stuff.
Silicone
All right,
computer
all right.
chips now.
But you look at that also, like even like these megalithic type buildings and stuff from ancient stuff, that are like
Ah,
are made of this huge blocks of sand, basically,
that are
big
still
block.
standing longer than the shit we make
Exactly.
without maintenance and $2
Yeah.
million dollars a year in construction and shit.
Well, exactly. So there was a very advanced knowledge of at least earthquakes and how things can be built to survive that, and
Check
then
this out.
how to
What if
manipulate the most basic thing on this earth, which is a rock or stone or sand.
I was about
You
to go
know,
there. I think we're still in tune here.
there you
What
go.
if these guys didn't uh, um, delve into the sand alone like we do? They took those other things into consideration, which is where every smart motherfucker is going to tell you everything's in waves and vibrations.
Right.
Why
Yeah.
leave out, those things because they vibrate faster? Why leave them out?
Right.
So, assuming you study those things, you learn things like vibration, which would translate itself into gravity, vibration, perhaps levitation. If you're really good with sound, things levitate, which is where I'm going with this shit. We think you got to move those blocks. You need some heavy force to move
Right.
them. We think tractor trailers and shit. But if you're thinking like frequency and vibration, what you would do is you would put an instrument up against the block before it, and when you put it on there, you could push it on there because now it's suddenly vibrating. You could
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty freaking crazy if I could just pull up in my damn Civic with and crank up the damn stereo, and next thing you know, vibrating that motherfucker just enough to move that damn stone. That would be
yes,
that would see in a way that's like the ludicrous way of thinking about it, but
yes,
that's the same basic idea. Is
exactly.
basically using the okay, all right. Everything has got a harmonic
Yes, yes, resonant
a
frequency.
resonant frequency. That was the words I was
Uh,
listening for. If you can figure out, for instance, that rock, that stone, that
yes,
resonant frequency of that stone, now
yes,
you can change its molecular being,
yes,
like for instance, make it in a sense lighter than it is, or even malleable. See, that's the
yes.
thing, is like being able to try to find that, and
You
you
could
would
destroy it like
well, see,
a
that's another thing
glass,
too. You talk
right?
about like how we've actually done it now is using immense force to do it. If we could figure out how to use that frequency, that resonant frequency, we would have
Yes.
to use the very minimal amount of energy
I
to even do that.
I think it was Archimedes who had the death ray. Uh,
Right.
they
Okay.
said
Yeah.
that navies were ineffective against him because he would get his soldiers together. They would hold up their shields or some shit,
Right.
and they would focus the light at a ship, and it would burst into flames. Uh, and that's the way a good mind back in that day would think. I don't know if
Right.
you watch a lot of fucking internet shit. There's a guy, he just takes the screen out of old TVs that are very big
Yes. Yes.
and
I know what you're
focuses
talking
at
about.
a
Yep.
rock. So it's
Yep.
not like it's impossible. He's thinking simplicity. We're
Yep.
thinking you're going to need a rocket propelled grenade that explodes. He's
Yeah.
thinking reflect some shit and burn a
Well,
fucking ship up before it gets
Well, I
destroyed.
mean, that brings me back to the most modern stuff. And U.S. military, and also when it comes down to other militaries around the world, they've got all these laser technologies. Was it the blue beam or whatever it is. But the thing is like that, they could, you know, there is this a lot of evidence that points towards something like that directed energy shit, like over in
Oh,
like Maui
God,
and stuff, you
yes.
know what I mean? So, I
Yes.
mean, and, but, so,
I
uh,
investigated that shit. Well, maybe I looked into it a lot. I shouldn't say investigated, but I certainly spent more time looking at it because my girlfriend believes it. So it means I had to spend a lot of time looking into it. And I did find a couple things. The blue, eh, not so much. Like the beam doesn't burn blue. However, I did find a good reasoning why it wouldn't, right? Like the blue would hit the beam on a different frequency, and there's reason to believe blah blah blah. And blue was a color, one of those colors that would have reflected it. I saw that, but from looking at what I saw, the blue shit mostly was swimming pools, and it's logical to me. They had water in them; they'd have lasted longer. But anyway, the other thing that I saw was that I couldn't explain was some areas like circular areas would stand the fire and everything around them would be burned. And
right.
I'm like, it's tall shit. How does that fucking happen? And why is it a circle or a square? Some of it was weird, but I don't.
Dude, you remember years ago that was they called it, I think they called it the campfire fires out there toward California or whatever.
Yes, I think so. Yes, you're going
Well,
way back.
anyway, I remember seeing images of there was people out there riding out there days after it to kind of get video of it and all that stuff. It's
Yeah,
like you can see all these houses, just
yeah.
the houses themselves and the cars, all burnt to a freaking crisp, but the yard's still green. The
Yes,
bushes are
shit
still,
like
you know what I mean?
that. What is that? How is that
I was
even
like,
occur?
it was like, okay, and they were trying to say this is a wildfire. I was like, okay, how does it burn just the houses and the cars, melts the goddamn engine block, all right, and
And
doesn't touch
some
the damn front yard? You know what I
Yes,
mean?
and you're right. It would have got a bush in there that's still got leaves and shit on it.
Right,
Fuck
exactly.
it.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. All right, this is something else. This is something else. All right, and but
Yes,
how do we prove it? You know, if it
yes, I don't
is
have enough information, right?
right,
I need
right.
more information. Here, I their information is out there, and I shouldn't say I don't have enough. Me and Miss Cat was going down that rabbit hole of whether you can use the 5G to manipulate a motherfucker, blah 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 blah.
Right. Okay.
And she had found something on Parkinson's where they were taking a liquid and putting in their heads, and then taking this whatever you would call it, and shooting a vibration of frequency into their head. And they had great success at calming their triggers and shit. And I thought that was at least some proof of or circumstance or what have you of how that people could be right when they say they must put a liquid in you that must do a thing, and or at least it would help. And then when they shoot this beam, it can control you, make you docile or upset by a frequency. They've got the shit documented. They've had a lot of success at it, and this was old. They've been doing it for a while.
Well, I mean, okay, you know, the 5G and beyond, 5, 6, 7, whatever G,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
it is.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, now that's all on the millimeter wavelength. All right, that's the same bandwidth and the frequency range that your microwave uses to cook food. All right, you know, the microwave actually is like 2 gigahertz or something like that, and
You would know,
yeah,
motherfucker.
and on that same bandwidth, which is like I think was it 30 to 300 or three no yeah 30 to 300 gigahertz on that same bandwidth is what FCC is allocated for the 5G and beyond network.
Really?
It's on the
So it's
same
that
bandwidth.
much
It's
microwave.
on the same bandwidth as also that military thing. I think they call it a VMAD. It's they use it for like crowd control.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's like a big
LRAD,
box.
LRAD, LRAD.
Well, I mean, no, no. This one's it's a VMAT. It's a vehicle mounted. That's what vehicle mounted. Something or other. I can't remember exactly the
Is
acronym.
it one of those things that they pointed at you? Does it do the sound or heat?
Well, it's the heat.
The
It's the
heat
heat.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's on that same bandwidth as like the gigahertz bandwidth that the 5G and the microwave and all that stuff.
yeah.
That's the reason why, like for instance, when they point it at you, your skin starts to feel like it's kind of burning a
Yes,
little bit,
yes,
and it's a crowd dispersal. It's supposed to disperse
yes,
crowds.
yes.
All right.
I
Well,
saw him
anyway,
testing it many years ago, and even had some guys in there that was like, "Man, I'm gonna tough this shit out," and
right,
they couldn't take it when they hit them. They
right.
oh,
And the way they've got that is where they can focus it on individuals or a whole crowd. You know, that's the way they've got
and
it.
think about
It's
that.
pretty great.
Yes, if you do have that ability,
Yep.
you put it on steroids, and instead of focusing on a large area, which you
Yep.
could, focus it on a small area.
Yep.
You could
You
perhaps
you
kill a
you
man.
can you can pinpoint an individual. The thing is,
Yes,
it's like it's on that same wavelength or that same bandwidth. All right.
yeah,
There's even a guy I can't remember. There's a guy I can't remember his name right offhand, but there's a patent that he did because he was looking for cures for cancer, and he was using like sound waves of
frequency.
some frequencies and stuff like that, basically to cure the cancer
What's
or
his name?
to eliminate.
What's the guy name from Hustle and Flow? The brother, Terrence Howard. He was just talking about that. He was saying he was delving into some of that shit, and he, in passing, mentioned a friend who helped him with it. He say, by the way, this guy has cured cancer and something by using frequency vibration. He says it's. He says that the ones they use now, 440 is I guess megahertz or what have you, is damaging to your DNA or RNA, and 432 or 550 would put you more in harmony. And he's saying that the fact that all radio stations and everybody
Yep,
pump it out at 440 is intentional to damage you,
yep.
and him and his people are starting to pump it out at 432 and 550. I think.
It's also our electric grid. That's at 60 kilohertz or 60 hertz or whatever.
Yeah.
That's actually at it's actually at a off frequency or off harmonic.
Yeah.
It's actually it's just a hair off. Actually, I can't remember what it
Yeah.
should be. It's 60 hertz actually, or it's like I said, it's just it's not the harmonic that we should be living in, because if we were all had that harmonic being
Yes.
emanated and surrounding us all the time,
Yeah.
man, dude, we would probably be superheroes, because
I
I think we
certainly think that anxiety would die day one. You know, the little shit.
I
I
agree.
mean, we'd be superheroes, like you say.
Yeah,
That's where the
yeah.
conversation goes. We'd be literally manifesting things, 3 dimensions and shit. But just the day it ends, a lot of people anxiety and all of that shit should fucking end. They shouldn't even. They should be like me, like I've been smoking indica. Suddenly they be like, wow. Everything's so great and everything is nice and heavy. You know?
Yeah, I'm sitting here rolling one up as we speak while you bullshit.
Oh shit! I just packed a bowl and I don't even think I hit it yet. Well,
Well, dude, I don't know, man. It's like either that or I'll fix me some food or something. But otherwise, but uh, nah, you know, man,
that's
I
Tesla.
was gonna get some damn cigars today, man. But the store I go to get the cigars
What
I
kind do
smoke.
you get? You know this my shit, right? Black and mild, man. What do you
Well,
get?
see, man, all right, man. Now the only I don't like Black and Milds, but since every store sells them,
Right.
the only ones that I like are the wood tip wine flavor. That's the only one I
Very
like.
good. I
All right,
started
but
with what tip wine? These plastic tip wine.
I don't like the wood, no, the plastic tip at all,
Yeah.
man. But what I smoke
Wood
are
tip's better.
yeah,
Yeah.
what I smoke is our a Jewel Sweet. Have you ever heard? You ever seen those? Here, hold on,
Um,
let me grab
yeah.
the damn pack.
Yeah. So man.
The Jewel Sweet,
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Havana,
That's close
Tampa.
enough.
Now that's what I the
Yes.
wood I like the sweet the wood tip. That's what I like.
Uh,
But the thing is, there's only very few stores around here to sell them. All right, and
yes.
the one
I was
that's the
about to
closest
say
one
that
to
shit.
yeah, the one that's closest to me was closed today because
So you got
the
to get an
owner's
off
son.
brand.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I didn't even stop at another store and get an off brand. I didn't get any damn cigars
Okay.
today. I'm down to my
Uh,
last cigar basically, and
yeah. That
and I
sucks.
and I've got like 3 blunts left. And that's about it, you know. Because
Uh,
I use backwoods cigars for my blunt. You know what I'm
you must
saying?
be talented, bro, because most motherfuckers tab 3 of those before they get one decent blunt.
Dude, I love backwoods, man. You have to get them when they're fresh, man. If they're
That's what
not
it
fresh, yeah,
is.
that's the thing. It's like if they sit on the damn shelf or whatever, and
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people, man, that they flake up when they dry out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm good at. I got turned on to backwoods a long time ago, anyway. But
For me as
uh,
well. I got my buddy, my brother smokes. I can't think of the name, but we have to go and look for different stores. His favorite, I can't think of what it is. It's yours. Remind me of it. It's not the Havana, Havatampa. It's not those. It ain't gonna come to me, but it's the same hunt for his.
right.
They're not common like wine, black and mild. So I've been,
Dude,
you know,
that's the
all
thing. It's like every damn store's got Black and Miles, man.
right.
But I could go state to state. Every damn store got Black and Miles. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, I could go through South Carolina. They don't even sell Jewel Sweet in South
right,
Carolina.
right.
So
Yeah.
I have to get out of the damn state, you know, to get it.
There, I
But even then, it's like, you know, it's like I said, they used to be able to get them at Walmart. You used to be able to get them at CVS
yes,
or
yes,
Eckerd's. You used to be able to get them there at one time.
yes.
They used to be able to get them at a lot of
What
Publix.
about what do you call those tobacco stores? Because usually they
Uh,
got shit that you
now,
can't find nowhere else.
well, see, that's the thing. It's like there's a couple of them in Panama City that they don't carry them either. They carry cigars and all the other stuff, but they
Yeah.
don't carry that kind of stuff for some
You
reason.
know
They don't.
what? I found this. All the stores in my neighborhood, they started carrying wine, black and miles because I told them. And in fact, they was like, man, anything that you think I should get, you know, because it took off so fucking much. And they all did it when I asked. You know, I
Hmm.
brought a pack up there and I tell him, here, smell this. I crack it. I'm like, yeah, man, this why you ain't seen me. This is what's happening and that type of shit. If you tell them, you know, every store would say yes. They'd make sure they order that for you. I guarantee you. And that tobacco shop ain't going no fucking where. So you'll
If
always
you
be able
come
to
in
go
there
there and get
enough,
it.
I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, like for
Yeah.
instance, there's a store that I go to that's up here where I used like sit in their parking lot and sell my stuff sometimes and stuff. I know the owners real well. All right, you know, it's a
Yes.
gas
Yes.
station. They got like a deli and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
anyway, they didn't originally sell my cigars, but I talked them into it. But guess what? I'm the only one that buys them. Nobody else buys them.
Yes. How do they?
So they stock it
Yes.
just for me because I come in there a lot. You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
about to
It's like,
ask you, do they take it well, or you know?
well, yeah. I mean, but the only problem is I'm paying almost $6. A little over $6 for the pack of five. You think about it, I'm
Yeah.
paying a little over $1 a cigar, man. You know what I mean?
I don't see the price on here, but that's what these cost. $5.95, and I
Yeah,
don't.
there you go. There's almost a little over $6. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's like over $1 a cigar. And you think
Oh,
about it,
there it is. Here it is.
dude,
You can see
it
it.
irritates the shit out of me if one of them breaks or something like that halfway through, and I'm like, damn, that's a whole fucking dollar. I just fucking yeah.
Or
Anyway,
you'll be like me. I become professional at that shit. Uh, it depends where it broke, how it broke.
splicing that shit up. I'll sit there and get a damn rolling paper and fucking band-aid it back together. You know what
Right, dig. You know, if it's down here, I'll just break the little tip off. I'll loosen it and reverse it. I got a million tricks.
I'm saying? Dude, I'm telling you though. But I mean, it's been getting. I mean, I've been watching, especially in the past 4 years. When all this crap's been happening, I've been watching the price of my cigars steadily going up, like almost every.
Yes.
It seems like every 4 or 5 months. You know what I mean? It's like going up
Started at
another
two
nickel.
bucks. I used to pay $2 for a pack
Yeah.
at the end of my block. And now when I pay the $6, that's cheap. In
Yeah.
most stores, it's in Chicago, it's seven, some $8 for the same fucking pack of cigars that I complained when they went up to $3.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I'm bitching my ass off, man, because I'm like, golly, dude, this stuff ain't gold. What the fuck is it gaining value with? No, really, what's going on, Joe? Dude, that's the thing. It's like this is that overall problem that we can't control because we're individuals, and it's like got all this fucking bullshit that's out of our control. It's the economic shit. There, our fucking money's going worthless because of their bullshit that they're fucking playing.
Here, let's say
You
this.
know,
Let's say that we wanted to be independent and we are,
right?
powerful, smart men, and you start a fucking tobacco farm. I'm the guy who's gonna push all that shit and sell it. I got the
Right.
mouthpiece, the advertisement. Government's gonna step in. They must.
Well,
They
there are. I
have
mean,
an
you see what they're doing
interest
with. You see
and
what they're
not
doing with the
allow you to
Amish
flourish.
farmers and shit. You see what they're
I
doing
don't.
with the Amish farmers. I'm sorry.
I don't know. No, go ahead.
Well, dude, they're trying to fucking regulate the Amish farmers. And these guys that are actually doing like their own
Yeah,
beef. They're like
yeah.
doing this. They're,
I
they're,
did
they're
see that. I didn't know that was the Amish. I did see
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Ah.
dude. They're not compliant. They want the FDA to control them. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
they were saying that when the farms get so big, they move in and want to control them and make them go through all of this nonsense. And they're like, but we want it this way. We don't
Right.
want that shit. We want it the way they give it to us. And if you get so big, they make you change your shit and the way they do shit. They're like, no, we want our shit to eat grass over here on this side of town. Yeah, we have something against that shit. Uh,
Yeah. He's like, that's what guns are for.
Guru, we had a. I just thought I heard someone yelling, but there's no one out here. I told you I'm in the desert and shit, so it must be one of us out there. The voice. Oh, the dog must be running around. I think someone's calling a dog. I just realized how in the hood back in Chicago, that's all you hear. His voices all day and night and shit.
Yeah.
And when she yelled,
Well,
it's
see, that
so
was one of the
rare.
things, dude. Joe, when we were sitting, we were talking, I don't know, I think we were on Flow or something like that. But anyways, like the thing is, like when you talk about, I was sitting, it might have been after you left, and I was sitting talking about like just pure silence. You really don't even have it. Even if you're like way out in the middle of
Yes,
nowhere,
yes,
there is still
Yeah.
always going to be something that will
Check this out. I
fill
literally
that.
used to, and I haven't done this in a while, but used to literally go out way out into the wilderness to that place that you talk about and lay on my back and meditate and do the total silence thing.
Mhm.
And three individuals would come talk to me and teach me. And we did it so much that I would have different friends around because they didn't believe it and I do it with them. And I've literally done that shit, and it does exist. In fact, when you get there, these guys can't wait to come over here and talk to you. That's It's like they're waiting for you. When you get quiet, they come to you and they talk to you and teach you shit. Like they were telling me technology is bad and shit. At the time that I'm thinking about, we were in Starved Rock in Illinois, and we had walked like miles into it before the sun came up to test the theory because I was telling them that spirits are going to inhabit any human being around. And this one was a school teacher and all of that shit, and they thought they were pretty bright, and we were trying to defeat this and make sure it wasn't a fluke. So we went way out Starved Rock when it was dark outside. We hiked fucking miles and didn't see a soul. And then as soon as I started doing that, people just started parading through. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, that's what is that shit to make you itch? The leaf, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh yeah, like poison ivy.
Yeah, you're landing poison ivy, and it was just a train of them, and it was just to distract me from getting to that place. And when I did, they could hear the conversation that it spooked them, and they get like 20 feet away and they wouldn't hear it. But then they'd venture close and they can hear the people. But not only do you hear them, the spirit hit them. You know what I'm saying? And the emotion, so they'd have to back up. And then it was when it was over, and anyway, I forgot where I was going with that shit. Oh, the peace, the
Huh.
silence. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude. All right, because there was one time I was in Ocala National Forest during one of those rainbow gathering things or whatever, and I remember sitting. Now I have to admit I was on LSD at the time, but whatever. Anyway, I was sitting next to a fire, and I was sitting there just listening to everything, and I could not. And I was sitting there concentrating, trying to find a moment of utter silence, and I couldn't find one. Not a single actual moment. Every single moment that came through always had a sound in it. It didn't matter if it was like a cricket or
But
somebody. Everything.
you
You know.
don't hear it. The first night I did that shit, it was under exhaustion and heat exhaustion and all of that nonsense. But they taught me how to do that, how to do it, and I went to the hospital. I woke up in the hospital, and I remember doing what they told me to do, but they were trying to pull me back to the hospital. And I remember they were taking a chemical and putting it in the Q-tip and putting it on my eyes. I was over there talking to them, and I felt something. I dashed back over here, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" And when I saw what it was, that they were burning my eye, I went right back. And a couple more things they did. It would bring me back for a split second, and I go right back. I forgot where I was going with that.
Damn.
When I visualize something, I can't hold a thought, right? And I'm visualizing they was rocking my chest, doing that thing where they burn on your chest and all
Well,
of
yeah, I
that
mean,
shit.
I was sitting there, you were talking about like even like some of these diseases and stuff like that. I was sitting there at the time when you were talking about it, I was thinking about Alzheimer's and stuff. And I was like, it wasn't a thing back in the old days, back in the like early 50s or even before.
Interesting.
It wasn't a damn thing. So where the hell did that come from? It's like, it's like some of these other diseases, like what my dad is dealing with right now. And he's dealing with like that, what is it? What do you call it? That like it's like a skin cancer or whatever, like sitting in the sun. What do you call that?
Yes, melanoma or some shit.
Melanoma or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, anyway, I was asking my dad. I was like, so what does the doctor say? It's like, how did this come about? It's like, and he's like, they don't even know. And I'm like, what do you mean they don't know? He's like, they don't know how it comes about. And I was like, well, that just sucks because now you can't even say like if I just ate better, I could have avoided that.
Right,
You know what I
right,
mean?
right.
They don't even know where this shit comes from. Some of this stuff,
Well,
and
perhaps it's illogical that they wouldn't. So I would, since I think everybody's out to get me, perhaps people do know and they're hiding it, right? Perhaps people do know that. Well, it's coming through the government, putting some fluoride in your water. So no
Right.
funds
Well,
would go toward the discovery of fluoride in
right.
your water. If they did,
As the
as a
culprit of like
culprit, if
Down
it did,
syndrome or some shit. You
yes,
know what I mean?
yes,
You know what I mean? Because
yes.
honestly, if they actually said, well, okay, we found that the reason why people are being born with Down syndrome is because of the fluoride in the water, oh, hell would just fucking go crazy. You know what I
Lawsuits
mean?
galore, or yes, or something that they said was good for us, something is bad, and the
Yeah.
government's been pushing it. Oh, it turns out electric cars suck. They can never tell us that they're killing us. They've to invest it now, sucking cost fallacy. They got to go through with
Right.
it now.
Right. Right. That's a saying. Yeah. Oh, dude. It's fucked up, dude. And okay, Joe, that's the, I mean, it really, I mean, I love talking to you, man. But the thing is, like, all right, this is it's like $10,000 question. It's like, what the fuck do we do? How do we get ourselves out? I'm still trying to figure out how to get myself out of
Yes,
this in my own life
yes,
and in my individual life right
yes,
now. But then I'm also trying to think of like, okay, it's that old saying. It's like an injustice to one person is an injustice to all people.
yeah,
So if I can and correct the injustice in my own life, maybe I can help correct it for everybody.
of
You
course.
know, that's why I admire a lot of you guys. Because I mean, Joe, when I did cop watching, it was before the internet, and I was using a VHS camcorder. All
Wow.
right, all right. So I haven't done it since then. But I
Uh,
envy the whole movement of people that's everybody's got a damn camera in their pocket now, how it's
yes,
grown. I
yeah,
enjoy watching people doing it.
yes,
All
yes.
right. I enjoy people getting more educated and more aware and more engaged in this shit because honestly, our past generation, the boomer generation before, all dropped the fucking ball, dude. They all dropped the ball. They didn't
How
pay
were they
attention.
not yelling at us? Look out! They're out to get you. How did they
Right.
not bring us up, shaking us by the collar
Well,
about
you know,
all
and
the?
and that's the thing too. I mean, you think about a lot of those hippies back in the day, make love, not war, blah blah blah. A lot of those guys fucking sold out too. You know, um,
Yes, they used to say, "Don't trust anybody over 30." And those same guys later said, if you're 30 years old and you haven't left that hippie nonsense and joined the corporate world, you're a child. They
right.
changed when they got older.
I don't know, Joe, dude. That's the thing. It's like okay, and it really does. It comes down to a lot of different topics. Honestly, it comes down to like just having, both parents in the family.
Yes,
It comes down to a lot of the education system. It comes down to
yes.
how our society, quote unquote, is
It's like, listen, parents education society, it's kind of like there's a plan to keep the parents apart. It's kind of like there's a plan to make the education city as shitty. It's kind of like there's a plan to fuck over society. All these things can't be happenstance and circumstance and just human nature and us being dumb animals. It
yeah.
seems like
Well,
there's a fucking intelligence out there.
Well, there is an intelligence, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, it's kind of like that monkey experiment. Who's making up the fucking rules, man?
Yes, yes. And how long ago were they made? That sucks because that's a
Yeah,
quandary in its own.
exactly,
But who made
exactly.
them up and still makes them?
Yeah, and still, well, yeah. I mean, you think about it. If we're enforcing ourselves, it's kind of like the censorship here out on the YouTube and all this other shit. Now we've gotten to the point where we're forced to fucking censor our own selves,
Yeah.
just so we don't get in trouble or get our channel struck and all this other shit. They
Yes.
want us to be censored, so they're just doing it to the point where we do it to ourselves.
We
You
self
know, and
censor
and and
ourselves. But
now
here's
and now that becomes second nature, and then we start yelling at other people, say, "Hey, man, you're gonna get your channel struck."
yes,
Blah,
we
blah,
start parroting shit.
right,
Uh, but at least here, they only use stick. If it will beat you if you don't censor yourself. And what's
right.
even more insidious, perhaps, is those who use the carrot and trick you into censoring yourself. Like it's the thing you want to do. Don't act out, comply type motherfucker.
Well, there's got to be an incentive. There has to be an incentive to actually do that because I mean, honestly, there's got to be something. You talk about the carrot. So what is that carrot that they get out of it? If we're actually just complying and doing
Well,
it as
since you can't talk about politics and religion, I can't say God because it's going to shut everybody's fucking mentals down immediately, right? Like we
right,
talked about earlier.
yeah,
We've been trained if it, because it is God, and it ain't your sky wizard. It's God being truth. mercy, forgiving. What is that? My man says all the time, unconditional love. That's, it's going to be grounded, and the foundation is going to be grounded in all those things. But all those things have been demonized. You're supposed to say, he deserved it. I don't give a fuck what. If a motherfucker take my shit, I'm gonna blah, 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 blah. You've been trained monkey style and all of that shit to be a reactive animal. And you get credit for it. Everybody jumps on you if you say forgive him. If you say I beat his ass, I'm gonna come to his house where you live. Woo! You get a million viewers, and suddenly you're
You're the
superstar.
bad guy.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You're
America
like all
fucking
of a
loves
sudden.
that shit. If suddenly me and you got into an argument, it'd be 70 motherfuckers in this room, right? If I was
Well, see,
calling you
actually, that was
names,
another thing too. I was sitting there telling somebody else the other day. I was like, dude, I get what, maybe max 15 people on a live stream. But
right?
if I was to sit here and have a motherfuckers bunch of we were fighting and doing all kinds of other bullshit, I'd have a whole shit. I'd have a couple
Or
hundred people in chat.
or
You
if
know
you
what I mean?
join any cult, call it. If you made this about white people, oh,
Right.
your room will be flooded. If you made it about some political shit, Trump is the way to go, or the Republicans are insane.
Yeah.
Suddenly, there's enough motherfuckers on board with that trope, where there's a built-in crowd for that nonsense. Divisive immigrants suck. Your room will be full.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, I, I, on a lot of levels on those things, man, I just don't see anything productive coming out of it. I see it nothing but
Yes,
wasting time, and
yes.
it's a distraction and all this other bullshit. So
Guru
I'm
says,
trying to get
is it
away from all that.
healthy? Guru says all things come down to, is it healthy? You just rephrased it, is it productive? But I
Right,
think it's the same thing Guru says. I don't see
right,
what's healthy about it. How does it add to me?
right,
Uh,
right. But that's the thing. It's like, okay, that was the reason why I was saying, like, if I was to stack like a lot of European countries and U.S. side by side, I see, yeah, it does happen here, but it's like I see more over there that they love the
yeah,
drama. I see it,
yeah,
you see it on the YouTube. Ever since the shot in the arm crap stuff started coming in, a
yeah.
lot of people started getting on YouTube and doing panel talks and stuff like that. A lot
I
of people were
saw this
locked in
discussion.
their homes because of it, I mean, so they had
Yeah,
no other choice. They got on YouTube,
right.
and I've been noticing it over the years. All right,
Yeah,
because I've been on
yeah,
YouTube for a while, man. All right,
yeah.
and the thing, and that's what's so funny too, because you see a lot of the Europeans that kind of stick to the Europeans, and a lot of Americans kind of stick to the Americans. You
Yeah.
very rarely see a mixture of the two. Oh, you know what I mean? It's a rarity. I'm kind of worldwide. I'll talk to anybody. I don't care where
It
you're from.
seems like those who the oligarchy have the tightest grip on, which would be European, Israel, us, whoever that little tight knit fucking group is,
Yeah,
and now it looks like even China and some more places.
yeah.
It looks like we all have those mentalities where us versus them, and some people are way more the fuck open,
Well,
to
see, that's the thing too. I mean, I'm open to it. I mean, okay, I could have that, fuck you attitude to, like, Europe or the king, which I do. I think fuck the king. Who cares?
uh,
That's what my ancestors said back in the day, and I still agree with them today. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like I don't hold that against the people. You know what I mean? They're still subjects to the king, just like they were back in the
yes.
day. You
So we're
know?
gonna go into the war then. How is
Yeah.
it that fucking Hamas, which is their political wing over there in Gaza, which by the way, uh, were a whole different organization. I won't get too much into it, but they was a lot softer when they got voted in, and then they killed the elections and it became really fucking hard. And one of the laws is you can't even speak out against them.
Mhm.
But if this small group of motherfuckers come over there and attack a country, how is it that the response can be, declare war and attack everybody? Because over there in Palestine, in particular, 70% of the population is women and children.
Right.
How can you do the fucking random shit? And I'm sure it attached to your shit somehow, but of course, I forgot how.
Well, me personally, I don't see either one of them the good guys. I think both of them are bad guys. in my opinion.
Oh yeah, yes, I think that's where I was
With
going
that
with it.
said, but with that said, I'm just saying, because honestly, it would be better in my perfect world. All these big players, these big ballers that are global around, that are using all of us to play their game and using us to, like, fight their wars and all that shit. If they would just leave us out of it and get into a cage match and fucking fight it out to the death, I would watch that like pay-per-view. All right, you know what I mean? I mean, that's where it needs to be. If Putin's got a fucking deal and he wants to do something, all right, well then him and fucking Zelensky need to get in on a damn cage match, set it out, and leave us the fuck out of it. If
Wouldn't that be
fucking,
so?
I mean, if that's the, I think that would be in my perfect world. That's how they need to settle
Yes,
their differences,
yes,
man. Because
yes,
honestly, it's fucking our life up because it's killing
yes.
nuns. You know what I mean?
Someone over there thinks that I support. I don't even remember the Ukraine.
Right.
Someone in Russia thinks that America supports the Ukraine. Someone over there in Palestine thinks I support Israel. Some Israelis probably think I support the Palestinians.
Let me ask you, Joe. Let me ask
Yeah,
you. All right, just on the geopolitical scenario. All right.
yeah, yeah.
All right. What exactly has Israel done for the American people to actually be an ally?
For the American people,
Yep.
actually, I don't know. Whatever, however, anyone else helps. Well, I assume they back us in all our nonsense. Because ally just means mob mentality. So I don't know the particulars, but I assume
No,
they
I
back
was just
us on a
curious.
bunch
I'm
of
like,
evil
what
shit.
exactly have they done? It's like, well, I mean,
But for
I'm
that matter,
curious.
I don't know what Mexico or Argentina, I don't know what any of them's done for
Are
us.
they an ally?
Oh, any
Are
ally, fucking Britain or whoever. I don't know what they done
okay,
for us.
yeah.
We help those fucks.
That's a
What
good
they do for
question.
us?
That's a
Uh,
good question, though, isn't it? I mean, because you think about it, it's like, okay, even Britain.
Friends. What have
You
they
think
done
about,
for us?
like, for instance, Britain is supposed to be like, UK and all that, so it's supposed to be an ally to the US, all right? Well, I mean, if you look at our history, they should not be our friend, because we kicked their ass out and told them to kick rocks back in the day.
Right,
All right.
right.
So, okay. All right. And like you said, it was just like, kind of helping us out to do our bullshit is the only reason why we're got them as an ally,
It's
I
that
guess.
mob mentality, and I cannot
Yeah.
respect that. And right now, where I was going with that shit is uh, someone, because our leadership is doing this mob mentality bullshit, and people think that the average person is okay with it, which brings us to your cage match solution.
Hmm.
Trump
Hmm.
or Biden, take your old ass over there and fight. But I
Yeah.
got no beef with those guys. I got no quarrel with them.
Right.
Vietnamese ain't never called me nigga, right?
Well, see, that's the thing too. That's what that brings us back to that. Okay, it's like, okay, I'm fighting for my team. It's like the Republicans and the Democrats. Can you imagine like a cage match? You got the Republicans on one side, the Democrats on the other. Whatever. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I mean, and instead of we as a people fighting, we're just
Yes.
rooting for these fuckers to fight it out. It's like whoever
Yes, I'd
survives.
watch and you put it on TV, but I got
Right.
no vested interest. I might even pay
Right.
you $5, $6 for pay-per-view.
Right.
Depending who's fighting, because you watch a couple
Yeah.
old bastards fall over each other.
Because I mean, honestly, man, I'm sick and tired of it. Honestly, man, there's a lot of guys out there that join the military with good intentions. You know what I mean? With the intent, doing something good for their country and blah blah blah,
Yes,
whatever. But
I
but
admire that.
you're really, yeah, I admire that too. But that's not the reason what they're being
That's
put
not what it turns out,
when
which
they
is
when they
why
yeah
they
with
come
yeah
back disappointed and murdering
right
motherfuckers and being all
right
crazy and
or some of them
anti-war.
become cops. Some of them become
Or
cops.
some of
Yeah,
them do keep believing the smoke and they become cops and shit. There are a
yeah,
bunch of them that are proud of their service, but I feel for those are just the ones that never understood that war is just the dirty end of politics. They didn't even realize that they were over there for a political decision. Someone says you're over there to protect your country, and you run the fuck over there. And you
right,
don't know what the fuck you over there doing in Afghanistan. None of them
right,
fucking do. None of them understand the complexities. But
right.
someone's told them, these guys apparently they want to hurt you. Because
Yeah.
I can't imagine why you go over a country and start bombing motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why I went to the whole aspect. If they actually were told them to do that to Americans on American soil, you
Yeah.
know. All right, because I mean, can you imagine if you were ordered to do this and you were ordered to go do this in this neighborhood that happens to be where your parents live? You
Right.
know what I mean?
And you're
I
ordered
mean, exactly.
to
You're
do
ordered to
what?
go in there and do like a mandatory evacuation and relocation and confiscation of weapons. That's what
Right.
you're ordered to do in this town, and it's
Right.
American soil, American people. I mean, you think about what these, especially the grunts that just enlisted. You think
Yeah.
about what they're thinking. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
then on top of that, you also think about the ones that are actually ordering these grunts to do this shit. They
All
know a
right.
little bit better. You know what I mean?
So what do we do? I dig where you're going, and I'm still on when you were talking
It's the
about what
it's
do
the
we do?
it's
Solution.
more
Hold on,
like,
I was going to propose one,
go ahead.
or at least the idea that because they're grunts and they don't really know, it might be more effective to talk to the younger cop. I'm putting it in my terms.
Hmm.
Maybe you have a better shot at if the answer is going to be something that comes out of your mouth. You would have a better shot with the ones who are newly initiated as opposed to those who are deeply entrenched. It was just a thought.
Well, I mean, okay, you think about it on the cop level. All right, you got a young rookie guy. He's younger than you. He's just joined like probably about a year ago, whatever. All right, all right. This is one thing I've learned about cops, especially when most of them when they first join, they're wanting to make a name for themselves, and
Yeah.
then when they get older, they're just looking to retire. All
Yes, I
right,
agree. Yes.
I mean, that's basically it. But the thing is, it's like, you know, what that rookie cop is going to learn is from the superiors, the ones that are above them that have been around for years and stuff. That's what they're going to learn from. All right. Now, do you think they really, really learn from people like us going in there and just actually, exerting our rights and stuff like that? And
No,
unless they
no,
get,
no, no. No, they,
go ahead.
by that's the stick. They learn the stick, but the carrot they do learn on the streets. I have
Right.
certain cops that just refuse to be like the other cops. I wouldn't call them a good cop, but they recognize because they hear me out there yelling at somebody about his ego. They stay the fuck away from ego, and they be like, "Listen, I ain't got no ego, man. I'll stand here. I'll do blah blah blah." So these people, I'm molding these guys, and it's always the
All right.
younger guys. It's never no one with stripes. They don't listen. But these young guys, man, I got some of these young guys that are so fucking cool. They can't wait to see me, uh, and they talk to me like a normal motherfucker. I cut the camera off. I'll be over there with they guys and shit, talking personal shit. And it's always young guys, and they always tell me, Joe, it's these old heads, man. That's what you need to talk to. That's what you need to do. I'm with you, motherfucker. You ain't got to convince me, It's a
Well,
young
yeah. I
guy.
mean, it's like, okay, okay, those mines that got the stripes on their arm. All right, how do we reach those mines? Because they're
How
the
do
ones
we
that are actually
exploit
going to,
that? You
yeah,
just
they're
gave
the
us a
ones that are going to
clue. You
be,
said they're retiring. You just gave us a
right.
clue. Perhaps
Yeah,
there is our point of entry. The
that's
young
that's an
guy,
incentive. That's an incentive.
the young
You-
guy. What can we exploit from there? The young guy wants to make a name. The old guy is just trying to get out. How do
mhm.
you exploit that shit? What he's willing to do something on his way out. That's the first opportunity I see. Everyone wants to make a statement on the way out. You explain to him that good guy, bad guy shit, that God shit. He wants to make a statement on his way out so he can leave and say, I was not a bad guy. I turned myself around. I realized different. There's an opening if he's really on the way out the door.
Hmm.
Uh,
Well, I mean, it's interesting because like I was sitting there thinking about it, like on an incentive basis. All right, one of the hardest things that we have found when it comes down to actually holding cops accountable for their actions is getting some kind of a punishment, monetary or prison, whatever. It's
right, right.
hard to get some kind of a penalty for their actions and
More
getting it to work
evidence that the system protects itself,
right.
that the oligarchy has a plan. Yeah.
Now, when it comes down to the incentive part of it, if there was a way to actually take away their fucking pension or, something like that, take away that fucking money that they got stashed away for the retirement, then they might actually start paying attention. You know what I
All
mean? Or
right.
start acting right. I don't know. I'm just throwing
So
it
no,
out.
no. That is absolutely true. I've had the same thought, but this is a more difficult task because it requires power, I
That's
think,
true.
to go after
That's
the
that's
pension.
a good point. Good point. Fair enough. I'll have
Or
to agree.
it might require brilliance. Some guy may see some loophole uh, where qualified immunity is unconstitutional or something like that. Some guy may make some brilliant observation.
Well, we got to do something about like, I mean, qualified immunity and absolute immunity. We got to do something about that shit. That shit's got to go. I mean,
Insane. No union is this powerful. This is what I'm always told. It's the police union. It's powerful. They don't
yeah,
get that way unless someone allows it. They're the
right.
scapegoats, in my
Yeah.
opinion. You know, if you wanted to check them, you would, the way you check me and my guys. You know, it's to your benefit to let them remain powerful and come up with their own lobbyists and bullshit. Like in Chicago, um, they told the police, come this day, you don't have to wear a mask so you're going to lose your job. And they had a union meeting say, fuck it. And they just showed up without their mask, nothing they can do. They lost a lawsuit where it said they got to turn over all of these. It turns out they were hiding nearly, was it 250,000 police complaints that they just hid. And they had to release them. And they said we'd set them on fire before we give them to you. The court told them you got to release them. They say we'd set them on fire first. And I
Hmm.
never heard nothing else about it. You
Hmm.
know, it's to the benefit of the oligarchy or whoever our character is up there. It's to someone's benefit to allow them to exist in this malformation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And you know that it brings me back to that enforcement scenario that I was thinking earlier. It's like, okay, all right, who's our like fucking X-Men, you know, to go out there and fight
Okay.
these motherfuckers? You know, I mean, who's
Yeah.
our you know, our enforcement to basically, you know, because I mean, honestly, man, I would love to see, you know, sitting there watching like one of those, I don't know, some kind of like presidential speech or whatever, and Nancy Pelosi's up at the podium and sitting there talking, and next thing you know, fucking sheriff's departments and shit like that start bum rushing in there and fucking handcuff her and
Yes.
tase her and
And
fucking
listen,
not,
yeah, I'm about to
you know.
say no soft shit, nigga. If you don't put her in a
No, I'm talking
chokehold
about
and
like I
take her
mean
down,
like throwing her ass against the damn police car and fucking tasing her and cuffing her
right,
ass up and fucking
right.
hauling her ass out there for you know
Shut the
have
fuck
her
up,
hands up behind her
bitch.
damn back and fucking haul her ass out there and tripping her as I go. You know what I
Uh,
mean? I mean for real. I mean, you know, I mean that I would love to see that on live fucking TV. You know what I
Where is
mean?
our
Because
phone
honestly, that
call
would
for
be
that?
in my mind, all right, some of the crimes that she's actually committed that's actually affected other people's lives and what she's done. All right, and
Yes,
that's just
yes,
one aspect. That's just one
yes,
aspect. I mean, oh my God, there's so many
yes.
people that are got
Right.
politicians and bureaucrats all alone. I mean,
Yes.
there's whole agencies that need to be done that way. You know what I mean?
Those we have no 911. I saw a guy on a video who the police came to his home, said it was a welfare check. He's all right, come in, man. Yeah, he
Oh
would come
man.
in. Yeah, come on in. And he started talking to him. One on walked right past him and started going down his house. Hey, what are you going? I didn't tell you you could search my house. Well, I don't know if there's anyone here. He's like, ain't your business if anyone here. Get back in here. Matter of fact, get out. And they wouldn't leave. And after some back and forth, he said, you can't just remain in my home. Man, we were called here. That bullshit. And he was like, called 911. And they arrested him and threw him in a loony bin. You know, like, what the fuck? Calls you're calling 911, the police are already here, you're under arrest, and threw him in the fucking loony bin, man.
That's a welfare check for you. So I mean, seriously, man. I mean, you know, honestly, man, I've seen too many damn cases where somebody was thinking they were doing the right thing and they called up for a welfare check, and the person they called the welfare check ended up being killed by the cops that were
Yes,
supposed to be
yes.
doing the damn
I
welfare check.
remember one lady said, listen, it's my son. He has a screwdriver, but, you know, he does this shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? But I can't get him to stop. And that motherfucker come outside with that screwdriver. They say, put it down. He say, no. They tore his ass, shot him to death, Joe. And like this, she told her you got a screwdriver. You can't kill him for that. Damn. I
Well,
didn't call you for that.
see, that's the thing. It's like, you know, that Judge Dredd scenario. They end up becoming the judge, jury, and executioner
That's
right there on
just,
the
they
fucking
get away
street.
with it.
and get away with it. That's the
Yeah,
problem, Joe.
yeah.
Dude, that's the fucking problem. And then there's so many people, the back the blue scenario. There's so many people out there that just praise this shit and say, well, they could have just been their ID or whatever, just complied, blah, blah, blah,
Hold on,
whatever,
hold on,
whatever.
hold on. I'm sorry, I got an idea. I want to write it down before I lose it. You got to give me a second. I got to get my tablet and shit.
Go ahead. I'm reading the chat for a second. Sorry, you guys. I'm reading your chat. Dude, you're crazy. It's crazy. I'm glad you guys showed up, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. I, I've been putting off going doing lives and all that stuff for a while. I got a lot of stuff going on. You know, I just watch other people's lives, and I might pop on another live somewhere else, somewhere like that. But I haven't done anything on my own channel in a while. I don't know. Like I said, I've been toying around with that homeless bugging out thing, but there's this one guy. Uh, he's got a YouTube channel. It's called Homeless in America. Um, I wanted to get him on, and I wanted to get. There's another guy. I can't remember exactly his name. It's like Friar Tuck or something like that. But anyway, he's another guy that's homeless, and I wanted to get him on too. But I was just trying to get a good panel. But been toying around with it, trying to get everybody all at the same time. That's what they. As,
Here, um,
go ahead.
here's the thing. Why I leery about who I invite to panel, because I know some people who are good conversationalists. They may come with baggage, and most of them do, and the enemies tend to follow them, and you end up disrupting a fucking room as much as helping it. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the thing too. I just kind of wanted to get, on certain on the subject anyway. I was trying to get, like for instance, I mean, I can only tell from past experience from mine, but I can also, like, for instance, I can get somebody that's actually homeless at this moment. You know what I mean? And get them and where, that point of view that
yeah.
on
And
the subject.
remember, it's just going to be one homeless, right? You remember, yeah, all
That's just
sorts of
one
different
point of
homeless.
view of one
Yeah.
homeless guy. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Because it drives me nuts when I see people in chat or in the comment section that I know damn well they've never been experienced anything close to homelessness or living off of nothing. And then they seem that they know better than everybody what they need and all this other stuff.
Yes. Yes. I'll give you
Um,
an example. Uh, that when I was coming up, the answer to homelessness was uh, he needs to get a job. There are many jobs over here. So and so offered them, or I saw a study that even if they want a job, they're not going to take it. Therefore, they're worthless. Uh, that philosophy doesn't hold, because you got some motherfuckers are out there because of a multitude of reasons. And the best one is a lot of them don't want a fucking job. That's why they don't want to participate. It doesn't mean they're worthless, no fucking good. they're on to something. And some of them do want help, but you know what? That motherfucker's always been spoon fed, or his wife and family shit, took his shit, and he don't know how to start from scratch. You got those guys. You got some who need a hand up, some who don't want a fucking hand up, don't even want a conversation.
Well,
Some,
that is true. Well, I mean, there is people out there. I mean, that you can't help somebody that doesn't want help. So I
some
mean,
of them, like, they got a community. I'm thinking of a certain particular group of motherfuckers. They got tents, and this is where when I used to go out there and give coats and shit with a friend of mine. What the fuck is his name? Loma, Brian Loma, and he go out there, he give coats and meals and blah 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 to him and shit. And I remember going out there right before there was a really bad storm about to hit, and instead of doing that shit, I was decided to go hang out with the fucking homeless people. And that was my fucking, and I had been helping with these people for probably a year or two, but that was my awakening that these motherfuckers ain't trying to go nowhere. These motherfuckers
yeah,
got phone cords and chargers and one generator running 3 tents. They got good heat and ways of fire in there and beds and
yeah,
who's got the UV cord and they got security. They got the runner. They have an existence outside of the shit that they're not crazy with. And in there, they're superstars, they're leaders, they're followers. But it's a microcosm society, man. It ain't my
yeah,
business to shut it down.
yeah. No, I kind of agree on some levels. I mean, I personally don't like living in places like that. Me personally, I'm kind of a loner. I'd rather find my own place out in the middle of the woods somewhere, or
I
like an
feel you.
abandoned house or something like that, where I know I got
Yes.
to. Because I mean, that was one of the things that I didn't like about shelters. The shelters that I've had experience with. It was like a big
Too
open.
many people, too many
Well,
mouths.
yeah, and you're always looking after your stuff, man, because people are stealing shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can only come in at a certain time. You have to leave at a certain time.
Yeah.
There was one that was like it was a really Christian run. So the whole time you were there, you were being preached at the whole time. And I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I just want a place
Yeah.
to sleep and a shower. I don't need to
Yeah.
be. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Um,
Yes. Yes.
I'm just, I mean, because I mean, I get it, but I'm like, dude, you know what I mean? I don't really want to, be preached at while I'm sitting here trying to take a nap,
Right.
whatever. But what, it's just,
It's not set up though where you could
well, see, that's the thing
for
is like, I
your
mean,
autonomy. It's not set
well,
up for your autonomy.
I think, okay, on a lot of levels, I think the homelessness thing can be worked out, I mean, making or having property very affordable and having it to where there's very little to no building restrictions. All right, because honestly I think that's the main thing that almost everybody that's homeless that really want is somewhere where they can put their stuff and sleep at night, where they can take a shit, and you know what I mean. uh, that's what really everybody really wants and really needs. I mean, yeah, I get there's some people got problems, they got drug abuse or
No, but
whatever,
I'm with you.
you know
My
but
buddy who live in a van. He's defend. You know enough others.
okay.
We were over Janet's crib, Eric and them, and they were telling me the different shit about van life. And he said, Joe, what forget what anybody tells you. Your most appreciative moment is to have a what is toilets made out of? Uh, um,
Porcelain.
Porcelain fucking toilet. You're
Right.
right, because we on this point we was talking about, man, we got toilets that slide out,
Right.
compost, all the different ways, and he was like, "There's nothing like people who want that shower really bad." He was like,
Right.
"There's nothing like a real toilet." That's what you learn to appreciate.
I'm telling you, man, the simple things. Seriously, when I was homeless, man, okay, the main things that was going through my mind every single day was, all right, where am I going to get some food today? Where am I going to eat today? Where
Yeah,
am I going to take a shit when I need to take a shit?
right,
If I need to take a shower, where am I going to take a shower? All
right,
right, and then where am I going to sleep tonight? Because
all right. Now, like
not
you were
always
saying
did
with
I have the same place. You know what I mean?
like you were saying with the shelters. they are smart enough to know that that's what the motherfucker want. Why does it got to come with your baggage? Why I have to comply? I have to hear your
Mm,
Christian ceremony. I have
yeah.
to fill out 7 job applications and whatever
Right.
the fuck you request of me, man.
Right. Right.
If
I
you want
mean,
to
you know,
help me, help me. Don't do it your way. Help me. These are my needs. You just listed them.
yeah.
Provide
Well,
those, and that's the start.
it's a damn government run kind of scenario because I mean, you know, the well, I mean, government funded or whatever, but I mean, it's like that's the thing too. It's like, all right, they're not really. I mean, they're just it's a basically a big show. Okay, it's like, look, all right, we're doing something. Look, there's a
Yes,
building over there. We call a shelter. There it
yes,
is. We're doing something to the for the
yes,
homeless. All right, you can't call us not doing anything. There it
yeah,
is. Whatever, you
yeah.
know. But
We just had a good one here in Denver. I don't know, a few months ago, where the mayor, they got a new mayor. He came up with they call them pallet houses, I think, but they're like tiny houses. Uh, they bought a really big hotel and this and that, and they put an X amount of homeless in. I think it was first come, first served. They went to one of the camps that they went to. I went to see this shit in action and to see them actually pack up and leave and get moved to these new properties and homes and get to hear who wanted it and who didn't want it and all of that shit. We just had that shit. And I also investigated, and this is interesting. I had a lot of questions for these guys because I told them, listen, man, I've been doing this shit for years in this particular place, and everybody says they're doing it, for the homeless. It appears that they're doing shit for themselves, and I heard them, and they weren't very talkative. I found one or two who were talkative, who really believed in it, but the head guys were not talkative about it. And it turned out that I don't think they should have been so afraid. I took my own independent shit, and me and other people, and the vast majority, very few, didn't want no part of it. And I could tell those people because they looked hostile when I walked past when they weren't even out there. I'm like, yeah, this nigga like you, Atticus. He don't want no fucking company. I don't want no conversation. Leave me alone. And there was a couple of those, but most of it, and they had the shit covered. Like they had mental health, the showers and the shit, the place to be
right.
warm. You didn't have to leave at 5 in the morning. They had all of that shit. Looked
Hmm.
like they did well, but just the fact that they were scared to talk about it makes me think I was missing something
Like
big.
a damn Scientology occult type shit in the background somewhere,
Something is
maybe.
gonna be, yes, some people with rubber gloves in a back room, something
I
that
don't
I
know.
missed.
Well, no, I know, I understand. I mean, you know, because I mean, you know, that's where some of this, I guess, the stigma, I guess you can call it, what do you call it, the communes and stuff like that. You know, from back in the day, the old hippie communes and stuff. It was kind of like this underlying, almost
Negative
like
stigma, yeah,
a stigma to it, almost,
yeah.
But the thing is like if I don't know.
I just said negative stigma. Is that redundant? Is stigma negative? Is there such thing as a positive stigma? I think stigma alone is negative.
I haven't thought about that, Joe. I haven't thought about
Anyway,
that, Joe.
yeah.
It's like
Uh,
the
uh,
weird thoughts that pop in your mind when you're taking a toke.
right,
Okay, you know what I'm saying? You're sitting there
right.
on that
Hey,
bubbler, and you're like, "Hey, wait a minute. You know what?
stigma.
Damn." It's like shit. But no, I don't know. I was sitting there thinking about it. You know, it's like, okay, all right, as a people, I was like, if we were to actually become self-sufficient, self-governing, and all that stuff, how would we be able to act? There's so many people that think that totally believe that was not existable, not able to be done. We have to have rulers to rule over us, or a governing body. We have to have this. We got to have all these rules, man, because
Listen,
the
Guru is the
fucking
one
people,
who we'd
everybody would
be
just start
talking
killing
to.
everybody. You know what I'm saying? If we didn't
Yeah,
have all these damn rules, you know what
you're
I
in
mean?
Guru's territory right now. Right. He'll
Dude,
tell you whether you need a government, how it
no, I'm
works,
just
and
saying,
what.
dude. I mean, I know that because I mean, me and Guru's actually had conversations on this shit
I
too.
know
Because I mean,
you know.
he's a little bit more radical on certain aspects on me, but he's right on certain aspects too. But he's also a Canadian, so I'm like, whatever. But anyway, I'm
Right,
just
right.
I'm playing.
You
Uh,
lose a few points to the gate for
I'm just
that.
like I'm fucking with you. But anyway,
Right?
but no, I'm just saying, I sit there thinking about it. It's like if all right, all right. I'm thinking worst case scenario because there is possibility things could get really fucking bad in the near future. All right,
And
now
we have to go to Canada. That would be really fucked up.
that would
Yeah.
be fucking. I'm
Yeah.
not. See,
No,
that's the
no, I'm
thing. It's like
fucking with.
I
Go
don't want
ahead.
to have
I'm
to be
just.
one of those refugees that go into fucking Canada looking for fucking asylum. Because I can probably sneak into Canada. I can probably do it.
Oh, we could take them, bro. We
I
just
could take.
sneak
I
in.
could
We
take.
could take them. Bring a dozen brothers with you, and they won't even fuck with you,
The
bro.
only problem is it's too fucking cold up there. That's the only problem.
Yes, yes.
I'd
Fuck.
probably
Why did?
I'd probably do better off down in like Brazil or some shit. You know
Hey,
what I mean?
California, fuck that. They got massive forests moving there, motherfucker. If you give me shit, I'm gonna give you shit. There are massive swatches in California. Got the greatest weather in the fucking world. It's not too hot, not too cold. Like Florida, that heat could kill you, or and all of that shit
Yeah,
make you sweat,
yeah.
or whatever. California, man, is great. And even at night. Arizona, you'll die at night. It's just weird.
I spent a lot of I spent a couple of years over in New Mexico, and I visited over Arizona quite a bit. But I mean, I spent a lot of time over in was it Ruidoso, Capitan, around Taos, around
I
that
know
area.
none of these places, but I'm listening.
But actually, if you remember, Lincoln County is outside of Ruidoso. Lincoln County is where Billy the Kid and the Lincoln County Wars and all that stuff happened.
Oh
I spent
no, it
some
was
time.
okay.
Yeah, I spent some time around. There's a little town called Capitan, and I actually sat down. And did you know the Smokey the Bear was actually a real bear?
I did not. I probably used to, but I hadn't heard
Well,
Smokey
okay, check
talked
this out.
about in 20 years.
Check this out. Smokey the Bear. The old ad. You can prevent forest fires and all that shit. All right. Well, anyway,
Only
how
you can
how
prevent forest
exactly how
fires.
that started, how that was actually started was there was a area outside of Capitan, New Mexico, where the whole hillside, the whole area just caught on fire. Well, the forest rangers found a baby bear, 70% of his body's all third-degree burns and all
Oh
that stuff at the
wow.
top on the top of a tree. All right. All
Yeah.
right. Well, they called that bear Smokey. All right. Well, that's where the whole ad thing
Prevent
started is
forest fires.
from that fucking bear. Well,
Yeah.
that bear, when that bear died, they built like a museum, but like a whole bunch of like all the old ads and all that stuff, and his grave is right there at the museum, right there in
Oh
Capitan, New
wow.
Mexico. I sat next to Smokey the Bear and smoked a joint right next to his grave, dude. Yeah, hell yeah.
I went. There's somebody here, Wild Bill Hickok or somebody like that. I got video and all of that shit. I smoked at his joint, and I was with a
Right.
friend. And this is a little. It's a little. Somebody distracted me. A comment just came. My man is he's a big guy. He couldn't walk the entire distance. But he insisted that I go, and I took pictures and videos. Shit.
Right.
Wow, and it sucks that I can't say it like you because I'm not even sure it was Wild Bill Hickok, but some great Western figure. I think it was Wild Bill. It is
Dude, I'm gonna
great.
tell you something, man. There was areas outside of Lincoln County. There's areas that I went walking around, and you can see like these old shacks. Just look like they've been there for I don't know, 100 years. It looks like. I mean, just
We got him
and you
out
can.
here.
It's almost like you can almost feel like Billy the Kid or somebody like that, kind of like just walked
Yes.
right
You
through
know
here.
where I want to go? I saw on the
Yeah,
internet all this traveling I've done. And we got some of those old towns like you're talking about here and out there where those guys got property, especially out there where it looked like they just sat unattended for 100 or
yeah,
better years and
yeah,
they're in all different states of collapse, not just decay collapse and all of that
yeah.
shit, but there are some slave huts that they kept. And it was really cool because these people could just pull off the road and
Right.
they're there and there's a curator to tell you, and you can see the real shit, man. And all this
Yeah.
traveling I've never hit that fucking road. I want to see that so bad because of what you were saying, the way it takes you back to the Billy the Kid shit. I
Yeah.
want that. Great take on
Well,
this video. Love this channel. Hold on, I gotta say tell that good. Thank you. I can hear you. You probably can't hear me.
yeah. Um, I don't know. Um, I'm sitting here reading the chat. I'm sorry, you guys.
Yeah, what happened? My phone don't want to stand up. Yeah, just some guy left a comment. He just said he loved my channel. Of course, I wanted to tell him, thank you for that. Certain,
Dude, hey Joe, man,
yeah,
every time I see something on there, man, I try to leave something, at least my eyeballs in the chat or in the
yes,
comments.
I know. I see the
I
iPhone.
try I
Yeah,
try to at least give you something some love out there,
uh,
you know what I mean? For real.
uh,
You know what I
and
mean? Because I mean, dude, I'm serious. I I really appreciate where a lot of you guys out there. I mean, like, dude, I mean, there's that one is that J Town News, whatever, that
yeah,
girl, or
press, yes,
yeah, yeah, she's man, I like how she's doing
killing
some
it
shit.
right now.
I
Ooh.
like how she's doing it. And
Yes.
I've been
And
watching a lot.
another motherfucker, Terminator, Tyrant Terminator. He's
Okay,
like
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Black J Town Press, man. I
Right.
love how he's doing it.
It's interesting how people are taking a different take on how to approach
Yeah.
this problem that we deal with. You know
Look,
what I mean?
when we were in here, Anarchy, I remember um, people didn't really even go into places, right?
Right.
That came along later. It was just cop watch, high desert type
Right.
shit. And
Yep.
Patrick, PayPal Patty, they call him, was the first one I thought, holy fuck, he just walked up in there. And
Yeah.
now people have made it an art form. Long Island, them, they make an art form of walking into these places.
I like how James Freeman does it a lot of his stuff too. I like how he's been
I
doing it
like
over the
his
years.
angle.
Yeah, I
Right?
do
I
too.
like
I
his
mean,
angle on
well, I
everything.
do
He can
too. I
take the
mean,
same video I've seen 12 times, and with his angle,
yeah.
suddenly I'll be like, I
Well, see,
type
you
in
know
that
what?
nigga. I've seen
And
this
you
a
know what?
million times.
Actually, I have. I wish I had the editing ability to do it on my phone, but I was sitting there thinking about it, doing it kind of like how James does it, but it's sitting there analyzing a thing, but describing it kind of like what is it, that nature
High
show?
impact.
No, no, like that nature show where they're like, watching a lion stalk a deer or something
Yes,
like that.
yes. Oh, listen, I
Having the
always
whole
thought
thing
that someone
narrated
should
like
do
that.
that
You know
for
what I mean?
humans,
That's what I'm saying.
detached.
Yeah,
Do the detached narration of it.
yeah,
This guy is going in there for this. This
yeah.
guy is going to try and kill him when he gets through the door. Now, it's their nature to,
Yeah, yeah.
detached, really
Do it all in like
detached.
a James Irwin or something like, oh
Y-
crikey, look, he's
Yes,
about to stalk his
right,
prey. We're
right.
in the bushes now. I mean,
That
I
predator
don't.
prey shit. I got to concentrate
I
more on
mean,
that.
I think
Yeah.
it would be fucking cool. I mean, I haven't seen, I mean, because I mean, even James, how he does some of his stuff, how he narrates his stuff, and
He's the
I mean,
closest to that shit. He will
yeah,
be flat out. This guy
right,
wants to murder him. The only
right,
thing holding him back is the law.
right. But I mean, and there's a lot of people out there how they approach the problem, because I mean, like I said, this is a universal problem, and how the whole culture of cops, of the whole culture of the court systems and all that stuff, and how that's been playing in our lives, and how to approach it. It's basically, I guess, it's like approaching that threshold, that line. You know what I mean? Before they, you know what I mean? But the only problem is, like, even like with Jeff Gray's doing, with his like sign, it's like, God bless the homeless vets. All
Yeah.
right, think about it. Like, there's a lot of people out there have gotten arrested for just holding a damn sign. All right,
Yes.
and it's been held in court many times, even up in the Supreme Court. But yet cops are still arresting people. Where is the
Uh,
punishment for these cops? For
yes.
actually, because I mean, honestly, it becomes down to a settlement. It's us, the taxpayers, that get fucking
Yes.
siphoned.
That's a
You know,
great punishment, right? If I'm a cop, I get 2 weeks at least paid vacation.
Right.
and
Right.
I don't have to pay any price, even if it's monetary. I pay no price.
Right. No. Yeah,
Uh,
that's just
hey
great
Joe, you
punishment.
got to take a sensitivity class. Which, by the way, you can do it online. You know, here's the portal. Yeah, I really learned a lot. Me and my kid
Damn.
was playing the whole time. I didn't watch that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, you have to go through
Uh,
de-escalation classes, Joe. Let me
yes,
tell
you
you.
got to go through the again, Sarge. Yeah, man. Did you watch them? Did you read the materials? You didn't read them, did you, Joe? I'll read them this time. I promise. I'll go through it.
I'll glance it. I think
Yeah,
you got
yeah.
a cliff
I'll
note.
take
You
it.
got the
I'll
cliff
look
notes
over
on
it.
that time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw which I should do a video on. Now that I think about it, where they were asking this cop who asked the guy for ID, I think it was, and he didn't have to give it to him. And now the internal affairs or somebody's talking to him, and he's like, "No, no, I get it, I understand." Blah blah blah. And after all that, they asked me, if you had to do it again, would you? He's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I'd do it." He's like, you understand he has rights and so and so. No, no, I get it. I was talking to Tom. He told me about it. Very good. So would you do it again? Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He had no concept of what the fuck rights were. He was just trying to be agreeable. It was fucking crazy, bro.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh man, I don't know if it was what you were talking about, but it made me think of a video. There's this one guy who was sitting there. Um, he was like, "Man, um, here I'm gonna make a video. I want to make this viral, man. So can you like beat me up or something like that?" And the cop
All
was like,
right.
"No, I'm not gonna beat you up. Hey, come on, come on. Arrest me or something. Come on. I want to make this a viral video."
Buddy.
And totally fucking threw the guy off. You know what I mean? The cop actually did some investigation and found out some shit, and then we were like, all right, I'll see you guys later. I was sitting there
Yes.
thinking about it. It's like the way he approached it, in a sense, is like totally threw the guy
Yes.
off guard.
That's
You
what
know,
it's all about, right? That's the shit. When I watch cop watch, I appreciate like Johnny, with he gonna come
Johnny
up with
50,
something new, or holding a sign, Jeff. That's throw him off.
right?
But Johnny would he'd ignore you. He's the first person I saw ignore a cop and keep talking to the guy he's with. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna stay an extra night at the hotel. Where'd you want to eat tonight? Excuse me, sir, I'm talking to you. Yeah, just totally ignore him. Or went to the library and
Yeah.
shushed everybody when they come to him. Shh, shh, it's a library. Shh, you know. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, I actually like those silent audits. Some of those are pretty freaking interesting. When you don't say a
Yes.
freaking word the whole damn time, it totally throws them off. They're like, I don't know how to
Yes.
respond to that.
Yes, I appreciate a motherfucker who does that. For that matter,
Oh,
what is his
dude,
name? The
to
new
hold
guy.
that, yeah, to hold
What's
that's hard, dude.
what is his name? The new guy that cracks up something like two a pre. He forever. He might come in as a pirate one day.
Oh,
He
the one
might.
that did the butterfly? Are you talking about
Yeah,
that
the
dude?
butterfly
Yeah,
dude. He's I think is
yeah,
great. It's so
dude.
funny.
Well, I mean, it's like a huge troll altogether. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's like
and
it's
would you
basically
call the police on a guy who's trolling you? Right? Would you call the police on a guy who's trolling, having fun? Would you
right,
call armed men? What if I did it? When you
right.
call me oversensitive, if you said something I didn't like, and I called four of my buddies with guns to handle it, you think I was insane? You'd want someone to lock me up and
It's a
fix
good
my
point, Joe.
brain?
It's a
Yeah,
good
but
point, Joe.
they'll
Yeah.
do it over some trolling, some lightweight trolling.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you turn the tables around, okay, it reminds me of the whole concept of taxes for me is to me is theft. All right.
Yeah.
Theft to me is like, for instance, if I came up to you and I put a gun to your head and took all your damn money out of your pocket, that's theft, right?
Yes.
I just
Yes.
stole from you, right? All
Yeah.
right. Well, is that right or wrong?
Well, it's clearly wrong.
Okay. Now, what would make that right?
Well, if
Now,
I told you I was gonna take the money and use it for the betterment of mankind and in
right,
your interest, apparently that makes it okay suddenly.
right. Yeah, and if I get the backing of the whole state with the governor behind it, then it's okay.
Yes, and we
Yeah.
rename it then, and we call it by a totally different name, and you're not even allowed to call it theft, or you'll get in trouble, motherfucker. It's
dude,
not
dude,
theft.
oh man, I mean, just here on YouTube, for instance, I mean, I cannot even make a comment in a comment section or in a chat that has anything to say anything negative about communist mentality. It will get deleted right off the bat.
Right,
YouTube will
right,
delete it right off the bat. So I
right.
mean, it's just pretty crazy. It's like, you think about who's in charge by who you can't talk about. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
yes. That's a good fucking way, right? I think by nature, that's a hit dog a holler. A friend of mine say that all the time. So if you're close to the mark, there'll be a sign, and like you're saying, the sign is if motherfucker the closer you try to say something or do something, the more motherfuckers try to hush you.
Right.
Those are the
Well,
cats.
right. And that's the thing too, it's like that's what I think about that on a broad level on different aspects also. I think about it on the frauditor level. That's one thing is trying to hush the truth. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? On that
yeah,
aspect, there's a lot of other levels on different, a lot of different aspects of just life, when it comes down to, you know, I don't know, and I'm also relating it to a lot of stuff on YouTube. You look at the auditing community, cop watching community. If there are two different communities, you got the prepper community, or survivalist, or
yeah. Prepper,
preppers, and you got people that are like die hard,
truthers.
truthers. Yeah, dude, the Q people. You know what I mean?
Yes,
The
the crime solve people. You got a whole thing of people that think they can solve crimes. I don't know if they ever have,
Well, I
but
mean, that's another thing too. I've noticed also there's the YouTube court. You know what I mean?
yeah, yes,
There's
yes.
that.
I forgot about that, but I was talking about the ones like a missing person or something. They'll sit up and and talk for days and months. I'm pretty sure that her babysitter Mabel had something to do with it. There's a whole community making money off of that, bro. And I
Uh,
don't know if they ever solve them, but perhaps that's
oh,
neither here
it
nor
was
there.
the butler in the living room with the candlestick.
Yes, with the candlestick or the pipe wrench, right? Young motherfucker never know what we talking about. We might as well be talking Spanish right now. The motherfucker was born with the right year.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, I can't remember. You're not that old, are you, Joe?
I'm 56 years old.
Okay, so yeah, you got a couple years on me. I'm 50s.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
but yeah, yeah, yeah,
yes.
I guess showing our
I,
age on that end of it on some
I
of those.
But hey man, listen, that's another thing. That's propaganda. The guy with the age is winning, right? I mean, he might not be winning on a basketball court anymore, but that guy has found peace. When I was a kid, I felt anxiety when I did new things. All right, when I was a kid, I had to listen to other people. I tended to follow people and all of that shit. I didn't know the things I know now, man. Fuck that shit. I saw my
All right,
age. I saw the fucking what is that Walkman. I saw
right,
the original computers,
right.
right? I saw VCRs and TVs with VCRs built into them. I saw the 45. I saw the 78. The two
Beta,
turntables.
Betamax.
Betamax, baby. Yes, for that matter, I saw on TV Spectrum, the beginning of cable. When you
Yeah.
paid for it, you paid and you got one channel. It was
There's a
on
guy that
TV.
actually had one of those laser discs. You remember the laser
Yeah, I
disc?
remember the laser discs, baby. They were this fucking big. Whatever happened to them?
Yeah, no shit. They didn't last. I mean,
I
I was
saw.
like, I knew
Remember?
somebody that had one though. He had like fucking like I don't know, like 10 movies or something like that.
Do
It
you
was
remember the cards? I bet you don't remember this, but the computers, there were cards with little rectangles out in them, and they meant something. And you put them into the computer, and the computer would read them. It was just like index cards with spaces cut out. And when I was a little kid, I used to go to my mom's office at work, and that's how their computers work. They'd have all these stacks of cards, and I guess that's how you program or interact with the computer. That's old. Dewey Decimal System.
Well, I
old.
mean, I remember the plastic cards and I remember the floppy disks. Those are the two things that I remember,
Yeah, I
you
remember
know.
floppies.
Yeah, because it was
Uh,
around that time, around floppies. It was like the plastic card, like had a like a metal,
yeah,
like
just a little
like
clip or something on it. Yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah.
the zip drive, I think, is what those fucks are called.
I guess it was like the first type of like SIM card type of thing, you
I
know. But it was like that
I
was like basically it.
That's probably exactly what it was, right?
Because you
SIM
think about
card.
what like a floppy disk, I think the evolution to that was like when they went to the CD or the disc, the you know
Yeah,
what I
the
mean?
disc, cause some of them, I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a tray for the floppy and the tray for the CD. I don't know if they still
Right.
do it like that.
I used to have one actually, man, because I was actually using it at one time. I was trying to transfer stuff off a floppy onto the
Yes, you
disc.
used to could do that. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Uh,
know about
I
now.
used
Shit.
to have stuff like that, man, but I don't know. I mean, there's like even the laptop I've got. I've got an old laptop. It's like a Windows XP. You know what I mean? And it's like
Yeah.
an old Toshiba. Like I used to use it for my like my music editing program and all that
Uh,
stuff, man.
they
Um,
say that they intentionally make these things functionless so that you'll have to buy more shit. And to the point of insidity, if that's a
yeah,
word, they'll like with the phones, they'll tell you they're giving you an update, but it'll slow down your old phone. If it's 5 years old, they send in shit to slow it down and make it shitty. And
yeah.
with the computer, all
So
the
you buy a new
programs,
phone? Yep.
yes, the
I got forced to see
computers.
that was the thing too. I actually had see I ever since like the prepaid stuff came out, that's what I've been on. You know, I don't really
uh,
get a plan or anything like that.
yeah.
So I've always had kind of like a shitty phone. I've had like the cheapest fucking phone you can get, all right,
Right,
for a
right,
long time, all right.
right.
Well, I mean, even now, I mean, you know, not this one, but like the one of my previous phones, Straight Talk kept on sending me a text message or something like that where it was saying you need to update your phone to 5G compatible and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with this fucking phone. I don't want to fucking go out and buy another phone. You know what I mean? And I'm
Uh,
like, dude, you know, I mean, and
no,
it just
but they'll phase you out, bro. They'll
that's what they were doing. They were throttling me back on a lot of my stuff
yes,
because quite honestly, man, I was buying like I think it was like a $40 card or something like that, and
yeah,
that was able to let me at one time. It was actually able to let me browse YouTube all month long without any like
right, right,
buffering or any of that
right,
stuff.
right, right, right,
And now I have to get like the $65 shit just to get the same type of stuff.
right.
And I got
I
a
got
different
the
phone since then, but
I got
it's
the
like
cricket shit. It's their ultimate blah blah blah, and I got a what is this like an iPhone 12, and I can't lie, the fucking quality, picture quality is fucking so much better. However, it's the same nonsense, man. Of the shit they promise you, the unlimited shit. Okay, all right, I
right.
get that, but the speed is not great. I don't know if it's because I'm in a desert or whatever. It's not like I know it's different neighborhoods in different places. This shit slows down significantly. It might take an hour to upload a vid. It might take 10 minutes.
What are you
And
running
then
on now? Like was it AT&T or Verizon? What is it?
I don't know cricket, whoever those
Well,
guys.
I
Maybe
mean,
they.
I'm not. I'm just trying to think. I don't know what. It depends on
Yeah,
what tower they're using. They
I
might
don't
be
know
actually
what
got
towers and shit that they would use. I don't know.
right.
I'm sure they piggybacking off of AT&T or
They
somebody
probably
big.
most likely are somewhere. So it'd be like
Yeah.
whatever tower's near you, and then like for instance, you got like a metal roof on your house.
Yeah. Yes. It's probably. I guess. I think. Yeah. Here. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a metal roof, that'll help. That'll kind of fuck up your
Never thought
signal a
about
little bit
that.
too. It'll fuck up your
Yeah.
signal a little bit. I mean, but
Yeah.
so I mean, it also it comes down to the whole you know how the signals travel around and shit. But
You.
anyway,
You. I can remember being in Virginia during the gun rally, and it was so many of us down there. It was so packed that people were going live, and they were saying there was so many people that they was sucking up the cell signal, and everybody was getting shitty signal because it was so densely packed. I don't know if that's a thing, but that's what I
Well,
heard.
hey man, like the first like year and a half, almost 2 years into the damn shot in the arm shit, I'm gonna tell you, man, YouTube was like there was a lot of people on fucking YouTube doing these like
Right,
live streams and stuff like that. It's like
right.
everybody was locked in their house and they had no other choice, and it was just
Yeah,
crazy, man. I can imagine what the server had to deal with. You know what I mean? You know,
yes, right. Or and it can't be so great that it's prepared. If you think about it, all these servers get overwhelmed at some time and they go down in some fucking
yeah.
fashion. It ain't like they're built for that shit. Fucking Kim Kardashian, I think she could break a server. At least she used to. It's showing her ass. You know, it's not like it's impossible or difficult.
That was yeah. I mean, you know, it depends on what it. I mean, see, okay, that's another thing too. All right, when it comes down to that incentive for freedom and peace, what can we get that would like, you know, break the internet? You know what I mean? What would actually
Yes.
click in
Okay.
people's minds in a sense and wake them up or whatever? You know what I mean? It
It
would be
would.
kind of cool if it would be like a mass thing all at once. I just don't see that happening.
Right.
But
It happened on the internet. It would have to
yeah,
happen on the internet because it's the new
yeah,
technology. Blah blah blah.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see,
What would be?
there was a movie called Videodrome. You ever seen it?
That sounds familiar.
Well, anyway, there's a quote in the movie by the character Brian Oblivion, where it's like, you know, the battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the Videodrome, the video arena.
Mm.
If you think about it, our mind, the mind is what, you know, mind control in a sense. The mind is what the opposition really wants to control. All
Yes.
right, but our minds are going to be fought in this video arena. I mean, the
They
more we
always have
communicate,
been. Wait,
yeah, I
wait,
mean,
wait. I'm sorry. Can I
they're
cut you
fighting
off?
for they're fighting for it. Yeah, go ahead.
The they used to have control over that. Whoever said that was right. That's why they had, you know, two people controlling all the media and shit like that. And again, here's the first glimpse. Even though they're trying to control this, and they're doing good at it by partnering with all so-called private institutions and shit. But here is a battlefield now. It used to be just CNN versus Fox, which is both the same cat.
Right,
Now the battlefield has expanded, and you're seeing all people try different shit, like sticking their water feet in as cop watchers, witchcraft,
right.
Republican, whatever the fuck. That battle is being fought here on all levels intensely because all people have a voice now. That wasn't a thing. You know, Oprah had to speak for you. You know
Yeah.
that. You know, it's
The only problem
different
is,
now.
Joe, there's some people out there, man. God dang, they don't not need a damn bullhorn. They do. I mean, you know,
I don't
they
know
can
if they
say
need a
whatever they want, but my
bullhorn, but
God, they do not need a damn platform. You know
you're
what I
right.
mean?
I was gonna look. I I don't
I'm
know if
just
they need a
saying, and I'm not
bullhorn,
saying anything that I say is all that important, you know, either.
but
But
listen, they
still,
need. I'm not saying they need a bullhorn, but I think
right?
they do need a platform because you got curious, goofy fucks like me who want to hear everything. If it's
Well,
some guy who swears that you know black people still have smaller brains and can't be coaches, I want to hear that nonsense,
fair
man.
enough, fair enough, fair enough. I
Uh,
mean, because I mean, I think about it. I was like, okay, I mean, you know, even though I might disagree with some things out there, I will still fight for your right to actually say it. You know what I
yes,
mean?
same,
I mean,
same, yes.
on that aspect. But I'm
That
gonna tell
gay
you something.
motherfuckers, I
There
tell, I
are
think
some
gay is
stupid
wrong.
motherfuckers that really just need to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? I just have to
I
say it.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I just wish they would shut up on their
I
own. You know
don't
what I mean?
care. I don't know. In fact, as long as you know, it's that I don't mind being stupid, and I hear some of the craziest shit. And it's just entertaining to me when they become
Right. Okay.
dangerous suddenly, and when they're hurting people. Like I got
Right.
guys who spout shit, and at the same time they're putting up pictures of someone's kid, and, pissing on someone's grave, and putting that up. You know, but if long as a motherfucker spitting his opinion, and I can hear some really horrible opinions, that guy RBR that just think white people are
Right.
evil and all that.
Right.
I
Right.
don't think he should shut up. It never crossed my mind that he should shut up.
Well, all right. Now, okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Fair enough. But I mean, dude. All right. All right. Put it this way. I have definitely have the right to call his ass out. I have the right to sit
Yes.
there and not agree with anything he's got to say. I have a right to, sit there, and argue the point or whatever. But um, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, just I don't know.
I was reading Guru. I don't know
It's
what he's talking
just,
about, but he's
go
like,
ahead, go
yes.
ahead.
I'll read some of Guru comments. Yes, it's easy to get these permission notes, and I don't have my memory sucks so bad, so I wouldn't know what we were talking about. Yes, it's so easy to get those permission notes. Just comply with it all. It's not hard. And in fact, hey, I be thinking, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, Anarchy, that these guys who support that shit, I be thinking, I don't even want to say it because I feel so wrong saying it. I feel like they all have the bad guys. Everyone who's telling you no, buy into capitalism and democracy and Trump is better than Biden. I be like, they're bad. They're intentionally trying to trick me. No one's that dumb where they'd actually believe these things. They're trying to hurt me intentionally. I be thinking that, bro. I be like,
Right.
no one's that dumb. That's a shortcoming for me, I think. That's uh, I do believe that you have to be intentionally obtuse, actively obtuse, in order to not see some of these things, and then to know that you don't have a grasp on things and run out there and promote it when you must at least have a doubt. I don't know. It seems like it's less than moral behavior, or unless it's not sincere. And like a cop asking, "Can I help you?" Troll, you know, how come you don't have a job? They're really
Mhm.
asking, "Do you have a job?" And they're really
You got
asking
nothing
something
better to
deeper than
do?
that. Yes, they don't. It's just blurting something out, right? What they mean, and what they mean is just they're representing it badly. What they mean is that I love the government. The government protects you, and you're attacking my dad, my God. That's what they're trying
Right,
to say,
right,
but they're
right,
embarrassed. They
right.
can't say it, so they yell at you and call you names.
Yeah, well, that default setting is violence, anyway, you
Yes, and
know.
that's red flag shit, right? When you see a motherfucker ready to fight you over something, that's hit dog or holler territory. You're getting close to something if you won't fight over it. Like motherfucker be like, man, I don't give a fuck. Somebody burn a flag, I'll kill them. I'll do this and that. You're fucked up in the head, bro.
Yeah.
Or I had some guys who went to burn a flag, and I had some friends who were artists. I'm like, yeah, I'm going there. I'm gonna be there. And I was like, great. I'm glad some of our people would go there to protect their rights and make sure they can burn that flag. That's why you guys are going, right? They're like, oh man, Joe, my ass, motherfucker. You down with freedom or not?
Well, yeah, that see, the thing is, most people see that's the thing. Everybody, including myself, I don't really know what true freedom is because I've never had it. I've been born in this system
Yeah.
that's not a set. See, the thing is, it's like the people they get numb to it because they're like, oh, well, we're freer than other countries. You know what I mean?
Yes,
You know?
yes. Hold there. Let me shut my window. But let's pick up with that shit. Yes, I hate that fucking argument. We're free in another country. Give me 1
10,
second.
10-4, 10-4 hero. And I was gonna sit there and I was looking in chat. What's up, Jason out there? I see Jason in there. Yeah, Ulick still in here. So your nude definitely is still in here. Uh, SM. Let's see here. Yeah, it's good to see you guys in here, man. Deb still in here. And like I said, man, I'm just kind of me and Joe just at the and really wasn't much going on when it comes down to live streams. Um, before I started this live. Actually, I think me and Joe were on another live stream somewhere else, man. But or at least I was, or Joe was anyway. I was in the chat anyway. But it's just trying to find decent conversations out there um, on a variety of topics, man. You know, I'm not going to sit there and say we're not going to talk about politics and religion because a lot of things lead to that or has influenced by that. So a lot of stuff out there. Oh, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's going on, Jason?
Yeah, cool, man. It's almost New Year.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, see, okay. See, I don't have to worry about what's going to happen in 2024 because you know the Simpsons already told me. So,
Well, can you pass it on? I wouldn't mind.
dude, just watch all the episodes of the Simpsons. You'll know exactly what's going to happen right now.
Oh, right. I've seen quite a few. Yeah, yeah.
They're probably going to be all Mandela effects, and you in 2025, and none of that shit will have happened.
I'm still waiting for the millennium bug.
Yes, right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you ready to get locked down again, Jason?
They ain't locking me down, baby. No way. No way. They've had to. But I do believe they're going to collapse the economies. I mean, ours is head in recession.
How?
We knew that. They kicked it down.
How they gonna do it? What's the plan?
Just financially, I think.
How are they? What are they gonna do? Raise fucking interest rates? What do you think they're gonna do?
Well, they're doing that with the inflation. It's up and down. Well, mainly up. But yeah, the price.
Inflation is a good one, right? They're printing money out of nowhere. That's where that's gonna crush the economy. Yeah.
I was saying to a fellow American of yours, a fellow American anyway. Over here, they've managed to stop in the past the fuel getting to the petrol stations, but America has never suffered that problem. So big up, America.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. We did have it really long lines and shit like that, but it's been a long time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it depends on how. See, there's another thing too. Depending on where we get our, you know, I think we get a lot of it from Saudi Arabia, but depending on like how the shipping lanes actually stay intact. I mean, hell, I mean, you know, there's a couple of spots, man, and it's getting really crowded because of the water level, for instance, and you know, and then geopolitical scenarios, and just letting you know, cargo. Hell, during the shot in the arm shit for those first 2 years, there was ships sitting out there in the Gulf of Mexico for 2 years, man. Couldn't fucking bring their stuff in port because of all that crap, you know.
Remember that? Do you know where they put them? The people who were on those boats who supposedly had that shit, they put them in FEMA camps initially. I've never heard nothing else about it.
Dude, did you see those FEMA ships? Did you see those FEMA ships that they had? They're like about the size of a cruise ship, but they look like a fucking prison, man, like a prison box and everything with like barbed wire and everything. Yeah, I'm serious, dude. Look them up. You can look it up, dude. It's like the FEMA ships. Dude, they had a couple of them that came up here in the Gulf of Mexico, and then also when they had that, what was it? There was a thing out in Hawaii where they had like by the volcano, they had a couple of them out there. But I was like, dude, I mean, can you imagine getting shipped off to one of those things, and then you're out there in the middle of international waters? They can do whatever they want with you.
Did you hear about the AI machine that the U.S. is putting out into international waters?
Yeah, yeah.
What the fuck is that about?
Well, see, that's another thing too that I would, not only the viral scenario, because you think about what could be happening on that same level if they were using bioengineering on that same level of like some boat way the fuck out international waters doing all that
adhere to the. That don't have to adhere to the standards that these countries would provide.
Yep, exactly. It'd be all out there out of their jurisdiction, basically. You know what I mean? You think about on the AI thing, what you were talking about, the capability of it like evolving on its own out there without any, you know, anybody regulating it. Um, yeah. And then if it becomes autonomous, that'd be even weirder if it becomes autonomous. But Jason, when it comes down to you, man, all right, now if an EMP happened and the power goes out and it's been out for like almost 2 weeks now, do you how do you see what you're
What do you
going
do?
to surviving? Yeah, what do you
Well,
do for the next?
yeah.
You know,
Right. So I've got 15 cans of rice pudding in.
dude, you still got 15 cans.
I
You
got
still got
15 cans.
15. I thought you had 10. I thought you had 10.
No, I've got 15, man.
Rice
Okay.
pudding.
Yeah, I prefer that to beans.
Okay.
So yeah, no, I'm a bit wary on telling people because they might come for my 15.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Hey,
I'm
hey, I'm
prepping,
telling you, Jay, dude, I'm telling you, I'm coming for those fucking tins. If you were close enough, I'm like, dude, if I get hungry enough, I'm across the fucking ocean. I'm coming for them tins.
But if it gets too bad, I guess society would just rob from the supermarkets, wouldn't it? It just
what happens?
There would be nothing
when,
left within a few days.
Yeah,
There
what
would be
happens
nothing.
when the shelves run dry and your 15 cans are running out? What do you do, Jay?
Yeah.
I'm going to eat my cat.
No shit. Come on now.
All right, and
Come on now.
well, I'm going to fill the freezer up as well. You know, I'm going to get all the stuff out of it that's poisoning me, and then I'm going to restock it up.
You try to wait it out at the crib.
Yeah, that's my philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you. If you were forced out of your place, if you had no choice, you had to leave, all right, and you had nothing but what you can carry or in your car or whatever, and that's all you got left, and you had to go somewhere else. Do you have any kind of a plan?
Yeah,
Like,
I would have to go into a nursing home or something. Yeah.
You know,
Come
his
on,
mentality is go over someone else's house. He is not thinking like
Right.
you're thinking that
But
the
I've
world
got
is collapsing.
15
He's thinking, I'm
cans.
gonna go over my sister's crib. She's up the block and I can't stay at my house. What do you mean? That's what he's thinking.
No, I have started prepping for the power cuts and that. I
Yeah.
guess heat wise, I just wear every bit of clothing I own, and then go to bed.
What if you have
Yeah.
to, again, that doesn't work. I was going to say, what if you have to leave the immediate vicinity? What if, we got to get you thinking more conspiratorialist, whatever the word is. What if no place, I mean, all the cities and.
So where am I going to bug out? I mean, I live
Yeah, thank you.
I'm quite happy where I am. I live on the South Downs, and I'm a mile away. Well, no, I'm closer. Basically, I'm between the Downs and the sea.
You're already bugged out. You're already getting bugged out. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go to the national park if I need to, man.
All right, that's the next step.
Well, okay. If you went to the national park, could you? How long do you think you could survive out there if you had to?
But there's not much wildlife for me. Everything's got myxomatosis, and all the ducks have been eaten off the ponds, and we're not allowed to eat swan, which I wouldn't want to anyway. But
well, I mean, even then, I mean, you think about it, like, for instance, in that situation, do you think you'd be the only one out there in those woods?
no, I wouldn't even get to the woods. I'd be, like I say, I've gone past middle age now, 53. Yeah, whatever will be. Say Sarah. You know, at least I've got my 15 tins. I'm going to make it 30 tins. You know, but I can't take 30 tins with me, can I? Unless I throw it in the car. It's just where, just take it on the chin, isn't it, lads? Just take it on the chin. You know, that's the British way, anyway.
Well, all right. See, this is the thing too. I was sitting there, I was talking about some stuff. I don't know. I was over on your live one time, I think, Jay. But
Yeah,
when I was sitting there talking, Well, yeah, you were there, but I was sitting there talking about some stuff with
Yeah. I'll be back.
um,
All right, fella.
yeah, right on, Joe. But when I was sitting there thinking about it, it's like um, oh shit, I forgot what the hell I was talking about now. Damn it. Anyway,
Well, last time I
um,
saw you, you weren't in the best frame of mind because a lot of shit was happening, wasn't it? That's the last time I.
well, yeah, everything's still happening. Everything's still, you know,
Yeah.
it's crazy. You know, that's the thing. It's like, you know, we all got our own shit going on, but yeah, that's one of the other reasons why I just haven't done any lives lately. AOJ, I'm just saying. I mean,
No.
I've been toying around with that homeless bugging out scenario because I think about it. If you were forced to basically buggo out, you know, basically you for like let's just say for some odd reason your house just burned down and all you got is what you can grab out of the house before it burned down, and that's all you
Right.
got. All right. And then like, okay. And you think about it, but not only your house is burned down, the whole country is to shit. The power's been out. There's nobody coming to fucking, put water on your house and put it out. There's no, police. There's nothing. All right. Now what do you do? All right. It's like, where do you go? All right. Do you have a plan of any kind? Like, how do you survive? How do you live? You know what I mean?
Well,
And then on, just
are you
imagine what would
taking?
be going on at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
You've taken the police out of the equation, which I'm quite happy
Yeah.
about. But
Yeah.
so you're saying there's no government, there's no councils, there's no.
Well, yeah, you think about it. Okay, put it this way: if all, if it was an EMP, for instance, all right,
Yeah.
and it knocked out all the communications and all that stuff, you think about how a lot of those public services will not have any way of doing anything. You know what I mean? Because even your like a modern car, like a Tesla, wouldn't even work. You know what I mean? All the communications, other than like the hard line or fiber optic, will probably still work, but other than that, the radios and their cell phones, everything will be gone. Everything will be out. You know,
Well, hopefully they pull the army out. I do believe, like when disasters happen, people do gather at I don't know,
what would the army do?
whatever, community centres, whatever. I think they all open up and help. I think that's the thing. But that's just you're saying a power thing. We're not talking about Armageddon, are we?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm just using the power outage like an EMP scenario as one part. I mean, okay, just with that aspect in play, where there's no end in sight. Like for instance, like it's already, let's say it happened, it's already been out a few days. It doesn't
Yeah.
seem like it's going to get put back on because there's nobody coming to repair and turn the power back on because there is no way to turn it back on. All right, and the cell phones don't work, your cars don't work
Yeah.
unless you got like an older vehicle. Maybe it would probably still work, but
They're not about smart. Yeah. So back to isolation. Then you either bundle up with people or
right.
isolate and fade away.
How
guess.
familiar are you with your neighbors? Like, like a house or two houses down.
Yeah. Good.
How familiar are you with them?
Very, very well. All my neighbours I know very well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a plus because there's a lot of people that don't even know their neighbors, the two houses down from them. They don't even know who they are. I mean, so I mean, that's a good thing that you do know them. You know what I mean?
But that's because I live on an island and you live on a massive continent, so
Well,
you're a bit more spaced out in places. So like we're a bit more bunched up. So it is like neighbour.
I mean, I know there's people that live in these packed fucking cities and stuff like that, like New York and all that shit. They don't know their neighbor. You know what I mean? They pass them every single day. Never spoken to them. You know what I mean? They don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, that's just
American way.
how it is in some areas. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like, okay, you put yourself in that situation where everything's down, and then you might have to depend on your neighbors. Now, do you know them? Do you know if they're good people, or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like I think about it sounds like almost like an extreme type scenario, but if you look at what's going on around the world and in our own countries, you think about it, it was like, man, this is if the right conditions keep on going in this direction, things could get to that point. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you got some other foreign country out there that wants to do some harm to this country, and the only way to do that is to start out with an EMP, and then just have everything go to shit here by amongst ourselves inside the country, and then come in and then do their thing. You think about it. One of the first tactics of an like invasion, in a sense, is take out the communications. You know what I mean? That would be the first thing to do.
Yeah, and then take out everything else, innit?
Well, yeah, because if you can't communicate, you can't coordinate, you can't actually, fight back, basically.
You take the infrastructure out of it, so there's no food, no water, no.
I mean, and I understand like our government, their military, the military and stuff. They've got certain type of stuff they protected, so it wouldn't be interfered with like EMP or something like that. So, like even the Russians, a lot of their critical infrastructure is still using like old vacuum tubes and stuff, because actually a vacuum tube would actually last through an EMP blast. You know what I mean? It would actually still function versus like all the solid state stuff that we have in computers today.
Yeah.
Because all the modern stuff would just blow up or pop.
Well, I mean, petrol's going to work, generators are going to work.
So. What's going to pump it out of the fucking ground?
No, I'm just saying people have generators, people have petrol.
Yeah, I understand that. But okay, once your gas is gone, how are you going to get the gas out of the fucking petrol station if the electricity's down?
Oh, haven't you ever seen the Last Man on the Earth? Have you ever seen that? Petrol goes off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, petrol goes off. The other thing is, if society breaks down like that, what about the nuclear reactors and all that?
That's a good question. Because if once the generators run out of gas, or diesel, whatever they're running on, then that's it. If there's I mean, that's the same thing. Like, I'll give you an example. Like out here in Panama City, man, we had Hurricane Michael that came through. That was a Category 5 or something like that, hurricane or whatever. It was pretty bad. All right, but there was a lot of people that were in these like shelters and stuff, because their house got blown away or whatever. But a lot of these shelters, when the power was out for almost 2 weeks, a lot of these shelters are running off of generators. All right. Well, once the petrol or the diesel or whatever is run out of the generator, if there's nobody coming back to fill it up, they're shit out of luck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if the communications ain't there to let anybody know, hey, we need more fuel. I mean, you can't get anybody to fucking fill it back up. That's you see where I'm going with that.
Yeah. So I take it your circumstances ain't changed much.
No, not yet. I'm kind of in a limbo scenario, but it's the inevitable eventually is going to happen anyway. It's just that, which sucks, because I don't know where I'm at right yet when it comes down to where I'm going, what I can take, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So it's it, and then on top of that, I got, like I said, I got another family issue that's in place too. So, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's pretty crazy too. That was the reason why I was going back to the homeless scenario. There's a statistic here in the States that there's like the largest amount of homeless people this past Christmas, like a long time. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of people ended up homeless this Christmas.
Yeah, I heard that stat was going up. You know what I mean? I did hear it. It's been since the crash, really, isn't it? Of, was it 2007 or 8, something like that?
Well, are you set up where you don't have to really worry about like getting kicked out of your place or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because I mean, that's the reason why I hate renting from anywhere, because there's always that threat something might happen, the landlord kick you out. I hate that. I hate renting.
It's a shame, man. It's a shame. Everybody should be entitled to be housed, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing too, man. There's a lot of people out there that's just never been in that situation where they didn't, they don't have anything, and uh, I don't know. Just one of them things, man. And it's not a good thing. It's never a good thing. Never a good time.
Nah, never. Man, it must be a bit stressful for you. I do feel for you, man.
Yeah, I'm
Lost.
trying not to let it stress me out. I'm just trying right now. I'm just trying to take it day by day. Try and go to, do some work every day, make a little bit of money every day to keep everything paid off and blah blah blah. And then, I mean, there is a good chance. Put it this way: there's this hypothetical that can also possibly come up. Now, because I have mentioned on, when it comes in on my dad's property, that this is the property he's selling. I'm sitting on this property. Once it's sold, it's supposed to be closed at a certain time, and then, but there is a possibility that the guy could just back out and not buy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there is that possibility. I mean, it's not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying there is that possibility that the guy could just drop out and say, "No, I decide I'm not going to buy it." Well, then, I won't have to worry about it for a little while.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm trying to think of the positive scenario.
have you thought, after in the new year to start minimalizing, like getting rid of some?
Oh
Like
my
get some.
gosh. Yeah. I mean, I kind of do need, well, no, it's not, I never do New Year's things anyway, but, I
Yeah.
do need to kind of, I have been, even though I don't know exactly where I'm going, I've been kind of packing things up, but you know what I mean? I've been kind of like the bare necessities that I want to keep a hold of, and, that I'm not using every day, I'll go ahead and put that up and blah, blah, blah. But, I've got a lot of tools, you know what I mean? So just packing up tools, it's like, my God damn, dude. So I got a lot of different, because I mean, I do a lot of different stuff, and I got a lot of different tools, and
Is there any storage units near you then?
yeah, but I don't really want to. That's another bill that I don't really need, and I mean, it's
But I'm
not
just
something I
saying,
really.
if
Yeah.
it comes up too much, you could live in the storage unit as well.
Well, I mean, if I get desperate enough, I will do that. But I'm trying not to get to that point.
Yeah, of
But
course.
because I mean, honestly, man, there is that chance that because that's not allowed. But there is that chance of
Yeah,
getting caught, and then this and that, blah blah blah. Which I can probably get away with it for a while. I really could, but it just depends on how they run the place.
What
And
about is there any hotels near you? Like,
no,
could you get a job in a hotel and live in a hotel?
no, not near
No.
me, right? Not directly near me where I'm at. But even then, you think about it, most of the stuff. This is a tourist area. This Panama City is a tourist area, man. So everything's high. It's high as shit, man, when it comes down to the price. Because it's down here by the beach, down here by the water. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, and I don't know. Because where I'm sitting, I'm just a little bit north of the beach itself. So I'm not right on the beach. I'm just a little north of that. You know what I mean? So, I'm a little bit more rural area versus the beach. But,
Yeah.
but even then, it's like, I'm trying to get everything to where I could probably get on something else, and where I can still have my dogs and all that stuff, and because I don't want to have to get rid of them. I don't want to,
Yeah,
I
man.
don't want to have.
That makes it worse when you got pets. Then that's worse.
Well, well, I give a shit what happens to them. So
Yeah. You did
it's
say
one of
you
them.
give a shit, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, well, hell, I watched every one of these dogs get born. They've been with me, the whole life. You know what I mean? Um, so. Um,
Yeah, it's sad, man. But yeah, there was things you were going to do, weren't there? Definitely. You were going to speak to the guy. You were going to minimalize.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, I'm trying to, I granted, I know there is some stuff that I got that is just flat out just junk. I know it is. But, there was a lot of my metal artwork and some of my other metal work that I was actually using that junk to make other stuff with. And then I turned around and sold that stuff to make money. So technically some of that junk was actually there to make me money. But yeah, technically I can purge that. I can get rid of that. And I can probably start over with another pile of junk somewhere else. But,
Yeah, I think you need to start again, man, and start making moves because it's getting on top of you, I can tell.
well, the thing is, it's like I got, um, it's like I was talking to Joe earlier. It's like, I'm still trying to figure out how to make a passive income of some kind. You know what I mean? Some kind of way I can make money. Like, like, dude, I'm sitting there talking about it. It's like, we're talking about, like, for instance, if I could do what we're doing right now, just sitting here talking. If I
Yeah.
can make money doing this right now, can you imagine if I got an hourly wage sitting here having a conversation with you? Talking
That's
like
what
this.
you'd like to do, I guess, isn't it? Like,
Dude, that would be awesome. I don't know. I don't know if it would turn into a job or not, but it would be pretty cool. I could probably do it. I don't know. But I just don't know how I can make money doing that. You know what I
anything's
mean? It's just like,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, um, I've seen other people do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to start. It's hard to start something like that. It start from nothing and kind of grow that that audience in a sense.
So are you saying like you don't know many people around your area, neighbours aren't close, sort of thing?
Well, I mean, I got neighbor. Well, the neighbors that are close to me are most of my family.
Ah, right. Ah, Sandy. I mean, your family.
I mean, they're not my immediate family, but they're relatives of mine. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, they should be. You should be able to sort of say, "Well, this is happening." What do you reckon?
Well, that's where see, there's stuff I'm trying to get. Yeah, it's just like I said, if the closing happens on the date that my dad was telling me, it's like the time is just like right around the corner. So it's like a little over a month, man. That's it. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, dude. So it's like the clock is ticking, and I'm like, I got to, and that's the reason why I'm always thinking about the worst case scenario, because the worst case scenario is things get sold, the owners take possession. They want me off. I ain't got nowhere to go. You see where I'm at.
Do you get any
Yeah.
squatting rights or anything like that?
No, I can't get any. I don't think I qualify for that. But
well, if you can
but
see
even
it
then,
coming, you need to act
yeah.
on it.
But even then, I'd be going up against my dad when it comes out of that. So
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
anyway, yeah, it's just a stupid thing. But
Well, it's not. It's if you're settled and happy where you are, you didn't see that one coming. But yeah, I heard the stat that a lot more people are going to be made homeless.
yeah, well, I'm trying to avoid that. And but like I said, it's like there's a many different reasons why it ends up happening to people, or they end up getting in that situation. And like, for instance, what if you were forced into that situation? I mean, do you have any kind of, that's where my questioning is when it comes down to it, to just general people. It's like, if you were forced in that situation where you had no choice, like, I don't know, a hurricane came in and took your house away, or a fire happened, or government just fucking forced you out, and then now you're like, wandering your damn country and with a backpack. What do you do now? That kind of shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I've never ever voted Conservative, but I live in a Conservative sort of area. So yeah, we'd be looked after a bit better than America,
Do you think so?
Oh, absolutely, I know. So yeah. Well, for the moment, yeah. It's, let's say all that's slipping away. So yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, they're filling in what do you call it, potholes around here. You know, they're putting new
yeah,
roads down and stuff. So it is a thingied area. You know.
okay. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, just when there's a crisis or something, it seems to help. But yeah, if all government and that sort of desist, and it's you know you're on your own proper, yeah, you know, guess I'll be up there robbing Tesco's in the beginning, yeah, with the rest of them.
Well, I mean, do you like, for instance, if everything went down, like there's no cops, no fire department, no ambulance, no nothing like that, nothing coming to save you if you happen, things are going to crap. All right. Do you really think that that's what everybody's going to just start doing? Is just start robbing Tesco's or killing people and stuff like that? Is that what do you think? Just everybody's going to start doing?
You're gonna have to get used to cat food.
I mean, once the food runs out of the damn store, once the food's gone after everybody's taken it, maybe it might get to that point, but I'm just saying, because you think about it, once if there's no food delivery to refill those shelves in that store, all right, once all the food is gone out of that store, there's no more refill. What do you think people are going to start doing then? You know what I mean? So that's what I think. It's just the logical steps toward, it's an extreme, but it's just the local steps that could lead to these things that really easily. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like okay, it's like having a plan before it happens. All right, because honestly, man, there's a lot of things that could put all of our, over here in America, over there in the UK, it could put our country in a position where we are in that position for a long period of time. And like, okay, it's better to have a plan than actually get in that position. And then we're like, okay, now what do we do? And then try and figure it out then. You know what I mean? Because if you already have some kind of a plan in the first place, then you got something to work with. Otherwise, it's like waiting until they knock on the door and then figuring it out. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just really where I was coming with that. My logic behind it. You see what I'm trying to say?
Where do you live? Florida, isn't it?
Huh?
Florida?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. You're just going to have to go out and eat some gators, man. Oh, it's just me. It was just me. But now he's back.
What happened?
You fucked off. And you lost your avatar.
Did I?
Yeah.
Dude.
That's StreamYard. Yeah, that's StreamYard. Fucking about.
Yeah, it just totally flaked off, man. Because, I mean, I was sitting here listening to you, and it's like your audio dropped out for a second there, and then I came back, I guess. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's just StreamYard. But yeah, you lost your avatar, just to let you know.
I've only been on for going on
3
4
hours.
hours.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Going on right there. 4 hours right there.
How much do you think you should have earned for this 4 hours?
Okay, let's see. If I was going by the hour, let's say here $100 an hour. That would be awesome.
Wow, fucking hell. Yeah,
oh, yeah, man. It's been worth it, hadn't it? Come on, man. This has been fucking riveting, man. This has been awesome.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. Don't you think that's what it'd be worth?
No, I don't think.
No.
I don't think I'll bring anything to the table that's worth £100 or $100.
Come on now.
Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I don't know. It would be kind of nice because, I mean, honestly, I was sitting there talking about it with Joe. It was just like on the idea of, having peace and freedom and really what is the incentive for that. And I was sitting there, I was suggesting, like, if there was a monetary incentive for that, I think a lot of people would want that, and they want peace and freedom and stuff. And then because they would get rich, You know what I mean? So I think it would be kind of cool if we were there, because right now there is no there's monetary incentive for that. You know, there's more incentive for war and sickness and all this other shit because they make more money doing it. You know, it's,
Yeah,
you
they
know,
do. I was listening to the bloke who killed Bin Laden. Yeah, I was watching
yeah,
that earlier, and fucking hell, they were saying the people that run the camps. It was the name of the company, yeah, and they did everything: the food, the cleaning up, the carpentry, everything. So it was like
yeah.
a contract, and it was related to someone in government, you know. So it's fucking terrible. What are you fighting
Yeah, I
for?
mean, you think about it, and then that's a revenue stream right there, and they want that to continue. So that's why all this that kind of shit fucking continues to happen because there's money to be made. You know what I
Yeah, they were
mean?
making the armor, the you know what I mean, the vehicles, and they're all left over
Yep.
there as well. So there's more money to be made.
Yeah, more money to be made because they got to make more stuff and all that stuff. All these government contractors and stuff that make all these fucking weapons and clothes and whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, they'd go out of business if there wasn't any more war out there. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just one of them things, dude. It's just like uh,
Do you
I don't
feel
know.
like this? Do you feel like this has been the hottest year?
What are you talking about? Heat wise, like temperature?
Yeah,
Uh, no, not really.
it's been recorded as. So I just thought I'd let you
Really.
know. Yeah, the hottest ever
Well, I mean,
recorded.
I don't know. I guess I'm just used to it. I don't know. I think a couple of years ago it was probably pretty damn hot because I normally I work when I work outside and all that stuff, so I'm always out in the sun and the heat. So I don't know. It's like a couple of years ago, it just seemed like it was so freaking hot that year, that summer.
Yeah, I've
But
remembered some, and that, like I say, they've been recorded, but they reckon this year was the highest.
oh
A lot
yeah.
of things
Well, I
violent, yeah.
mean, well, how was your winter? How was your winter? Was it warmer than normal?
No, it's it's getting to what it was, but it was a delay, definitely a delay on it. So it was the
Oh yeah.
hottest September, yeah. So yeah,
Well, I mean, is it going back to like your normal like temperature this time of year, or is it still
well,
warmer than normally is this time of year?
in the day it's all right, but like I say, we should have been colder in September and November, but
Yeah.
it's sort of like as it went into November, a week or so, it started getting a bit colder, and then it
Are
warmed
you
up.
are you getting as much rain as you normally do this time of year?
It's been nothing but rain since Christmas. It was raining Christmas Day. We had about a day or two off, and it really hailed down earlier. So hailstones. So yeah,
Wow. Okay.
yeah. I took a little video of it. It shit the cat up. So yeah, you do.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about all that, man.
Hey, hey, he's grabbing a coffee and he'll be up. Give him a few minutes. Hey.
No, right on you, Luke. That's fine. Matter of fact, well, no. I was like, I got half of it. I might make some coffee or something in a minute myself.
No worries, man. We can all do that. We can all do that. I think we can all do that. We take turns, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'll
hear
just
you.
take it. I'll just pick it up and take it with me. But yeah, coffee to keep me going. Why not? Hey, I bought some nice biscuits today. Biscuits I ain't bought for years. They're like a shortbread, yeah. They pretty much are. They're Scottish. That'll wind my mate up. But I was going to buy the shortbreads, but I thought I'd buy these ones instead. They're round. They are a shortbread. So, yeah, that'd be nice. But they're better off in tea. I might have a cup of tea instead. Yeah. Do you drink much tea?
No, no. But I like coffee, but I like sweet coffee. I mean, like I like coffee like I like my women. I like sweet with a good tan.
Black? Black? With
No,
good
I like with a good tan. You know, throw a little creamer in there with
I
it.
like coffee
A
of all.
little, little
I'm not prejudiced. Like I like coffee of all colours. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just the way I like it. I mean, but um, I used to drink a lot when I was younger, but when it comes down to coffee, I used to drink a lot of it, but I've cut back a lot since then. I can't really drink coffee like in the morning time, especially when it's like in the middle of the summer or something like that. I
Yeah.
can't drink it in the morning time anymore. Like if I'm going to go out and work out in the sun, it just dehydrates me so much, man. It's just like it fucks me up all day. So it's like I've reduced it down just to the winter time thing, and then
Yeah.
and that's about it. Um,
So
but I,
9 months. It takes 9 months to get to Mars, right? And it's 70 below. Yeah. And they reckon they're going to go over there and start some life off. Yeah. How's that going to happen? What do you
I
reckon of
don't
that?
know. I mean, whatever they want to do, man. I mean,
And they,
you think about who's going to be actually going there. Who's going to be allowed to go there. All
who
right.
would want to go? I mean, people have already signed up.
Okay.
It's just bollocks. It's just bollocks. This is it right here.
Well,
Right.
technically, that would be a one-way trip. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. They'd be begging to come back, and it's shit here.
But you think about it, if they had kids, would they be considered Martians?
Oh, that's a really good one. Yes, because if you're born in Germany, you're German, unless you're on
Right.
a military
So,
base.
like, if those guys that they had like kids while they're up there on Mars, would they can be considered Martians?
That's fucking brilliant. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I say yay, but there's only two sexes. Tell them. Innit? That's impossible, isn't it? Ridiculous. I even heard in the past that they were thinking of they were laying out white sheets on this where the ice had melted. Yeah, and yeah, that's going to reflect the work. But yeah, they were saying, yeah, we need to paint like where the ice was white. Do you think of that?
What are you talking about?
When the ice has melted, and it has melted a lot. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That I've seen them putting out white, like long sheets of white. Yeah, so it's reflecting back white rather than just the rocks. Do you know what I mean?
What, just to be like a facade kind of thing, or like
No,
to
they're
make it
trying to.
look like it's still an iceberg?
No. So it'd be white and reflecting the sun back.
Uh
Do you
huh.
know what I mean? That's why
Okay.
they were doing it. Yeah.
Oh well. So okay, just because it's getting too damn hot. Is that why? I
No,
mean, I mean,
they
because I
reckon
mean, honestly, man, there's like Bill Gates is trying to block the sun altogether. He wants to do that.
he's
So I
doing
mean,
a Mr. Burns.
well, I mean, seriously, I mean, dude, are you talking about the evil scientist or the evil, the mastermind that wants to rule the world? There are people out there in real life that actually are those people. You know, um, that's the thing, dude. There's actually that Bond villain out there that wants to control the freaking world or hold it hostage for some stupid reason. There are real people out there like that. You know.
Yeah. You got to put it in perspective, innit? Put yourself in the middle of a desert, yeah, and then what's more valuable, that bar of gold in your right hand or that bottle of water in your left?
Well, yeah, it's all about context with what you're dealing with that moment. I guess but that's true. It's all about the situation and context.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's the reason why I pose some of those scenarios to you there, Jason. I mean, because even though you live over there in a different country than I do, all right,
Yeah.
I still think about the basics. You know what I mean? Like for
Yeah.
instance, certain situations, like what you would have to probably deal with in that moment, in that situation. Like how would you handle that? Do you have any kind of an idea of how to handle that if you were in that situation? You know what I mean?
To be
I
honest,
mean, you
though,
guys. I mean, I think about, you know, I guess just, you know, my environment, you know, in some in aspects in some of those towns or cities that I've lived in, I've always had this situational awareness. I'm always looking and seeing if somebody's wanting to do something, steal something or whatever. I'm always looking with, you know, looking around, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? You probably don't
yeah.
have to deal with that much as much as I, you know, I don't know. But
Well, no, yeah, come on, man. It's fisticuffs. You know what I
well,
mean?
that's
No,
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it was, you know, it's not like the Pinky Blinders are still around in your neighborhood, are they? Yeah.
well, it's not quite as bad as that. It's not like the gangs of New York. You know what I mean?
Right, right, right.
But yeah, things have changed. But yeah, you still got to be on your toes, and you know, anything could happen.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are getting put, I went up the shop the other, like feels like 2 weeks ago now, and I was just at the cash point on my motorbike, yeah, and this kiddie's run out with like 2 bags of stuff, and the women have followed out about, I don't know, 20 seconds later, going, "He's just robbed us." So, you know, that was for Christmas, obviously, yeah.
What'd you do?
Well, I was on my
What'd you do?
motorbike and it's a one way, so I went back round the one way, the wrong way. Yeah, because I was on my bike. I just jumped in the car. He'd gone. There was a car waiting for him.
Damn.
Wow, hey, proper job that one.
Well, I mean, and honestly, man, even around here in America, that's happening a lot more and more now. You know, next thing you know, like over here, they'll get like a group of 20 that go into a damn store and do it all at the same time. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? You remember back in the day where they had flash mob dancing? You know, remember that?
Flash mob dancing.
The dancing where everybody like next you'll be like walking into a shop or something like that, and then next thing you know, at the same time, everybody starts dancing and starts doing a song, and it's like a video, like a TikTok type of thing.
Oh right, yeah.
All right. Well, it's on the theft avenue of that. It's almost like a flash mob theft. You know what I mean? And it's like they all like text each other on fucking social network, and it's like, hey, we're gonna hit this store. Next thing you know, you get like 20 or 30 people roll up on the motherfucker, and you know what I mean?
Damn. Well,
That's what
over
it's
here,
like. You know?
the thing where they'd have loads of people like just storm a shop, and they'd generally be, you know, certain thing, but and just rob the shops, you know. But
Yeah.
it's just the poor fucking trying to get something back. I think, you know, more than gangs. I mean, they're squeezing. They're just squeezing people too much. Like I say, being priced out of things, you know. People are having to not rely on the NHS and go private, you know. It's just weird, man. It's just cutbacks, isn't it? Just the false economy. I think hairdressers are doing all right.
You know how to cut hair?
No.
Well,
I could shave someone's head.
You're shit out of luck then. No, I mean, wait a minute. Do you know how to shave somebody else?
Well, I could shave my own head.
Right. No. No,
Yeah.
I'm just like, can you use a straight razor?
Oh no! I mean, I'd cut my throat.
Right.
But I've had them use it on the Turkish barbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite good that is.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, it's nothing like it. It's nothing like that kind of shave, though. I'm gonna tell you, but I kind of use an old razor myself when it comes to shaving, but I don't really. I have tried it a couple times for myself when it comes down to a straight razor, but it's just it's hard. You have to have a certain technique
Can
and
you put the link out? Can you put the link out?
Was that Bulick? Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to change my name to Suck My Unit.
There's this guy that does this live streams. He actually will get people to pay him to change people's names, or he'll get people in the chat to pay him to drop people off the panel. It's just pretty crazy.
That's
He'd be like,
fucking
okay, you know, it's like, okay, if you want this guy off the panel, give me $2.
Well, is it popular?
Is that you like? Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Who else would it be? What's cracking?
You know, I got some crazies out there that, yeah.
I know.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Hey, Jay.
Hey.
Good
Good
evening,
stuff.
Wingnut.
You all right?
Yes, I'm always. I was
Yeah.
interested to see Dennis in your chat there. I like Dennis. Oh, when I say I like him, I don't really know him. I've seen him around on the internet for a few years, and he's from around the same part of the world.
Yeah.
I've been up. Well, when I say, I don't know how long he's been away from that part. So, where he was from, Fannet Head, beautiful, beautiful part of Ireland. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So,
Yeah.
what do you think of the bleakness of the cosmos?
Well, I suppose.
And
when I go up to see, actually, when I go up to where that place there is, and I look out and I see the vastness of the sky, yeah, out at sea. Yeah, it is. And to think that we're the only things that we're the most intelligent thing out there or whatever. But we are the center of our own little universe. But to think that I don't know where we are, and it's I haven't a fucking clue.
Yeah, I'd say this is it though, isn't it? Make the best of this, because you know the meaning of life is. 42.
No, it's 47. 47.
It's 42.
No, my calculations come up with 47, so that's it.
42 is the number. 42 is the number they've come up with if you put it into your
supercomputer.
Yeah.
Right, so
I did some calculations. So go ahead.
What number are we missing? The secret number on our?
All right. You know, somebody told me the secret of life can be found in the mating habits of mollusks.
Well, they had a lot going on in their life if they've been able to tell you that. Who told you that?
I can't remember who told me.
Fair play to them for doing that research for you.
Right?
Did you believe them?
Well, I just took it at face value, really. I'll be like, okay, sure, whatever you say, man. That's awesome.
You didn't leave it at that, did you?
He's like, beware of the three-headed moose because windows have no doors.
Oh, that's very cryptic.
So what's going on with you? Like, what's going on with you?
Oh, it's winter time. You know yourself. It's not. It hasn't frozen yet. I believe as it normally does. It's not as cold as this time of the year as normally. So I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. Last night and then I don't know. Tonight probably going to be just it dropped down pretty damn cold at night. I know that. And for me anyway, I think it's damn cold. If I got to put a damn hoodie on.
Yeah, well, that's it coming. It's a coming.
Well, I mean, it got down to like what is it, 43 or something like that the other day or whatever, or the other night. It's like, God dang, man. I just, I can't stand. I don't like it. Anything below 60 degrees, man, I'm pretty much cold. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't have a fucking clue. I just know when I'm cold with me. You know what I mean? I'd put another jumper on me.
Oh yeah.
That's, well, extremes. I don't know what extremes are. Used to extremes here in this part of the world. It's either fucking really, really hot or it's really, really cold. So I haven't had them.
How do you guys heat the house over where you're at? How you got like electric heat, or how you guys heat it?
There's the options of, I don't know, this cell fucking air that blows around the place. What do you call
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And
Yeah, air
there's
handlers or
fire.
whatever it is.
You can have a log fire. There's a fire downstairs and a fire upstairs
Right.
that blows out. So you have that option. But you want a forest probably to keep that going all the time when you're there. You're cooking on it and that, yeah. You've a stove there now, an old stove you only got.
Yeah.
It was, I forget the name, is it a Roper? I forget the name of the ones. It's an American, it's an old American one. I don't know when it's from the 40s or 50s maybe.
Yeah. Was it just like a single pot type of thing, like a, or is it like a actual stove with cooktop?
Yeah. You can cook on it. But this thing it's in pristine condition. So we're going to try convert it over into where you can use it on gas rather than
wood.
Well, it's a job to be done, to look at rather than rush. But it's just the jets. I think have to be. I don't know. We've been busy.
It would be kind of cool to actually convert that, because then you can still use that old style. Because those things are that thing's probably made out of cast iron and all that stuff. So.
Well, it's like, what do you call them ones in Europe? The Agas, isn't it an Aga?
Yeah.
That brand. I think this one is the American equivalent of that one. Here, so whatever. I don't think of the name of it here offhand.
I saw some shortcakes, Scotties. Yeah, they were like £1.50 for a load. Yeah, real ones though, Uli.
It goes straight to your ass. It goes, man. Next thing you know, you're gonna have like fucking fat ass for the rest. Yeah.
Sorry, let's get it.
I'm telling you, man. You're gonna sit there and eat them things, man. Next thing you know, you're gonna blow up to about like 400 pounds.
I need this for the winter.
Oh yeah.
like a winter coat.
Shit. Yeah. Building on them calories, kind of like them polar bears do, right?
I haven't had these biscuits since I was a kid.
Oh, sorry, I lost my phone there. Looking at the light. I was saying your thing is going to get blocked up. 42 is the answer to everything. Yes.
So it's raining here. Just want to let you know.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. In fact, they warned us about some heavy winds and stuff. Yes, they did.
Yeah, at least you ain't got to worry about hurricane or anything like that.
Well, it's our version of one, you know. Yeah, I suppose
Yeah,
Florida.
when's your hurricanes? You're over your hurricane season there anyway.
What,
Bring it down
me?
that part of the world, eh? Yeah.
You know, yeah, when it's like around when it's still warm out, because when that when the Gulf of Mexico out there gets warm, that's when it's usually like more hurricanes come through. You
What's
know,
that usually? The end
all
of
that warm
September,
water.
September, October.
Yeah, I mean, well, and all that warm water kind of gets evaporated up into the, and that's what, it kind of helps the hurricanes kind of form up.
You send all when you sell all them holidays to Europeans, cheap holidays, and they
Yeah.
don't realize it's hurricane fucking season that you're going to. Well, I think that was before the internet. Sorry, that was before the internet, before I told everyone.
That holiday blew me away.
They probably don't also advertise that every single year there's at least one shark attack.
Whoa.
Yeah. Every single year there's at least one. Yeah. It's just because some stupid ass going out there past the second sandbar and want to become fucking fish food. You know?
And it could be anything, isn't it? Climate. I mean, there's a lot of shark attacks anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, man, you got to understand, it's kind of like walking into a forest or something like that, Well, you guys don't have big animals like we do over here. That's the reason I'm just sitting there thinking about that. Like, like the only most dangerous animal you got over here is a freaking hedgehog. Give me a break. You know what I mean?
We got an adder. That's quite dangerous. Old adder. It's a snake.
Okay. Well, see, that's the thing. You got one. Okay, a snake. One snake.
And then sometimes we get the odd banana tarantula over here. They're quite dangerous. But
fucking seagulls. Where you are the most dangerous seagulls.
Seagulls are evil.
Right. Okay. There you go. Okay. There you go. Fair enough.
But you got alligators. I'll give you that. You win. You've got a lot.
Dude, just in this state, I've got alligators, wild boar. I've got panthers. I've got coyotes. There's
cottonmouth.
I've got a lot. I've got cottonmouth, moccasins, diamondbacks.
Wow.
Black razors.
At least
all kinds of stuff.
if it goes tits up like you say the world, yeah. At least you can eat snakes.
Well, come here, listen. Yeah, but come here. Look at how fucking useless these are. We have had no guns in Ireland, right? And we've got rid of all the fucking animals out of it.
Yeah, I know. That's not crazy.
And you still have all the fucking animals. You're fucking. What's happening? You're slow as fuck. We're taking all them guns back off. You're not using them properly.
Don't say that, you right? Fuck's sake.
It's like you're poaching on the king's land. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But rules out the window then, isn't it? No rules, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you miss well, you live miss a lot, but do you have cornettos over there, you live? Come
here. They haven't got honeycomb. Never mind. Can you imagine walking down the ice cream aisle? I would be very disappointed looking at the ice cream. Oreos is probably ice cream.
No cornettos, no?
Oh, I haven't looked, Jason. I haven't looked. I've been disappointed going down the sweet aisle. So can you, the candy aisle. Now the ice, what do they call ice cream here?
Whip. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm living in a different world. So.
I'm living in a different world over here, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's that, but I don't think they do that same like what would you call it? Them bits like mint Aero and things like that. You know them?
Yeah. But Joni was eating Quality Street.
That was my ones. That was I gave her one out of each she took one out of the 3 boxes that were or the 4 boxes that were sent over.
Bless
So
her,
she
yeah.
had one big bag of.
Cool, man. Like I say, English chocolate the best, even though it's changed so much. We've talked about it so many times. I know, but at least you get the taste of it, right?
Well, I suppose maybe Ben and Jerry's maybe here would be their gourmet fucking ice cream, would it?
Yeah.
Wayne, no, would
Yeah.
you? That's what I say. I
Yeah.
haven't really looked. I can't say.
Because I mean, honestly, other than that, you have pretty much the standard chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. Maybe that's about it. That's a standard. And then you get into the
Like
specialty stuff. Ben and Jerry's is more, special. You know what I mean? I
yeah, but I'm
guess.
talking about dairy milk ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, do you do them a dairy milk ice cream with, you can do the white chocolate on it or dark chocolate. There's like you're talking Cadbury's. Do you do Cadbury's ice cream? Because the chocolate on it again is different again than the shite that you put on your chocolate called chocolate here. That's what I say. It's not. It's a different.
Yeah. Why is that?
No harm to you, but that's what I'm saying. It's not your fault.
No, it's just that. Boy, this is what they put in. This is the stuff that they. I mean, it's like there's like a standard over here, evidently, and then it's like. There's only like one. It's like Ben and Jerry's is probably the only one that's actually tried to like experiment with all kinds of different flavors and other stuff. And there's very few other ice cream companies that do anything. You got some that do, like was it the sherbet and all that other stuff.
What's that one? There's one there. It's an ice cream place. And it's a burger place as well. Beside it, it's 2 franchises, and they're hand in hand with each other. What's the name of it here?
Was it
franchise? Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the name of it. Like one's is it? Oh, Joni was here; she'd be able to help me.
Well, I was sitting there thinking. What popped to my mind? I don't know if it's what you're thinking about. It's like 31 flavors or whatever. It's like there was one ice cream shop.
Well, they do milkshakes and that, but it'd be. They also do. It's like they're 2 different shops. I'm not sure whether it's like a Subway is one side of it, and the other side of it they're doing milkshakes and that.
Oh, kind of like what is it? It's like a Steak and Shake or something like that, or what do you call it? Like a.
They're 2 different franchises. You know what I mean? Like it's like.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking about it. There's another one. Trying to think of it. It's right on the tip of my tongue, but oh crap. Anyway, yeah. I know.
But I'm just thinking when I go into fucking Walmart, do I go in and have I got a Cadbury's caramel fucking or you know yourself. We're spoiled. I think I'm spoiled for choice anyway. I was, but not here. I think you have been let down big time. When it comes to candy, no harm to you. Like the yous went for quality or quantity, not quality.
You know why? Because there's so many more Americans. It's such a bigger place. They had to make that deal, isn't it? Yeah, because they're the masses. There's more Americans than there are more, British.
Not really. Well, yeah, but I mean per head, it's a fucking massive big place. You look at England's fucking. How many of you are in England alone? You're fucking 40-something million, is it, or 50? How many of you?
It's about 60.
No, that's the whole of England I'm talking about, just.
Oh, England. All right.
Yeah, many fucking people live in England, just.
All right. I'll ask the phone. Hold on.
Yeah, ask.
Google it, shit up,
How many
man.
people?
You must be on top of each other. There must be no green fields left there.
Dude, there's probably more people in Florida than there is in the England, or I don't know, in the UK at least.
Is there? Would there be? Yeah.
There's 56,337,000.
Right. In what shorts? Many and what fucking?
2022. That's
put a many on a piece of land. How many acres per head is that?
Fucking hell. Yeah, we're cramming a lot
Yeah,
more. We're
you put that
building
in
up.
America, and
We're not
you'll
building
fucking
back.
see
We're not building back
how
better.
cramped
We're building up.
England is.
You know the difference between accommodation, isn't it? The size of America's accommodation to England's sort of like, you know, standards. A lot smaller. Germany's
So
a
what
lot
are you?
bigger.
So what are you saying, that you live in a box versus like what we live in is like something much
Yeah,
bigger?
yeah, basically.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Like Germany has bigger houses than England, and America has even bigger houses than most. So, I mean, you know, you got to put it in perspective. Back to the bottle of
That's what
water.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Hey, tell me, hey, can you guys tell me? I don't know. Is that guy in the chat, that OON2? Is that Bright? Is that Bright? Because he's
Of course
texting
it
like
is.
this. Okay, because the way he's commenting, it reminds me of Bright. I was just like,
It does,
good
doesn't
job.
it? It does. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to go code. Code.
Well, no, I
Jason!
mean, some of it actually reminded me of Bright for some reason. I was wondering if that was Bright. I don't know.
Yeah, it's bright, isn't it?
Anyway,
Timestamp.
there
Right,
he is.
Right, timestamp when.
Well done.
Well done. Well
Hey!
done. Hey, did I win a cookie? Did I win a cookie? Yay!
Yeah, you did. You did.
I was like, okay, I can tell by his cryptic passages, you know. So
Yeah, it's starting to come out, isn't it? Yeah.
no, I just, you know, Bright's an alright guy. I can understand where he's coming from on a lot of levels, man. But you know, it's like, you know, you know, it's everybody, including myself. It's just, you know, like if there's information I'm trying to convey to other people, it's just I got to work on my delivery. I got to figure out how I deliver that information to where people accept it and understand it and listening to it. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Yeah.
that's when it comes down to a lot of people. And Bright just happens to be another one of those people that we've all got to work on those things. And
Well, he is, and he makes a lot of more sense than
yeah, I
some
mean,
of
I
these
know.
people
I
online
think
here, believe it or not, that are
I think
believing
he's
fucking
smart. I think he's a
aliens.
smart
And,
dude. I think
yeah,
no, I think
yeah,
he's a
but at the
smart
same
dude on a
time,
lot of levels, man. You know what I mean?
on a lot of levels,
Yeah.
well, there's some levels he's not, some levels he's delusional on. So
I
you
didn't
have
say
to
everything.
weigh it up. Sorry, Bright, but you know I'm not fucking.
Yeah, no worries, Bright.
So
You know?
we leave it
No
at that.
offense,
Yeah.
Bright. For real. Yeah. Because I mean, you know, like I said, you know, I got nothing against Bright at all. I just, like I said, I just happened to notice.
Right.
I was like,
for sure.
oh, see, okay, yeah, his Jason blocked him, I think.
Yeah, that's been up for about 2 minutes. That had to cross the sea to get to ye. Yeah.
Right on.
Anyways.
See,
Yeah,
I can
talking.
understand Bright a lot more and better when he's sitting in the chat, because I can actually listen to it. Because otherwise, if he was on panel, he talks at the same time everybody else talks, and I can't hear.
Yeah, Jason. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like I'd like to hear his point, but I can't hear it because there's like 3 people talking at the same time. You know what I mean? And he does it all the time, which is, you know, like I said, I can understand and listen to him a lot easier when he's in chat. You know what I'm saying?
Well, had a nice Christmas anyway.
I hope he has. He's still with us anyway, yeah?
Yeah.
That's good to see.
What did you guys do?
He's actually probably around on the interwebs longer than most of us. The same way.
What did you guys do for the holiday anyway? Did you guys do anything special?
I stayed at home because of the cat, and we had Christmas dinner. Yeah, but I didn't get up till like 1:30. You know, I had a good time. So yeah, it was good.
I had a quiet Christmas myself, but that's a quiet Christmas is a good Christmas as far as I'm concerned.
So what's the plan for the first of the year?
Yeah, same again. There's a pub up the road, but everybody's just staying at home, literally.
Right.
I think
I'm
that's,
using my new flask that I got for hot water.
oh yeah, that's good. That's clever. No, you don't have
Yes.
to leave. You don't have to leave. Oh, you said their milk was crap, didn't you?
Well, it's just for colouring the water. It's not for any taste or anything like that.
Wow.
No, but of course, I've discovered, well, when you go, whoever sponsors, like Pfizer sponsored all that last bit of a big shit show that we had. And I discovered, I think it was Nescafe done the last, well, it wasn't the last shit show. Nescafe with their decaffeinated coffee, or their instant coffee, I think was done the same day JFK was shot. I think that was the ads they were doing the same day anyway that they were promoting. If you want to say who paid for that, that's what I'd say. I was testing Johnny got a new cleaner, and I was running down with me Nescafe and me coffee and me thing and all that. And I went running into the shower and I said, look, I'm getting me. And then the coffee fall. This is when I was going to run up to tell you, or I told you I was going to get me coffee.
Yeah.
There earlier.
Yeah.
This is the fucking my life. This is my drama, yeah. Didn't the coffee fall and spill all over the floor, yeah? All over the carpet.
Oh.
But you couldn't make this stuff up. What did Joni get off her thoughtful hubby for Christmas?
Oh, what did she get her hubby?
A little vacuum cleaner. A little portable. You couldn't make this stuff up. I was thinking, I was warning him maybe before Christmas. I was saying, I remember I was told when I bought, no, and this is what I was told. This is honest. I was telling him this when he was thinking of buying this or getting it anyway. And I was maybe giving him a bit of advice. I was saying, I remember buying an ex of mine, a foot spa. You know them foot spas?
Oh, yeah.
For Christmas. She was fucking disgusted with me because I don't do Christmas, and I'm the worst person in the world for presents or anything like that. And I bought her. I just thought there's something she would like. She would, sitting up watching her soap operas. She could put her feet in that and sit up, after a hard day of sitting on her feet. So she nearly fucking hit me with it. She was disgusted. She said, what do I want that for? That's not for me, that's for you. Whoa. So with that in mind, maybe I thought, Johnny maybe thought, but no, when I came in with that and they came to the rescue, I pulled it out and I said, look at this, isn't it great having this? So I couldn't have worked out any better. She says, yeah, that's great. That thing is, yeah. So, not that she hasn't got it.
She likes it.
Loves it. Yeah.
Because it's a big plastic thing, isn't it, really?
Oh, this is a little one. It's a small, little, neat one with a battery in it, yeah?
Oh, right.
It's a universal battery with like everything else. It doesn't, it's one of them.
Has it got the spike bottom?
What do you call them? No, hang on. It's let me fucking see. What's the name of these? Red, Mississippi. What's the name of the fucking, not the yellow ones. You know the way your drills are all one flavour now and everything is gone. It's like Apple phones now. And what's the yellow drills called and the red drills called? And there's a Arobi is green one, I think, is it?
DeWalt.
Manhattan. Is it Manhattan?
Yeah, that would be an American thing, not over.
Is it?
The DeWalt is the yellow.
DeWalt is yellow, yeah. So this one is the red one. So the batteries
Milwaukee was a red and black.
Milwaukee, yeah.
Yeah.
So I said, excellent. So the batteries, you don't have to fucking have 12 different fucking chargers lying around for 12. You know what I mean?
Right. Normally, you just plug them into the mains.
Yeah, fuck all them cable free, Jason. That's all right. We went we're
Yeah,
over
it's like,
electricity now. We might as well
break the
fucking get
chains
over
of
it.
the cable. Battery is the best way. Yeah. It is actually. It's very easy because I'm gonna tell you on certain aspects. I got the drills and the drivers and
Exactly.
I've got the damn what do you call it, the side grinders and all that stuff. See, a lot of that stuff, man, it does come in handy because I can't always just plug into the plug into a wall somewhere. So, but
Half your fucking job used to be half. I remember now going back to the fucking 80s when I was labouring on
right,
sites.
yeah, just stretching a
You'd
cord
be
out. That
fucking
was
half an hour going around setting up a little fucking generator and fucking
Yeah.
different things, cables and plugging this into that and tripping up over fucking. You know what I mean?
Every single day. The
Just
first
go
thing you
make a
do is
hole.
kind of roll out all the cords and all that other stuff, and at the end of the day, you got to roll everything back up. Yeah. Yeah.
Dig up the battery.
But if you look back, you are the battery in life. Yeah, you're the battery. Yeah.
Dude, you fucking monk. You're the monkey wrench, Jason. You're a monkey wrench.
Well, I'm playing with the gremlin right now.
Yeah.
It's getting very, very, very big. I'm gonna cut your nuts off, boy. How are the duckies, by the way, Ducky?
Oh, they better start fucking laying soon, or they're going to be.
We told you you got a scare for action.
No, I'll have a new plan. I'm starting a new plan tomorrow. I'm going to keep them in till 10 o'clock. Well, they can be out, but they have a place to nest and somewhere to run. I'm just giving them a bit of a run till 10 o'clock to stay in. Get them used to it.
Otherwise they're going to be
They could all be gay.
Yeah, it could have been sold all fucking males. I don't know.
Could have bought them off that bloke from Bronski Beat.
Tell me why.
When I listened to that song, it reminded me of, like, if you think about, forget the gay bit, yeah, you could put that into your story of leaving Ireland. That's how, when I listened to it, I was like, I reckon that there's something in that. What do you reckon?
Well, they all done. That's what they all went to flock down to Brighton, where you were, all the gays. No, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what they all went. They all were on the train down to. Yeah, we all had a place to go. Yeah. Tell me why.
Is he talking to God? Yes, he was. Hey, isn't that mad that the other part of Bronski Beat, he become a vicar on that?
Who? Norman?
No, not the singer.
Vince. Was he Vince Hill? Was he Vince?
No, he weren't Vince Clark.
Vince Clark, I'm thinking of. Yeah, what was his name? That guy looked like him. He'd the same age as I might say, yeah.
Yeah, but he was in the Communards, wasn't he? As well.
Was he? I always thought. Was he in the Communards? They were all.
He became a gay priest, so there you go.
Did he?
Yeah.
In what church? Like, I mean, that's easy saying. It's easy saying he's a priest.
Yes.
He could all be a priest. Don't leave it at that. Come on.
What do you mean?
You can't just turn around and say he was in the Communards and now he's a gay priest.
Yeah.
Where can we go and visit?
Well, it's sort of come round. It just come full circle. So, like, it feels like it's gone backwards, even though it's gone forwards. But I think it's perverting God, isn't it? Maybe.
Well, that's I don't know, churches or whatever. What was it when you said to me? Just it's the faith. You keep the faith. Just the rest of it's a load of shite. Just have the faith part.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That organised shit, that's all bollocks. The rest, that's what she used to say to me. Anyway, I couldn't figure it out for myself. I wasn't bothered with one bit of it. And he started, and she would just keep the faith.
Keep the
I
faith.
couldn't even keep that. I said, no, I can't even trust that, mother. I'm not trusting that even. Not too late. That's not it. So,
Did you get married in church?
did I?
Yeah.
Did I get married much?
In the church, I said. I didn't
Yeah,
say.
I done a deal. I done a deal.
Yeah, it's done a deal.
You don't ask me any awkward questions, and no, I remember I was asked about baptism. I was all right. I didn't mind. I actually, I didn't mind. Your man was a bit of. He was allowed to get married. Your man, well, at least that was all right. You're allowed to get married. Now, what about getting married? Were you allowed to live with your one before you got married? Oh, no, and that was a different thing. Don't believe in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I do. But that was just differences of opinion, man to man. Like, you know, that wasn't a spiritual conversation we were having.
I think that's evolution as well, in like grunting with men, innit? Yeah.
Well, that's me. But it's living in a fucking world where people fighting over it and killing each other over the fucking same type of shit. You know what I mean? That's when you just what? That's life and all that. Tell me why.
What did you think of the old Pet Shop?
No,
Boys?
Louis isn't. The Pet Shop was.
Yeah.
I hadn't much time for them. They were too gay for me.
God.
Who were they?
Yeah, it's funny how all these groups end up being gay, innit? Erasure, Pet Shop Boys.
Erasure.
What, you didn't
like
know
them,
it back then?
Of course you did.
Hang on, let me think. Hang on. No, not really. Maybe. Yeah, I think I did. I'm not sure. I don't like it round there. I think it's like you liked them and then you found out they were gay, you know?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I could smell them off the television, for fuck's sake.
I
You're
remember
insane.
when Boy George was on Top of the Pops and the stepdad said to me, "That's a geezer." I went, "No, it's obviously a bird, isn't it?" He went, "No, I'm telling you, that's a geezer." I was like, "Really?" I'm fucking benign. I was working with, like, when I was working in the hotel, they told me, "Oh, he's gay," by the way. I was like, "Really?" Oh, all right. You know, I've been working with.
Well,
okay.
can I tell you where I fucking landed? And in London, couldn't have been any fucking worse coming. Well, I thought coming from fucking Dublin, I knew every fucking thing. Of course, I was Jack the fucking lad. I thought, right?
Yeah.
Ended up in Earl's Court. Anyone know anything about Earl's Court? Where it is, what it was full of back in the 80s. It wasn't just Australians, right, or Crufts. It was famous for, yeah.
Okay.
What lived there.
The Batman.
Gays.
Yeah, Batty Men.
Gays. And I entered this place and I was in a pub one night and we were walking home from the pub. I think it was the fucking first night we were over there. And we were upstairs in this pub and we were walking. Actually, I think the tube station was across the road from this pub. That's right. And that was a lovely fucking spot. And we were walking home from the place, and I thought it a bit strange. I asked the lads, there was a bit of a queue outside this, what looked like a fucking disco. It wasn't that fucking. I says, where are they all going? And I says, the disco. And I says, what, is there another entrance for the women? I was that fucking green, right? They had to tell me, no, that's a queers disco. They're fucking, and you know what I mean? It was a dangerous, like, when you're in the minority, it's a different fucking place because you didn't know who was what or whatever, yeah?
Confusing.
So you learn to keep your mouth fucking, yeah, what? No, well, that's what I say, when you think, coming from a place where it was there was no gay scene. Well, I'm sure there was a gay scene, but not being gay, I had no fucking clue. It was well hit. But when they didn't give a fuck when they were in, you know what I mean? It was a different thing.
Crazy,
When they
brother.
were in the majority. So that's what I say. I learned that very quick.
Yeah,
Damn.
you got to get that gaydar calibrated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but me and you, Lick, are innocent, you know, and so are you, you know. Innocent bystanders, you know. We're not looking.
I don't know, man. No, I wouldn't know about now.
Yeah. But I bet you thought, hey, I'm being offered a few drinks here.
I did actually. I was in a pub one night. Fucking, it was a transvestite bar. What the fuck? It wasn't until I got up and went in for a piss into the men's. Like I was wow, fuck's sake. If you had a load of beer in you, you would, you know.
What?
But if there was someone buying you, come here, can I just say to you, if someone bought you a fucking drink in this place, right? And they were, I says, yeah, but you're not getting into me fucking pants. You can buy me a fucking drink, but straight up, you know what I mean? I'm not here. I'm just here trying to get a bit of weed or something in this place. That was what I remember going into this bar, right? Weird as fuck. But it was bizarre world, right? That's what I mean, back for me then. So that was London.
Fuck that. Ugh.
Yeah, that was what I dropped. That was what I was with fucking these other lads. They were older than me. And they were fucking mad fuckers. They were on a jamboree. I was there to live, of course. I was all, you know.
Yeah. West End girls. Doo-dum.
Tell me why. Oh, man. But they were a good time. They were a good fucking times. You could walk around fucking London, you know what I mean, stone out of your fucking head. Trolley. Like, it was still a dangerous fucking place, but you know what I mean?
Well, I remember a pint being a quid in the pub, yeah? You must remember it being like that as well.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I had no real concept of fucking money. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Phew.
Well, hey, you guys,
Yeah.
I gotta get going. I gotta get some dinner in me, and try and get. I'll probably get out later on, but I'm gonna have to drop it on down right now. I
All
really
right.
appreciate you guys coming up too, man. And
No problem. Hope it changes up a wee bit.
well, I've been compelled to do something, man. But like I said I want to get the right people on panel for certain subjects or certain topics or whatever. I'm just trying to get everybody together. But
Yeah.
I don't know. But I appreciate you guys coming up and all, man. And I'll probably catch you guys on another
Well, if you
live
ever need a
somewhere.
comedian for a couple of hours, Jason's always available.
Hey,
He's always available. I just send you an
Wingnut.
email, Jason.
Wingnut, do us a favour.
What?
Can you end it and then I can have a quick chat with you, Luke, for a moment?
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah.
All right, you guys out there in chat, I appreciate all you guys coming out and everybody.
Bright. See you, Bright.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Bright. All right, you
Look,
guys.
right. Happy New Year to you and all of your subs that I don't really know.
Yeah, same as.
Debs. Not New Year. NY Debs. And
Write that down, you lick 257 as a time stamp.
All right. Let's see, I got 10 seconds. Let's see, I'm gonna get a full 5 hours in.
Cool.
All right, you guys. All right, 5 hour mark.
We're staying, so you just end it when you hit your 5.